Good morning. Good morning, all of you. Purnima, can we have you seated, please? Michael Enright. Mark Esposito, can we have you seated? Surbhi, please. Surbhi, hi. Sanjeev. Take it in.
I thought I'll get him before you start calling out names.
Hey, Bob, welcome. Mr. Green, Mr. Michael Green, you're making a lot of noise.
Where do you want me to stand?
You're somewhere here. Maybe on that side.
That's there you are.
Sorry? So, I want my star speaker to be perfect.
How are you doing, Amit?
Yes, possibly, yes.
It's been a long time.
My friend, how are you?
Sorry, I couldn't be here.
Okay, good morning, all of you. Good morning, all of you. Vish, you're making a lot of noise, please. Vish. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your attention and time. Sanjeev. Sanjeev, can I start? You're up next. Thank you. Okay, good morning, all of you. It's absolutely a pleasure to have you with us again for the second day of this India Dialog. As I shared yesterday, we are just absolutely super excited in terms of the conversations that we are having and the learning that we are deriving out of this program. In fact, Richard and I would like to thank all of you once again to contribute to this very interesting dialogue that we have initiated. And we're looking forward to really building momentum as we move on over the years. And then, of course, in terms of the kind of interactions that we are having is absolutely a great eye-opener for me as we go along. Some of the points in terms of positives or the negatives, I think there is a key takeaway for all of us from those sets of interactions. Because I think what we are really seeing is, at least I'm convinced in my mind after listening to everybody, that this is going to be India's century. There could be challenges, but there is so much that we will achieve over a period of time, because within the challenges lie the opportunities for change and opportunities for creating an impact, whatever be the sphere that you actually talk about. But now I think we have a very special or a very interesting person. You had a brief interaction with him yesterday. He was on a panel. His name is Sanjeev Sanyal. I don't think you need any introduction. He's like a naughty kid in the class. But I think one of the most interesting people you'll meet, one of the most prolific speakers, writers. In fact, he seems to be an economist, but does more beyond that idea itself. That is why I say he seems to be an economist, because he does so many things. In fact, his work on history, his book on ocean of churn, etc., is just absolutely something worth reading. He's looking at history from a different perspective. But today, he's not really going to be talking about all those things. But what he's going to be talking about is how India is possibly changing or looking at business process reengineering, if I might say, just as a short introduction. Sanjeev, of course, is member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, was a principal economic advisor as well with the Government of India. And then in his previous avatar, when he was possibly working with some corporate called Deutsche Bank, he was the global strategist for them. I think he worked with them for about 23 odd years, but I think the kind of impact that he's possibly making right now is far bigger and better because it actually impacts about 1.5, 1.6 billion lives, and that's where it is. Sanjeev, it is such a pleasure to have you with us. Why don't you just join us on the stage and share your views?
Thank you, Amit, and thank you to all of you for giving me this opportunity to come here and speak to all of you. What I'm going to speak about is the business of how reforms are done, but a specific kind of reform. So you see, we all talked over the last day or so about how India is changing and economic growth is being generated and so on. The question is, how is this happening? Obviously, it's partly because of big changes in economic policy. But most of what we usually hear about is about big structural changes. So these are structural changes like the introduction of the GST tax system, the insolvency and bankruptcy code, the cleaning of the banks using it, or even the introduction of the inflation targeting framework and so on. So these are structural changes. So what are structural changes? Structural changes are changes that relate to changing the structure of something. So for example, introducing GST is like India signed a free trade agreement with itself. The insolvency and bankruptcy code fundamentally changed creditor rights in the country and created a system of creative destruction. So these are structural changes. But these are not the only kind of changes that happen. A lot of the changes that happen are actually nuts and bolts changes relating to processes of the government itself. So this is, given a certain structure, how do you make it more efficient? So there's a whole area of reform called process reforms. Sadly, this is not much written about, not just in India, but worldwide. You know, since there are several academics in this room, a whole area of reform and policy making that you'll be surprised how little there is actually literature on. You will get it on some specific measure, but as a class, process reforms are almost not studied at all. And I'm going to talk about this because a lot of the efficiency gains that you are now seeing is actually not coming from these big picture structural reforms, which obviously take the headlines, but from these small nuts and bolts changes. And I'm going to give you some examples of this. Now, the irony is that although in the economics literature, the policy-making literature, process reforms are not much talked about. If you went to the business departments, business process reengineering is the most routine of things that are taught. And yet you would think, and I've just given some examples of papers that are very well known in this field, but basically this is an area that is not taught to our policymakers. It's not there in the policy discussions and so on. And so I have been trying in recent years to make some systematic way in which to study these things. So here is a rough way where we can go about it, just a scheme. So how do you go about doing these nuts and bolts process reforms and efficiency gains? Well, first thing to do is obviously to figure out, is there an inefficient place? Like, why is there a need of reform? That's clearly an obvious thing to ask. Now, after you've asked this question, the next thing to do is to document the as-is process. So you take the process as is. All of this, by the way, I'm copying out of what business process guys do. Document the as-is process. Just map out the process. And what happens is very quickly you will realize where the blockages are, where the money is getting spent, or where is it that time is getting, what is the snags in the system. Very often in a process, it will be one or two snags that actually cause 90% of the delays or cost overruns or whatever it is, the problems that are happening. And identifying them is very important. Then you need to do process analysis for then you need to reform those little bits. So, however you reform them, and I'll give you a whole bunch of examples of that. And then you do something that is absolutely critical. This cannot be a one-time process. Because you now have changed some things, you have to monitor this through feedback loops, because whenever you make changes, there will be unintended consequences, whatever you try to do may not work, and so on and so forth. So this is not a one-time change. Introducing the GST is a one-time activity, but making it actually work is a feedback loop thing which works basically through this process re-engineering. Now, what are the kinds of examples of this? So I've given 6 types of these kinds of reforms. There can be more. If you can think of one more, I add it in there, because I invented this myself. So the first kind is streamlining an existing administrative process. This does not mean that you introduce new laws or regulations. Just take the same thing, make some administrative changes, and the process works better. The second is to change the regulation under existing law, i.e., I don't go back to Parliament, but I take the law underneath whatever the regulations are, actually make changes in the regulations. Third is I change the legislation itself, which I have to go back to Parliament or the State Assembly. Fourth, adding capacity at some level of government to remove bottlenecks. So that is one other way. Removing a requirement of state-mandated activity to remove a bottleneck. And finally, merging, closing, restructuring outdated government agencies and processes. So all of these are things that I will talk about now. So if you decide for whatever reason you want to get 100 rupees to X person for whatever reason, my job is to make sure that that 100 rupees reaches. And so there were many studies going back quite some time suggesting that there were huge leakages in the way various kinds of government support was provided, both by the central government but also by the state government. And there is a fairly well-documented improvement that happened as a result of this. So in 2005, the then Planning Commission came up with a report which suggested that 58% of the subsidized food grains issued by the central pool did not reach the targeted beneficiaries. And that out of 1 rupee worth of income transfer, only 0.27 rupees reached the poor. By the way, this is an improvement on how it used to be in the 80s, where the then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi famously said only 15% reached the bottom. So in 2005, only 27% was reaching. Now, in order to improve this process, we introduced something called the JAM Trinity. This is basically Aadhaar, that's your unique ID, link it to your mobile number, and then further link through to a bank account. Now, for the very poor, they tend out to be these no-frill accounts called the Jan Dhan accounts. So using this triangulation, we have been able to create a system that is able to transfer money directly to the person, right? And since the launch of this up to March 2022, we managed to weed out 42 million fake ration cards in the public distribution system, which helped save something like 50% of the total. The removal of 41 million fake beneficiaries under the LPG Pehel scheme, deletion of duplicate beneficiaries, saving, as you can see, 410 billion rupees on the Manrega and so on. So this is a dramatic savings, as you can see. Okay, without changing anything else, the delivery of this dramatically changed. So this is an example of an administrative streamlining. I'm not going to spend too much time on it because this is actually relatively well documented. I'm going on to the number 2 type of changes, which is less understood. This is about changing actual regulations under the existing law. Now, the illustration I'm going to do on this relates to the IT BPO sector. I deliberately chose this because I'm coming here to Silicon Valley. Many of you have links to this IT-enabled services and other such sectors. Everybody knows that the BPO IT sector is a very big sector in India. But many of you may not realize that this entire sector used to be regulated by the Telecom Ministry of all ministries under something called the Revised Terms and Conditions of Other Service Providers 2008 law. Okay? So many of these BPO and other these kinds of companies under law in India is called other service providers. And under this law, till as recently as the year 2020, you had a bunch of requirements which the Telecom Ministry used to impose on this sector. So let me tell you some of them. This is not a comprehensive list. First of all, there was no clear definition of OSP. So pretty much anybody using any telecom, work from home, etc., could actually end up being identified as an OSP. And if you were identified as an OSP, then effectively many rules imposed on you. For example, it was actually illegal till 2020 to work from home unless you had explicit permission from the Telecom Ministry. Not many people realize this. Many of you were doing extremely illegal things all those years. Not only that, not only were you supposed to get permission from the Telecom Ministry, you were supposed to have an EPA BX machine in your basement from every location from where you were using any IT type of work, okay? Now, my team who was working on this are in their late 20s, and they had never heard of an EPA BX machine till they did this research. They required separate registrations for every ASP. So every location required, so supposing there's a bunch of people who are working from home or from different locations, not good enough for the company to get an okay. It required every location to get it. So if everybody's home, if you happen to be in a tea shop or a coffee shop and working, that had to actually be certified by the Telecom Ministry if you were working from there, otherwise it was illegal. And then there were all kinds of bizarre laws. For example, it didn't allow you to do domestic business and international business in the same location. So supposing you were Singapore Airlines, okay, and you had a back office operation in India, you're supposed to have separate systems for the international and domestic things. Now imagine how bizarre this is. Supposing I'm an Indian citizen in Singapore, I buy a ticket in Singapore and come to India and I have a problem, and I call the call center. Am I an international or a domestic? And in any case, why do you want to have this thing? After the whole point is I have to have increasing returns to scale from clustering, all of this. So all of this garbage rules were being imposed on this huge sector, which we are all very proud of, and all of them were complaining about it for years, but nothing would happen. Now, I discovered this purely by chance. You see, what happened is in March of 2020, when the lockdown was introduced, the Telecom Ministry suddenly came out with a notification which said that these revised terms of conditions of other service providers 2008 was now held in abeyance till December 2020 or further orders, whichever is earlier. So now I had by this point worked for a few years in the government, and I immediately realized, it didn't smell right. Because when a government department comes up with a notification like this, what they're saying is not that they have kept it in abeyance, but what they're trying to tell you, hey guys, this law actually still applies. So at the end of this process, you will have to abide by this law. That is what they really wanted to signal. So I began to look into this, and I was astounded that, work from home was actually illegal in India. And then, so I made a lot of effort, a lot of fights with various people, because as you can imagine, these laws were used by telecom sector inspectors to do a large amount of rent seeking. There was a whole industry of lawyers, inspectors, etc. Thousands of crores of money were siphoned off because trying to get these permissions. Anybody who ran a BPO business in India before 2020 knows what I'm talking about. So the reforms were done, one round in November 2020, further in June 2021, and as a result of which new rules came. So one was we had clear definition of OSPs, which has now been limited to voice-based BPOs, which basically is becoming a rapidly diminishing sector, so it doesn't really apply to anyone anyway. Interconnectivity of infrastructure sharing between EPA, BX laws, all of those were removed. You can load everything onto the cloud, etc., as you wish. You can work from home and remote locations as you wish. Removal of distinction between domestic and international OSPs. All of this has now been done. No, this was done under the same law, just regulations of the department were changed. And look at the benefits from it. So in December 2021, NASSCOM did a study, and it showed that 92% of OSPs found that their compliance burdens went down, 92%. Okay? And as you can see, that something like 28% of them said compliance burden went down 50%. Now, it didn't require, okay, and almost everybody else saw some improvement in their compliance burden requirements improving. The reason I'm telling you this, it cost no money, it was just common sense, and huge benefits from this. And the year 21, 22, particularly 22, there's a huge expansion in the sector. At least one part of it happened because of this law, removal of this law. Now I'm going to talk about something about legislative changes. So somewhere only administrative changes, then you have to change the regulation. Here now I have to actually go to the parliament. So I'm talking about here a change that I am actually trying to live do today. So I deliberately put it here so that you realize this is not something we did in the past. I'm actually trying to do this right now. This relates to a law which is many people in India may not be unaware of, but after traffic rules, this is the biggest source of rent seeking, small time rent seeking in the country. It's called the Legal Metrology Act of 2009. Now, how many of you even know what legal metrology is? There's a gentleman here, a few others may know what it is. It's basically the laws relating to labels, weights, and measures. Every country in the world has these laws. And what happens here is that the way India's Legal Metrology Act is set up, it is set up in a way that if you do one sin in the beginning, you are let off with a small penalty. But if you do a second one, you can be sent to jail for as long as 7 years. Okay? Now, you can imagine, look at the data you have here in the table of what happened as a result of this. So remember, many of these legal metrology violations are very minor ones. In fact, you can never avoid them really because there is the rules of this are very often done at the state level or are very vague. So what happens is that you'll essentially be caught for a very minor violation. Like, for example, instead of writing gram full, you have written GM or something like that. Many of these laws, the things you're caught for are these labeling mistakes or very small weight measures changes. There's a gentleman here who has been in trouble because of this, clearly. Now, I was threatened with arrest twice. Okay. So now what happens is look at the number of first offenses. Look at the number of cases. About 100,000, 1 lakh odd cases a year happen under the first offense. Okay? But the second offense is only 12, 5, 3, 11, right? Now, when I made this point to everybody, to the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, that this doesn't quite make sense, their interpretation of this is, look, the law is so fantastic that once you have threatened somebody, he never does anything bad ever again. But the reason the data is like this is obvious. What happens is that the legal metrology inspectors are effectively, they will find some excuse to get you into the net. And after that, they have no real incentive of going for the second offense because effectively they will threaten you with jail and they will extract rent from you as well. And as I said, after traffic rules, this is the biggest source of small rent seeking in the country. So now I decided I shall pick a fight on this as well. And so recently there's something called the Jan Vishwas Bill, which has now become an act recently. We have got rid of some of the worst of these, so they have become somewhat simpler. And but sections 30, 33, and 36, which account for 80% of the cases, are still criminalized. So I have not yet won this battle, but I will win it. We will re-examine this, and I am taking this up. We will make it there is a need for a legal metrology act in the country. It's not that you don't need it. You do need weights, measures, and other regulations, but we have to have it in a way that is you don't have this system of 2 hits and you're, 2 misses and you're out kind of system. You have to have it which is graded in some way and is somehow correlated to the size of the error that you're making and so on. And there may really be some people who need to be sent to jail for multiple years, but by and large, this is, somebody with a labeling mistake surely shouldn't be sent there. Now let me move to the next one. This is about an area where you need to increase state capacity. Hang on. This is an area where you need to increase state capacity. Now, we heard in the last few days about India wants to become a knowledge economy. And obviously, the patenting system has got to be an important part of this. Unfortunately, Indian patenting systems, till very recently, had not been an area that anybody had looked at. And we have here Mr. Amitabh Kant, who has played an important role in trying to do something about it. So I think in 2016 is when he joined the Ministry of Industry, where this department, the patent office is based. And at that time, we were granting less than 10,000 patents a year. And we were getting filings of about 45,000. So you can imagine, we want to be great knowledge, power, et cetera, not even 10,000 patents. In comparison, the US in that year 2016 was doing over 300,000 patents a year. And China was doing 400,000 patents a year, although I will say there's a caveat here that they have a system of utility patents which is not very high quality. But still, even if we put that aside, they were still doing decent patents of more than 100,000 a year. So you can see in 2016 what was the ratio. Thanks to the efforts of Mr. Kant, we began to ease up the system, and that number went from less than 10,000. The number has gone in 2022 to 34,000. The very latest number for 2023 is about 50,000. So we have dramatically gone up 5 times in the last few years. However, look at what the other countries did. So US in that time has gone up to 325,000 patents, clearly in a different level. And of course, China has gone off the scale with 8 lakh patents. Now, I agree that many of these patents are garbage, but still, enough of it is good that you can see that they're in a different scale. Now, there was some attempt in the years 16, 17, et cetera, to do some hiring in this, so this did improve. And then I began paying attention to it a few years ago, and we began to try and smoothen the process a little bit. The result of this was that, some things did improve. So you can see there are those of you who have done patents will know this, there are 2 levels to it. There's the examiner level, which is the first level, and then there's the controller level. Now, improving the processes at the examiner level meant that the numbers at the examiner level dramatically went down over the 5-year period. But that doesn't help very much, because as you can see, they just accumulated at the controller level. So why is this happening? This is happening because you just don't have enough manpower. India, by the way, this is after all the people Mr. Kant had hired. Yeah, we have 900 patent people in the patent office. I think when you joined, there were only 300 or something like that. 1 minute. So, okay. So, we need to do dramatic hiring of, look at the numbers in China, 13,000, 8,000 in the US. This is just in different level from anything we are. Since I have very little time, let me take you through some of the others. Removing a state-mandated requirement. There is many mandated things which are outside of government, which the government mandates to do. One of them is, which this government, by the way, introduced, is called mandatory mediation for commercial cases. Now, this is a completely ridiculous thing, because it basically means that if you have a dispute with someone, you have to do a mediation before you go to the court, right? Now, this is unfair, because there is no incentive for the mediators to actually perform. And 99% of the cases in the last few years, and I've done data from Mumbai courts, they actually fail. So for a failed process, the process that fails for 99% of the cases, they still have to go through 6 months of delay, paying lawyers, paying a mediator, and nothing happens. So one reform that I want to do is to make mediation voluntary, because, well, if it works, let that process earn its own place in the system. Why do you want to mandate it? And the final one, before I finish, so just give me 2 minutes extra, is, hang on, where did it go? Yeah, is type 6, which is merge, restructure, outdate government agencies. So there are large numbers of departments, autonomous bodies that governments at different points in time create for a variety of reasons. And those reasons change after a while, but those agencies never shut down. So for example, the central government alone has 850 autonomous bodies. This is not including departments and other things. Autonomous bodies, 850. I did some years ago a survey, went through them, and there are hundreds of them who have no known use. They should be shut down. Maybe at some point in history they have a use, but you've got to shut them down at some point in time. And I'll give you one example of one so that you get a sense of this. So there's something called a tariff commission. Okay, now tariff commission is a renaming of a body called Bureau of Industrial Cost and Prices, which used to, till we did the reforms of 1991, used to actually set the prices. Remember, we were a socialist country, so we used to have government-mandated prices. So this was the body that did it. And after 1991, they were market prices. So therefore, what happened as a result of that is that this body had no work to do. So it went from being a very powerful body to having no job. So they should have been shut down. No, so they renamed themselves as the Tariff Commission. Now the odd thing is, this body is in the Industry Ministry. The Industry Department has nothing to do with setting of tariffs. This is set actually by the Ministry of Finance in consultation maybe with the Commerce Ministry. So this body existed from 1991 to 2021 and essentially did nothing. It suo moto wrote reports from time to time. And when I raised the issue of shutting this down, they got very annoyed with me and complained to the cabinet secretary about me. It had a secretary-level official in charge, and it had 70 or 80 people working for it. They had an office in that horrible, dark-looking building behind Khan Market. Anyway, Lok Nayak Bhavan. So, yeah, and so since they told me they were doing suo moto reports, I asked the finance minister and the chairman of the Indirect Tax and Customs Department if they had ever read any of those reports. And they had never read any of them. Neither had the Commerce Secretary ever heard of them. So after a lot of arguing and a lot of complaints against me, this has been shut as of 2022. And I have never understood why people have an objection to shutting it down, because nobody lost their job. This is the government. They were just reallocated to something else. And there are a whole bunch of these bodies that,
Sanjeev, one of the persons in that Amitabh gracefully accepted in meeting when it was shut down.
Yes, yes, I shall not name, I know who it is. And then, but there's a whole bunch of them. All India Handloom Board, All India Handicraft Board, Central Organization for Modernization of Workshops, etc., etc. Now, I know he's coming onto the stage, and he's trying to shut me down now. Okay, so to conclude, there are a whole bunch of reforms you can do, analogous to business process outsourcing, business process re-engineering that you can do in governments. This is not about the Indian government alone. You can do it in every government, and I'm 100% sure you can do it even in Stanford University. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjeev. This was just a great start to the day.
One question.
Very quick, please.
My question is, how do you come across these instances? It's like government is such big. Wherever you dip your hand, you find something.
Yes.
The question is there a team looking after them systematically?
Yes.
Or is it happening by chance?
No, some of it is by chance, some of it is by, like, for example, that thing on BPO. Anytime the government comes up with a notification, I look on it with great suspicion. So that is one way of doing it. But, there are literally hundreds of these bodies in the government, and you can relook at them. Many of them were set up long time ago for some purpose. Some of them had no purpose even at that time. They were used for
You have a team typically business processes.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So I think Sanjeev has done a great start for the program, put a fair fire in the belly of everybody else to ask questions. Let's keep the interactions going. We have Michael Green, who's come in from London to talk about something very interesting on social progress. Social progress is a body of work that we did for the Economic Advisory Council of the Prime Minister, wherein we actually talked about issues of districts and states and as to how things have improved in India. If you really look at a period from 2017 to 2022, we do see some remarkable progress. We actually try to do some assessment across aspirational districts as well. But those are separate issues, but I think that is where Michael will actually come in. Michael is the CEO for the Social Progress Index, has worked with Mike Porter to really create this over a period of time. And in fact, we have worked together on a lot of things together, a lot of pieces together. So we've been co-authors as well. We did this whole aspirational district assessment work. We did the Social Progress Index together. But Michael, such a pleasure to have you here with us. Over to you, please.
Amit, thank you very much. Morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here, and special thanks to our host for organising some English weather for us this morning. Made me feel very at home. And thank you, Sanjeev, for such a terrific presentation. It reminded me I used to work in the British government, so I'm a recovering bureaucrat. And that's one of the reasons why I'm an optimist, because so many of the problems we have are stupid problems. They don't require rocket science to fix them. They're actually very fixable problem, and I think you've illustrated that beautifully. Now, can I just grab the pinger off you, Sanjeev, if I may? Thank you so much. So we've talked a lot about the elephant. I think we've agreed it's moving. Mr. Amitabh Kant yesterday, with characteristic vigor, described India taking off like a rocket, perhaps to the south pole of the moon. But others said that the India is moving backwards. So what I want to do is offer a perspective on where India is moving through the lens of the Social Progress Index. As Amit said, this is a tool we developed a few years ago with Mike Porter of Harvard Business School. The idea was to create a comprehensive measure of social progress independent of economic indicators. So that's the key thing to know about Social Progress Index. No GDP, no economic indicators in the model. That way we can look at the relationship between economic progress and social progress in a rigorous manner. It all draws on secondary data and measures outcomes. So we're avoiding policy judgments about how much money is spent, which laws are passed. You can't game the Social Progress Index except by improving the outcomes for people. We've structured it around these three dimensions: basic needs, food, water, shelter, safety; foundations of well-being, education, access to information, health, and the environment; and thirdly, opportunity in terms of rights, freedoms, inclusiveness, and advanced education. This framework comes from literature. We've tested it extensively and maps pretty well against the Sustainable Development Goals, if you want to speak that language. I won't go into the details about the methodology. It's all on our website in excruciating detail. But I want to show you what we find. And if we're going to talk about the Social Progress Index, I want to do it through three lenses. I'm going to walk you through three steps. We've created a long-term time series Social Progress Index 1990 to 2020. We've got our kind of flagship project is a Global Social Progress Index 2011 to 2023. And we've also got the work doing social progress measures for states and districts of India. So let's start with the long-term story, 1990 to 2020. And if we're going to talk about India's progress over those 30 years, where do we start? Of course, we start with China, because this is the big contrast. We've talked about it a lot. China has really sort of taken off over that 30-year period. What I've done here, I've put GDP, just for information, in the red, and social progress in blue. And I've set the values for both in 1990 as 1, and then just index the change. And here we see the Chinese economy shooting up, growing 11 times over this period. Social progress follows more slowly and has increased about 70% over this period. This is China's story. How does India compare? Well, at first glance, it looks a bit sad. India's economy has grown 3.5 times, perhaps, and social progress has gone up about 50% in this period. But look at these two pictures. Here's India, here's China. I would say what this shows is how China has wasted its opportunity, that this has been the most unproductive economic growth in terms of delivering social progress, and that this is actually a trap that India needs to avoid. You can have spectacular growth without social progress is a policy failure. And Mr. Kant, you talked yesterday a lot about inclusive growth, and that hardwiring inclusive social progress delivering growth is going to be so important for India. So I think China has a cautionary lesson for India in the next phase of development. Okay, let's move on. Let's look now at bring it a bit more up to date, 2011 to 2023. First thing I want to highlight here is that actually we've gone through a rough period for global social progress. Indeed, last year, was the first time we've observed this, we've actually seen global social progress going backwards. Really around two effects. One is that we're seeing human rights declining in many countries, and then we're also seeing the health effects of COVID coming through. And that's led the world score of social progress to decline for the first time. And actually, that maps pretty well onto what we saw with India as well. Is this particularly on the health side? We've seen the after effects of COVID have been particularly marked in India compared to other countries, and that's pulled India's score down in the last year. You could say over this period that perhaps China hasn't really extended its lead over India, but nor has India been catching up. The question is, what's going to happen after this? If we break this down a bit further, what I've done here is just said, how does India compare to its peers? So in terms of rankings over this period, 2011 to 2023. And I've broken it down by the different components of the Social Progress Index. So this gives a sense of relative performance of India over this period. And starting on the left, we see that actually 2011 to 2023, India gained 7 places in the rankings. So India was moving faster than its peers overall. Although quite strikingly, a lot of the progress was in basic human needs, pretty much no progress in foundations of well-being, and then going backwards on opportunity. We break it out that we can see a bit more. First of all, nutrition and medical care seems to have been sort of not really, just gone down a little bit. But as Mr. Camp was saying yesterday, in water and sanitation and housing, we've seen big gains for India, reflecting those investments. And housing will also reflect the investments in electricity supply, etc. Then the next one we see is actually safety and how India has gone backwards on safety. I looked at the numbers, and actually what we see is that what's happened is that India has stood still in absolute terms, whereas other countries have made improvements. This could be violent crime, domestic violence, theft, and road traffic accidents. In all those areas, there hasn't been a lot of improvement. And I don't think sort of safety and security is something we've talked about much at this conference so far, but an interesting one where India's falling behind. Education, we see gains. Information and communications, we see a decline. This is really around press freedom. We see gains in health. Despite the problems with health post-COVID, health in India has improved. And then environmental quality has stayed pretty much where it was. Moving on to opportunity, we see a decline in rights, which I know is a particular issue and has some controversy. On the other hand, freedom and choice has seen a big increase. Big factor there, early marriage, reduction in early marriage, child brides has improved that score. Inclusiveness has improved, largely driven by increased acceptance of LGBT community. And the final one I found was really interesting was higher education, is actually how many ranks India has fallen in this. Now, the absolute score hasn't declined. It's just other countries are investing in higher education faster than India is. And so India is actually losing ground there. And again, I don't think that's something we've talked about much at this conference. I want to put one other lens on the data for comparison, which is to look at India's social progress scorecard. And this is what we do. Don't be scared. I won't go through all the detail. So what we do here is we compare a country to its 15 closest peers in GDP per capita. So it's a bit like boxing. We compare economic heavyweights to economic heavyweights, economic lightweights to economic lightweights. So we're comparing and benchmarking India's performance against its economic peers. We have a traffic light system. Red is bad. We actually have blue is good to help people who are colorblind like me, and yellow is sort of neutral. Now, people will want to get an A grade and may not be satisfied with India's overall score as being yellow in the neutral zone. But actually, that's very good. Most big countries struggle to deliver on social progress, and most big countries actually underperform relative to their peers. China underperforms. The United States underperforms. So the fact that India is performing within the expected range is actually quite a good performance. We see in generally most of the performance was in the expected range, even where the areas where India has been going backwards. So perhaps where we've seen declines in ranking, it's India has been ahead and has gone back a bit. But the one I want to highlight where we see a real concentration of reds is around environmental quality. Now, we don't look at greenhouse gas emissions in this framework. We look more about environmental factors that actually directly impact on people's life. So it's lead exposure, particulate air exposure, but also biodiversity and other indicators. In here, India is, these environmental problems is actually going to have a catalytic effect on these. So the environment is an area that looks like a priority for improvement for India. Okay, that's the national picture. That's how the elephant is moving. Let's have a look at how the herd of elephants is moving, the states and districts of India. This is work we did with the Institute of Competitiveness under the sponsorship of the EACPM. And it takes the same framework, but it takes Indian official data to measure each of these 12 components. Again, there's a very large report. It makes a beautiful, goes beautifully on a coffee table, and it's got all the details in this if you want to read it. It's on the EACPM website. 89 indicators measuring social progress across the states and union territories of India. And what we did was we broke their scores down into 6 tiers based on natural clusters in the data. And so, the state or union territory with the highest social progress score in India is Puducherry. Is there anyone here from Puducherry? The second highest is Lakshadweep. Anyone here from Lakshadweep? No. Goa. Anyone here from Goa? A third. No, of course not, because of course what you'll have noticed is these are all small places. Most of this top tier, Tamil Nadu accepted, are smaller places. And we do know it's easier to get things done in smaller places. Smaller places tend to have higher social progress. And we see that echoed a bit if we look at the second tier. Again, a lot of smaller places there. When we get to the third tier, then we finally see Delhi comes through, only in the third tier of social progress. And then fourth tier, we see some of the big states coming through, and there's Haryana, Maharashtra, others. And then we've got a sort of a small tail, fifth tier, Uttar Pradesh, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, and then bringing up the rear, Assam, Bihar, and Jharkhand. Now, I'm not an expert on economic geography of India, so I've gone through that rather quickly. You will all know more about this than I do. What I want to show you, though, is if we look at these results and compare it to state gross domestic product per capita. And what we see is that, yes, broadly, richer states do better. There's Goa, very rich, very high social progress. On the other hand, here's Bihar, very poor, very low social progress. But there's also a huge amount of noise around this. GDP is not destiny. The policy choices really matter. It's not just economic growth automatically leads to social outcomes. It's the policy choices we make about how we build our economy and how we redistribute resources. Just to have highlighted 3 here. There's Delhi. Actually, like a lot of capital cities, a lot of GDP, but actually struggling on social progress. Puducherry, higher social progress, but nowhere near the richest of the states or union territories. And there's Manipur, same social progress as Delhi, but with a much lower level of GDP. And or you could run that down, and there's Jharkhand. Jharkhand is no richer than Manipur, but there's a huge gulf in its social progress. So policy choices matter about how we distribute the economic benefits to deliver real outcomes for people in terms of quality of life. And we can roll this over again. We can look for each of these states with a scorecard. I won't talk about theirs. There's Puducherry, there's Delhi's, awfully red. So for each of those, you've got a scorecard showing the strengths and weaknesses. And then what we can also do is take it down to the district level. Not all the same data is available for districts as states, so it's a slightly more limited framework of 49 indicators. And I can't take you through all districts of India. But just to quickly show you, the best performing districts, broadly you will see, are in the best performing states. The worst performing districts tend to be in the worst performing states. But it's not fixed like that. Let me give you one case study here. Here's Maharashtra, and you've got districts in every single tier within this state. Now, this is extraordinary. So with one state, you've got the full range from lowest to highest levels of social progress. And that's a policy problem. And I know it's one that the government of India is interested in. Things like the Aspirational Districts program is all about how do you pull up those lowest performing districts. Because there's a huge opportunity here. If you've got low performing districts, there's a chance for them to catch up quite quickly, which will improve the overall social progress quite quickly. And indeed, this tool is used by the European Commission for regional policy within the European Union. And one of the senior officials in the EU made a very important point to me, which is equalizing GDP across the territories of the European Union is impossible. You will always have certain geographic advantage, cluster advantages. There'll always be differences in GDP across the country, a country of the size of India. But equalizing social progress across the territory of a country is a meaningful and tangible policy goal. And so there's a real opportunity here about pulling up these least performing districts to actually then that will enhance the social progress of India more broadly. And this mapping helps to highlight this. I want to finish just with the words of our chief advisor on the project, Michael Porter. And Michael Porter really drove this idea around, creating a social progress index to complement economic measurement, because progress really is about social and economic development. And one thing Mike always said was that you've got to remember as the causation goes both ways. Social progress actually is a driver of long-term competitiveness. That was his strong view. And we heard a bit yesterday about peak China. And I do wonder if we're thinking about peak China, is actually its lack of investment in social progress part of the cause of its problems? And if India is to make sure that peak India happens as far off in the future as possible, then investing in social progress has got to be part of that long-term strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. He's getting onto the panel, so you will have the chance to ask the questions there, please. So can we request Marsha to come on stage to moderate the session? We have Bob Eberhardt, Terence, and Dr. Chand. So could you please come on stage to really take further the discussion on economic development and social progress or social development? Marsha, you have exactly 40 minutes, please. And do take the questions from the audience as well.
All right, good. Do we have Bob Eberhardt here?
Yeah, Bob is here. But Bob is on the stage.
Oh, there he is. So I'm delighted to be moderating this panel. My compliments to the organizers of this conference. It's been terrific. My first time here, so I'm very glad to be here. And we just heard from Michael Green, who gave us some great insights, particularly around GDP not being the marcher, not being the drum always that we have to march to, but that policies do make a difference and should make a difference, particularly in this area. Much of yesterday's discussion traced sentiments about the India's economy. And one of those sentiments focused hard on the importance of integrating the social dimensions in the India's growth story. After all, those dimensions, those social dimensions, are really what touch people, the rank and file as well as the leadership. And the ideas that were talked about yesterday range from changing the changing dominance of the agricultural sector, the engagement of women, the number and quality of jobs that can address and catalyze India's young demographic, the quality of the workforce, and the special emphasis in particular yesterday was improving learning outcomes, so education. This panel is going to really take up that integration, how and where it can happen effectively. And I think Michael really set the stage nicely, both in the macro and in the particulars. So I thought we'll go down the panel. Each one will take 3 to 5 minutes. We've got a shorter time frame than we thought we were going to have. So I'm going to ask you to speak quickly, maybe 50 words a minute or 50 words a second rather than 50 words a minute. And we'll start, I think, with Ramesh. Each of you have a program with a bio, so I won't take the time to introduce each. But we'll start with Ramesh on agriculture, then we'll go to Terence C., and from London, and then we'll come to you, Robert, and then Michael, if you'll bring up the trail, and please interact with one another, and then we'll turn to the audience for 5 to 10 minutes of Q&A, and really encourage your interaction. I'd like to have a very active, energized, interactive panel. So let's start with you, Ramesh, 3 minutes if you could, and talk fast.
Okay. I feel that India's story in both economic and social field is really very, very fascinating, and there are very interesting reasons underlying this. I would like to begin with that when new Prime Minister in 2014 came to power, he started giving slogans which were totally different than earlier motivation and slogans. Like he said from Red Fort in his first speech, I don't want incremental step, I want transformative step. So the net result of those, you have heard so many presentations since yesterday, that India is not only performing, India is transforming. So I would like to share with you 10 points which, according to me, in the priority, and sometimes we don't pay much attention to this.
Ramesh, could I just interrupt you for a second? Could you give us the top 5 of the 10?
Okay.
And
Okay. No, I will stop after 3 minutes.
All right, okay, all right.
First thing is, in India, there used to be filth everywhere, there used to be garbage everywhere. Nobody was paying any attention to cleanliness. So he first came with this slogan, Swachh Bharat, Clean India. And that slogan was not restricted to government department, it became a mass movement. So as a result, you today go, you see today's city and city of the past, really you see the sea changes. But these are the basic things which nobody was paying attention. Then secondly, again from the Red Fort in his speech, when he talked about the importance of toilet, in his speech, he expressed pain of the women in the Indian society who are waiting for darkness to come so that they can go to field and they can go for nature's call. You imagine the situation.
Yeah.
So then he gave the call for toilets, that every house will have toilets, and the campaign to change the behavior of people, darwaja band. Many people were not using that facility. Then in case of health, they came with the Ayushman Bharat. The poor people who earlier could not afford to go for surgeries, costly treatment. So every family was provided that they can use ₹500,000 rupees for their treatment in any of the approved hospital. So that is something which made a big difference to health. Then after that, financial inclusion, Jan Dhan account, not only for benefit transfer, certain section of economic community like Rediwala, Patdiwala, to whom nobody paid attention, who were taking loan from private money lenders at the rate of 40%, 50%. They were provided credit at 10%, 12%. So that was another step which was taken. And new approach toward existing schemes which were not showing results. Since you mentioned agriculture, people will be expecting something from me related to agriculture. In India, between 91 and 2014, thousands of crores of rupees were spent on medium and major irrigation, but there was not an increase of 1,000 hectare area under public irrigation. I have a paper on it. So millions of dollars spent, but not even 1 hectare under irrigation was not added, because attention was not paid to last mile obstacles and last mile connectivity. He came with new scheme, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, under which this attention was paid, and the sector got transformed. During the last 7 years, we have 7 percentage point increase in area under irrigation from 47% in 2017 to now 54%. So like this, you touch any scheme, soil health card, ENAM, etc. There were
Ramesh,
big changes.
could we stop at agriculture, since that's your specific area, and there'll be an opportunity to come back to that with the audience? Can we go to you, Terence, please, and give us your context?
Very good.
If you would, please.
I will. Thank you very much. I'll keep it short
Thank you,
as
Ramesh.
well. I only want to actually mention. So first, thank you very much for inviting me here. I guess it would be very, very arrogant of me to actually claim that I know anything about India, especially when I'm in front of a lot of experts here. What I do want to do, however, is to provide like some sort of a cautionary tale drawing from the lessons in China, right, as to what not to do. And I'm not entirely surprised when I actually saw that, the GDP is going that way, but SPI is only like, pretty much flat. I think one of the, there are three things I believe that China has got it wrong with the benefit of hindsight. The first one is the blind pursuit of GDP. Right. There are so many things that you could get wrong with just a singular focus on GDP. But what we could see right now is overcapacity. Right? Overcapacity, if you look at, for instance, like, the strong reliance on property, property development requires a lot of steel, right? But the problem is the moment the property market disappeared, the steel industry suffered, right? So overcapacity, what to do with the steels? Try to actually forbid all of them off, send them all to the US, of course, that's the reasons why the tax is there, right? The import, the import tax. But what do you do, right? You can't actually transform the structure of the economy overnight. So that's one. Second thing I want to actually mention is the fact that we talk about education every now and then. China did actually put a lot of money into education, whether it is primary or all the way up to tertiary. The problem, I believe, is that there was not enough creation of high-value jobs. A couple of years ago, me and my partner over there, we were actually looking at a report, and we're trying to actually write an article, and what we have found is that a lot of the jobs, most of the jobs are actually created in China are basically those jobs. The fact that how China can actually really move into a service-based economy, right? So that's the second. The third one is corruption and governance. Now, I don't have to actually talk about corruption in depth. But what I do want to actually say very importantly is the fact that I think one of the biggest problem right now we could see in China that is really actually hindering the attempt to recover is the fact that almost everything is ideology driven, right? When I use the term ideology, what I meant was, the fact that the party want to actually stay in power, right? Now, and one way to do it is, of course, to keep on bashing the private sectors, right? And yet, the private sectors are actually is one of the most important economic pillars of the country, right? Just to actually give you some idea how important it is, the former president, he actually said that the private sector in China represents the 50, 60, 70, 80, and 90%. It pays 50% of the taxes of the country. It accounts for 60% of the GDP growth. 70% of the tax sectors are in private, 70% of the private sector is private. 80% of the employment that's is going into the private sector, and 90% of the new business creations are in the private sector. And yet, due to the whatever pursuit, ideological pursuit of the country, they keep on actually threatening to take away confiscating the private property ownership assets, and two, it's the fact that they actually keep on saying that private sector is actually a bad idea. So much so, my last point, and that is they're trying now to reintroduce something that actually happened in the 60s, 70s by introducing communist members into private companies in order to keep an eye on how business would be actually run. So I think there are there are quite a lot that China can offer as what not to do as lessons.
Right. So we all benefit from mentors and role models, and also those models that tell us how not to do things. And in what you say, there's a lot to the cautionary tale Michael raised in what China has done and the direction it's going. Robert, let's go to you and
Thank
hear
you.
your perspective
I
from the
appreciate
University of
that.
San Diego. Please.
It's pretty amazing to be here. This is the building where I received my PhD, so it's kind of like coming home. And, it's just an impressive group. I was here last year, but I thank Amit and Richard for inviting me back here again and being on this panel, which I'm sure you're about to hear the least interesting comments. I want to talk about a cautionary tale we're talking here much about social transformation and how we affect social transformation, what we can expect from it. And I'm going to talk really quickly about, we've seen in the United States 2 large social transformations in my adult lifetime. And one of them was deliberate, caused by policy, and the other was unintentional, caused by that transformation. And the big change was in 1982, when we broke up the conglomerates, stopped industry-government cooperation, so-called Reagan Revolution, empowered the financial system. Financial system was 2% of the economy in 1980. It's 9% now. And we got a huge transformation. We closed down all the factories in Michigan, closed the factories throughout the Midwest, caused huge disruptions. Movies were made about it. That was a deliberate policy choice. The coast became enabled, technology was enabled, finance grew on the East Coast, technology grew on the West Coast, the middle was abandoned. That led to the second large change that we've seen. Sometime after the social index, progress index was published, we had the election in 2016 here, where we got an irrational reaction to that change. Because for 30 years, that middle portion of the country that had been abandoned by those policies reacted angrily and are still reacting angrily. It suggests 2 things. One, we can do policies, but there are often unintended effects, partially because we don't think carefully about the social relationships that are engendered and part of that change and who's benefiting from it. The policies now advocated by the so-called reactionary right here in the United States, which is very powerful. It's about half the country. Very powerful. We can't do climate change legislation in the United States because of the political power that's engendered. They are actually advocating changes that are inimical, we believe, to their interests, and which are creating huge economic disparities in the United States. Michael talked about regions which are poor close to each other. We're here in Palo Alto. Right next to us is East Palo Alto. I was born in Detroit. Right next to it was, right next to Mount Clemens was some of the poorest neighborhoods in the world. The whole point about this is that if we're going to have social change, we have to be careful and understand how carefully the first word is, social, is important to what we do. If you look again at Michael's index, and I'm sorry to keep harping on it, but I've studied it for years, it's fascinating. Look at the countries at the top, look at the countries at the bottom. There's a Germanic language bias in that list. Every country that has a Germanic language is doing very, very well. It suggests not the German language helps you, it suggests that the cultural reasons for progress are very important and have to be engaged. So what I'm urging India government people to think about is the social processes that are going on in India. Study it carefully. Don't try to be a billionaire country. Don't try to be a financial country. Look what we did, look what we got. There's political instability in the United States. Look into your opportunities. Maybe the government needs to drive on climate change, spend tons of money, create demand for entrepreneurs. Don't try to create a supply for entrepreneurs. But it needs to look and move carefully because in deliberate policy will generate unanticipated effects, and you want better ones than we got. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Michael, let's go to you. And if I might say, we've heard from Terence and Robert on the importance of being aware of the context and the social relationships that policies can engender. And from Ramesh, we heard some of the very positive things that are happening, and they're significant. I mean, India wouldn't have the momentum it has today in its growth story. Your index speaks to governments in large part, the role of the private sector. How do you parse that in your index, and then in light of what we've just heard on this panel, if you can come at it from that direction as well as the policy public side?
Yeah, that's great. Maybe just one thing I would say first, Bob's kind of inspired me to say this is, there's a cautionary tale from America. In 1990, the United States had the 7th highest GDP per capita in the world and was the 8th highest level of social progress. In 2020, the US had the 8th highest GDP per capita, had held its place on economically, and had fallen to 31st place on social progress. The US over the last 30 years has had an relatively inclusive model of development, and somehow it's blown it up and thrown it away. I mean, it's a catastrophic failure. So there's something to learn, and things can change.
Right.
And that's, I think, some of the things that Bob talked about are part of that. So I wanted to put that on the table. In terms of private sector, I mean, I think, we worked with Mike Porter very much because Mike thought that this was stuff that was relevant for business. So there's a couple of things. One is, I think, if you're thinking about, country risk, then actually lack of investment in social progress is something that's a risk to businesses. And again, the Germanic language bias. I think there's a case of those Nordic countries have invested in equity that has then repaid them economically, that has helped them to drive on to these very high levels of social progress. So lack of social progress actually is an economic risk that investors should be thinking about. That affects investors in sovereign bonds, but also thinking about where you're locating direct investment more broadly. Supply chains, it can also affect. So therefore, businesses should be incorporating this data into how they're thinking about countries and regions. And we're actually seeing social progress index data now being used in more and more ratings and analyst reports around countries because of this materiality. I think the second one is for businesses, is thinking then also about the growing pressure for businesses to report on their social impact. Particularly the new EU regulations that have come through that are really pushing any business that has a footprint in the EU to account for what it's doing. And I think businesses actually do a pretty terrible story. I think too often they focus on compliance and also talking about the bad things they don't do, rather than actually talking about the good things they do. And I think the contribution to business is enormous. And I think business could do a lot better in telling its story about how it's making better societies and how some businesses are actually better than others. And then thinking about which businesses we want to grow and attract. And also, I think to Terence's point, which jobs do we want to create? We're seeing increasingly that the unemployment rate is becoming a very unreliable indicator of social outcomes because the quality of work matters a lot more than the quantity of work. And indeed, to Bob, your point, we've done a social progress index for just down the road, San Jose. And you see huge variation, neighborhood by neighborhood, in levels of social progress. A lot of that's linked to the quality of work, and the access to the quality of work is often linked to public infrastructure. Lack of access to public transportation, lack of access to childcare. So thinking in that integrated way about the social infrastructure that allows people to succeed, business to succeed in an inclusive way is absolutely critical.
Right, terrific. Just a note on the climate change regulations issued by regulators, of course. Compliance is their area. And the focus is getting to the risk to tell investors what the potential is for risk to these non-financial external factors like climate change. So just on that score. But I'd like to sort of come back to the four of you, before we go to the audience for our last few minutes. The title of our section is economic and social issues, dimensions, and I add their integration, because that's been a large part of our conversation the past day, with an emphasis on education and jobs and upscaling those jobs. But I'd like to ask you, in your opinion, we have four of us who are not Indian. We have a representative, Niti Ayog. Is there an opportunity for India to really exercise a paradigm change in how they integrate the social dimension in the economic growth story? And we might start with you, Ramesh, and then just go down the line briefly, and then we'll turn it over to the audience.
It is already visible if you analyze the successive budget of the government. They have very carefully calibrated growth and equity. like for growth side, you look at capital expenditure. There is a huge increase in capital expenditure. At the same time, you look at welfare measures. India is giving 40% of staple food requirement to 800 million people free of cost. Nowhere in the world you meet 40% requirement of staple food without any payment, without any kind of thing. So I think the biggest success or biggest positive side of this government to my mind is that in today's world, you can't completely ignore this social protection or welfare aspect and focus on growth, nor you can do other way right. So they have maintained this balance in a very, very calibrated and nice manners.
Right.
So you find that the kind of social protection and welfare schemes which are there, they have expanded over time.
Right.
But not at the cost of growth story. They are happening.
Yeah, that's a very important point, that sense of balance, because what I've heard very interestingly in this conference is an emphasis on not too much regulation. I heard someone say last night, if the government gives us one regulation, they should.
Social change has to occur, and India has the brains, the government, and the power to make it happen, and I think it could happen in climate change. Climate change in particular is an interesting problem. All the private efforts in the world on climate change, all the effort to take carbon out, reduce carbon, reducing carbon about 500,000 tons a year in the atmosphere. We need to reduce 15 trillion tons of carbon in the atmosphere per year in order to reduce temperatures by. That will not happen with private efforts. That will only happen with government efforts, changing power plants, changing laws on internal combustion engines, changing the social structure, the way people get to work. This cannot happen privately. This has to happen through the government. And India, I think at this particular historical thing, is at the crux where it can make the decision that we as a nation will lead this change and lead this transformation. That will generate far more economic thing in progress than investment, reducing regulations, or any of the standard prescriptions of the 1980s.
Thank you. Terence.
I have a slightly different spin. I mean, I fully agree with you, with the climate. And also, I fully agree with you with the fact that India has got the capabilities and resources to do, to be at the world stage. Once again, I'm drawing on the lessons from China. If you look at China, so yesterday, one of the things that got me the most is the fact that there is no one single global brand from India. Right? Now, probably is up and coming, probably is on its way. But if I were to actually look at China, we do have China. China has got a couple of global brands, right? Including TikTok, ByteDance, and now what is very popular in the US, Temu, right? The problem, I think, is that it has to be, India would have to do the same thing with a slightly different spin, and that is do it in a way that is not at the expense of the social development in the, in China. If you look at Temu, one of the very reasons why it is such a rising star, especially in the US. We in the UK we're still very, very slow in taking on Temu. But here apparently I was it's very, very obsessed. People are obsessed with it because they're obsessed with the price, right? And how ridiculously low price things are.
Yeah, right.
But where do you actually there must be some sort of a catch with low prices, and of course it is all coming at the expense of the working conditions in in a manufacturing country, i.e. China.
Yeah.
So I think it is India has got the ability to both establish a brand, but not at the expense of the a social not paying it with social costs.
Yeah. Let me ask you though, Terence. It's not branding in the conventional sense, but couldn't we think of India's IT sector as a global collective brand? I mean, the Wipros, the Mahindras, the Tata, that group, Infosys.
I was thinking about that too.
Yeah.
I think what India is probably missing, and that is, if we were to draw on the analogy with the US, is that there is no retail technologies, like there is no technologies that retail consumers can actually use. Whereas, in the US, it's the Apple and the Meta and just down the road, right?
Okay.
So I think, if India could actually move from more of a B2B big tech giant to a B2C tech giant, I think it will actually open up a lot more opportunities for the country.
Right. And one thing we heard yesterday was a lot of emphasis on that startup strategy of developing the idea in India but bringing it to the U.S. market. So that corridor becomes really important.
That will be, yeah.
Michael, you want to bring the elephant home for us on the panel, and then we'll go to the audience, and Pranjal will be our first, so please.
I was going to say what Bob said better than I was going to say it, so I'm going to shut up and give other people a chance.
By the way, it's important to note that we have a lot of technology here and all these companies, Meta, Facebook. This is the area of the United States with the most profound inequality.
Yes.
The most profound inequality. When I grew up in Michigan, it was young people that mowed the lawns. When people mow the lawns now, is a poorer class of people here. And so we have to be aware. You don't want to make the mistakes the United States made.
Pranjal?
Thanks for all this. I want to challenge Michael on your social progress report. I think it'll sort of get everybody
Can you
excited
speak up
now.
a little bit?
Yeah. Michael, you just casually said something about the information and communication sector, saying that, it's down in the dumps after years of actually improving access of communications and online digital access. And then you quote the World Press Index, which is actually a survey of perception rather than based on facts, which I think really undermines that specific point, because I would argue that media freedom in India is no better or worse than in the year before the current government, point one. In fact, I would argue that it's better because of digital media. So many YouTubers, social media accounts, and online platforms are abusing and questioning the government every minute of the day. And I find this interesting because even yesterday, Dr. Bardhan said that billionaires own all of Indian media. But if you look at the facts, 6 corporations own 90% of US media, which is very, very stunning, and it's not recent. They've actually, and a few years ago, it was only 30% of the media was owned by these 6 corporations. In UK, 3 publishers own 90% of print media and 40% of online media. And US does not even allow foreign media to enter more than 20% and take a stake in a company. UK is actually arguing against allowing foreign media to be there. And then there are these reports of India throwing out foreign media, et cetera, et cetera. I would argue that in your social progress report, it would be helpful to revise it and look at the facts on ground rather than an index which has been, unquestioned and its legitimacy is not accepted by most. Thank you.
Michael,
Just a
do
quick
you
one,
want
Michael.
to, or do you want to take it offline? Oh, go ahead.
It's just very quick. So the access to information component includes a range of things of access to the internet, mobile phone subscriptions, etc. And broadly what we've seen is that shot up over the world over the years, and it's starting to slow down. So what we see with India is you're absolutely right. It's the indicator on press freedom, and we use the World Press Freedom Index as the indicator on that one. Yeah, people don't like it. I'm familiar with this criticism in Indian audiences. It's one indicator across the whole piece of that component, and we'll have to agree to disagree on its reliability. Thank you.
Work in progress. Please, back there. Thank you for delivering the microphone so quickly. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rahul Shah, social impact consultant based in Bombay. One question, if you overlay the SPI index across probably the aspirational districts in India, you'll probably see some interesting kind of insights and perspectives. So my question for Rameshji, what are some of the kind of elements of the aspirational districts program that you're particularly bullish and optimistic about? And what are some of the things that keep you up at night when it comes to improving SPI in these aspirational districts? Thank you.
Again, aspirational district, to my mind, is the result of special attention paid to bottom marginalized and excluded. If you look excluded, nobody gave so much emphasis on gender as you find it now. Nari Shakti, women can join army, other forces, so that equal opportunity kind of thing. Similarly, marginalized category. Earlier, we were treating border village as India's last village. But Prime Minister said they are not the village where India ends. They are the village where India starts. So it is a border villages are our first villages. We will develop them accordingly, not that they are the last villages, therefore things will go there at last. So similarly, this aspirational districts and aspirational blocks, that they were at the bottom. So the thinking was that if they are developed, then you will find that overall average of country will also develop. So this is all result of new kind of approaches, and outcome is not captured in many of the conventional indicators, especially the indicators which are developed in the West without taking into account specificities of India. Like I was surprised yesterday when Professor Vardhan talked about employment, that it is self-employment which is increasing, jobs are not increasing. Prime Minister gave emphasis, I want people in this country not to be job seeker but job providers. And things have moved in that direction. You improve skill of people, you give them money, you give them capital, they start their own business, they start offering employment to others, their family members. So this is how the largest increase in the people who are joining workforce are women, because many of them don't want to go outside their home. Now they have opportunity to work in a small business within their homes. But these kind of indicators are never captured in the conventional indicators. So I think India need to do a lot of work to develop their own indicators. That is very, very important, and we have seen it. Like one indicator, in India, so many % people hungry, Jan Reg and Deaton came with a paper in India, 70% people are hungry. They don't even consume minimum dietary energy intake. My counter is coming next month. I told them India's dietary pattern is different. Most of the people to whom you call hungry, it's a voluntary hunger. Like you look at the top 10% income decile, you find 30% of people there are not consuming what you call is minimum dietary energy requirement. They don't perceive it as there any deficiency of energy. So if you apply those conventional indicators, you will not capture what is happening in India. There are cultural specificities, there are so many other kind of specificities. I think we need to develop our own indicators.
Over here.
Thank you, Marsha. I think you forgot to mention HCL Technologies when you mentioned the list of...
Apologies. Thank you very much. Of course. Yeah, you're exactly right.
I wanted to pick up from what Terence said, and I'm steering away from India. I will not talk. I wanted to ask a question on the US and the UK. And applying that cautionary trail example that Terence talked about. So in '82, you said, Robert, that US began to break conglomerates and break away from corporations, and therefore, I guess, embraced the market much more. AT&T breakup, and market became unfettered. And then you got all the problems with the market, including, I think, the global financial crisis, aspects of greed, and and then in the UK, you got Brexit, right? Probably a culmination of what the market was doing to these economies. So, and I didn't hear either of you talk about, when you mentioned the cautionary trail, what the sort of boundaries of the market can be, and whether there is some introspection within, UK and the US about the role of the market and how to address it.
Sure. Can I start? And then
Of course, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. We do need to think carefully about that. One of the things that's important to understand is that markets don't exist without regulation. There's no such thing as a market without the police. And you can imagine this very, very simply. Put a table out where there's nobody around with something valuable on it and try to sell the product that you're trying to sell with nobody around. What's the price of that commodity? Simple. It goes to the first person with a gun who wants to steal it. A market doesn't exist unless the police are around to regulate that market. And what we forgot in this market reform and forgot much here is that there are boundaries of what unfettered market produces goods for a few people allowed to be unfettered. So we've forgotten the value of redistributive taxes. We've forgotten the value of infrastructure spending. The roads here are terrible. I'm embarrassed when I fly back from Europe and go to an American airport. It's like going to 1973. You ever seen the trains here? Okay. You know, and we could fix all that with Elon Musk's salary.
And then some.
Right, exactly. So it's not that market outcomes are bad, but they have to be seen as part of an entire, and let me say the last thing, we had the greatest growth of income in the United States over a short period of time, and this is what India can tell you. When the factories opened up and burgeoned in the north, Chicago and Detroit, and there was a great migration of people from the southern part of the United States, came up north to get good jobs. We got the greatest inequality when we told everybody to become an entrepreneur. Think about that. We have not done well when we told everybody to start a company. We did great when we fostered large companies that could employ people. Not everybody wants to start a company.
Over here, please. And then we've got a couple back there.
You could have 3-4 minutes.
All right, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just wanted to understand from your perspective, right, if you can give examples of the social development things that have worked in the Western countries as well as in some of the developing countries that India can perhaps learn from. And I'm sure you probably are aware that in India, there is this corporate social responsibility where 2% of the corporate profits that they have to spend, corporations have to spend on social impact. So the question is this something that is the social development to be initiated by NGOs or corporations or the government? So I just want to see some examples, both from developed countries as well as from developing countries that we can learn from.
Who would like to take that?
I'll give it a shot. I'll give like
And-
1 minute shot.
And then, Michael, you might have a
I think, so, I think one of the, as mentioned, I think it was, I can't remember, it was very, like Michael here. He mentioned that, in the EU, one of the regulations, like one of the new laws that is coming online is the fact that every single company would have to report their own ESG activities. Now, I have to say, when I first saw it, I was skeptical because it will just result in compliance, right? Companies just want to actually, comply. So on one occasion, I got a chance to talk to the head of ESG within a very, very big conglomerate in the Balkans. And so I was asking her the question, does it make any sense that you actually have to divert resources to basically just do a compliance on ESG-related activities that your companies actually undertaken? And then to my surprise, her answer was, yes, it's a lot of work. Yes, it may not actually get the company to be fully complied with, the ESG and climate initiatives, but it does actually get the managers and the people within the company to start thinking in that direction. And that in itself is already a very, very big leap forward. So I believe that, like Robert has been mentioning, regulations. I personally do not like regulations, too much regulations, but regulations are actually important. So another thing that I think the US should be doing, allow me, is the fact that should be regulations on social media, right? Just to actually keep it in check, right? Yeah. But yet, for whatever reasons I don't understand, you can probably educate me, is that why is it not in place, right? Why is it not gated, age-gated,
We do study that.
Maybe
In fact,
we
if I
could
can add
take
the
it
two
back to
examples
India, though.
Real quick, two examples that you wanted. One we can say is the United States economic development in the 1960s, when the government spent several $trillion on developing missiles to go to the moon and other places. And we spent 2 of every 3 R&D dollars in the 60s in the United States were on missiles and space. And that's why we're sitting here, because we developed the semiconductor and all the computers and all that had to do it. The second one to think about is Japan in the 1860s. They transformed their economy by bankrupting the wealthy people. They took their properties, they bankrupted them, and reallocated. It's still a middle-class country.
Yeah.
Anyway, those are two.
I would say, too, you can look to some of the NGO work, particularly one of the sponsors of this program, the Gates Foundation. And then in India Foundation, I'm learning about the Nandi Foundation and what they're doing in terms of bringing the private sector and the public sector together to promote different things. But there's examples. Good. Can we just quickly combine the last? Oh, Michael.
So we made social progress in 500 US cities, 300 England cities. And what we see a clear pattern is, if you want to deliver the good quality jobs and the good social outcomes, get a university. College towns in the US do much better. The worst performing English town that has low unemployment but terrible social progress outcomes doesn't have a university. Universities do seem to be poles of driving good inclusive growth.
Right. Terrific. Can we just combine the 3 questions back there? Just very, very quickly. I've got Amit on my shoulder.
Sorry, I'll... Okay, I just wanted to pull up the gender point really quick, and we can handle that later in the economic panel.
There's a microphone. Take the microphone. Please repeat yourself.
Hello. Can you hear me? I wanted to really pull out the gender portion. I'm a board advisor for UN Women, and I work in gender equality, equity for a long time. And in your, Michael, in your wonderful social progress index, I would highly suggest we twiddle that a little bit and add gender as a separate criteria, because I just made one observation that you said in freedom of choice, you added in the early marriage, and then later under advanced education, I think I saw a gender equality sub-point.
Okay, so gender. And please, maybe just speak up.
So, thanks for being here. So there's this question that comes again and again, and you guys would already be aware, that whenever people say that India should be taking over the climate change responsibility, although I do know that India is like 8% of the overall carbon emissions. But the per capita carbon emission is like 1/10 of what USA does. And when countries, when they developed economies with a lot of money in their hand, spending that in defense or something like that, suggests that we should work on climate before we work on poverty. I just want to understand what support does countries in EU or USA are willing to give to countries such as India?
So gender and climate change, both emphasis, this country versus India, what India can take from that.
We have exactly 1 minute to close.
1 minute. Let's turn it to Michael, since he's the author of the index, please.
It's a great point. What we've actually tried to do is include a gender indicator for each of the components. And so what we see is actually the mixed picture. Is there are areas of improvement? Early marriage has reduced. Gender equity outcomes in secondary education have improved. No improvement in domestic violence. No particular improvement in maternal mortality. So there's kind of a mixed picture. The one we're actually developing now, and we'd love to do for India, actually do a women's progress index. And actually you can do that, and then you can look at how the two fit together. And I think that gender dimension is something that's been missing from the conversation. So thank you.
Terrific. I think that's where we'll wind up on that particular note. I thank all 4 of you very, very much. It was a very active, engaged panel. I'm very appreciative, and thank you all for your participation.
Thank you, Marsha. Thank you. So very quickly, like just 2 very big points that I take away from this session. One was clearly building own indicators that Dr. Chand had suggested, and there was a very important point on aspirational districts. So, we did this body of work in terms of understanding aspirational districts. What we do find is, on social progress or all the parameters, 50% of the aspirational districts have beaten the secular trend. Incidentally, they cannot be called as aspirational districts any longer. So that is what needs to be understood. In fact, we will have to redraw the list of aspirational districts very soon as we look at it. But without further ado, sir, Bob, Could we start, please? Thank you. We will, in fact, there are 2 people in this room or 3 people in this room that I would like to give a shout out to. Asha, could you just raise your hand? We have Neeraj somewhere here, and Arun. So special thanks to these 3 individuals for really helping and supporting this cause. Asha through the Asha Jadeja Foundation, Neeraj through PATH, and then of course Arun from Celesta. Thank you. So James, we're all set for your keynote, and then of course James is going to be talking about something very interesting, or he's going to talk about his book, The Billionaire Raj. And of course, all of you know James. James has just been a great author, prolific writer, was part of the FT team, worked in Lee Kuan Yew School for Policy, et cetera, but I think an exceptional human being most of all. But James, over to you for your 18-minute talk, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you for having me here. Yesterday, when we were on the panel, you saw me in my more recent avatar talking about security and geopolitics. But I lived in India from 2011 to 2016, and my specialist subject was the Indian hyper-elite, the billionaire class. And I did something that, in a sense, was a little bit risky. So the bookshelves of bookshops heave with books written by white British journalists who decide to write books about India. And I was a bit circumspect about adding to the heaving pile of books about India. But I suppose the longer that I lived in Mumbai, the more I realized that I had been quite fortunate, not because of my charm and good looks, but mostly because of the newspaper that I worked for, that I had got an unusual amount of access to the business titans who had an exceptional influence on the Indian economy. One of the nice things about working in India is very open. I've since moved further east in Asia, and you realize that in China or Japan or Korea, your odds of meeting and getting to know a captain of industry are almost zero. But in India, I was lucky enough to meet almost all of the heads of the major industrial houses in one form or another, and some of them I got to know really quite well. And the result of this was, if I can shift this forward, this book, The Billionaire Raj, which came out 5 years ago. And so the organizers asked me here to sort of, the difficult question when you've written a book, which is, did you get it right or did you get it wrong? As in, how well does this thing stack up 5 years later? One of the criticisms that I got when writing the book was, you wrote a book about Indian business, and in that book, you'll find almost no mention of the kind of business culture that Gurcharan Das and others here represent, the Tatas and Mahindras, the sort of the good guys, as it were, the IT, people like the IT giants. I focused entirely on the industrial conglomerates, those who were either accused of or associated with a certain type of business activity. And so you can see this is the opening triptych here. So the first 3 chapters of the book, there was a chapter on Mukesh Ambani and the history of Reliance. There was a chapter on Vijay Mallya. And there was a chapter on a gentleman called Gautam Adani. And I had to have a fight with my publisher at the time who said, nobody's interested in Gautam Adani. No one's heard of this guy. Why do you want to put him in the book? Like, we understand Mukesh Ambani, richest man in India, Vijay Mallya, terrific character. But this guy, like, who's he? Well, let's get rid of him. We don't want that. And I had to sort of fight a rearguard action. And so the book has actually had a little bit, there's been renewed interest 5 years on in this book, partly because of the short-selling episode with Adani, partly because of the election, and partly just because India is so attractive at the moment for reasons that Sanjeev, Sanyal, and others have well explained, that, in a sense, foreign investors have renewed their interest in India. So what was the sort of the core of the book? I mean, there were bits of the book that got picked up in the media. This was one of them. This was a picture of a golden toilet that Vijay Mallya had in his house in London. So when I went to interview him, I actually got to use the golden toilet. One of my main journalistic rules was wherever you go whoever you're interviewing, whether it's the Pentagon or the White House or 10 Downing Street, always use the bathroom because you learn something interesting about an institution from the thing that they keep behind closed doors. And so at some point in a 4-hour conversation with Vijay Mallya, he was drinking whiskey, I don't drink, but I still needed to go to the bathroom, and I excused myself and discovered that in his mansion in London he had a golden toilet. And this became the thing in the book that people kind of picked up on. The book was actually picked up slightly more widely. It was read by the political class. So you can see even in Uttar Pradesh, the billionaire Raj was sort of widely viewed by important examples of good Indian governance. Really, I think people were interested in the glamour of the first chapter. So Antilia, which I think Sanjeev mentioned this yesterday, that in Mumbai, until all of the new infrastructure, Mumbai was this remarkable metropolis with 20 million people and one road, which went from north to south in the city. And really only one, right? There was the one that you took that went up the west side of the city, and I used to take that every day. So every day I'd go past Antilia. And such was the influence of Mukesh Ambani that I even remember seeing this, that Antilia had begun to influence the architectural choices of Gujarat's more jugaad style of housing. But really, to be serious about it, the story of the billionaire Raj, I mean, I'm a journalist and storyteller, and I love the characters of India, but I was trying to write a book about Indian political economy and the era in which India, after a long period of semi-autarky, had re-engaged with globalization. You can see the basic figures here, that India's economy is much, for all of the reputation that it has of being a country that isn't terribly open to trade and is difficult, and it's much, much more open than the United States, for instance, to global trade and investment. And the change has been absolutely dramatic. And so some of the things that I wrote about were kind of the growing pains of that period, that India had gone from an economy that genuinely was closed to one that was quite open, more open than the United States, more open in some respects than China. And that onrush of capital and engagement created problems as well as opportunities. And I focused on some of those problems. And I wanted to just focus on a few of those, the big arguments in the book, and say what I think I got right and one of the things I got wrong. One of the things I got wrong was Narendra Modi, as in the chapters on Modi, I did what a good journalist would do. I went to Gujarat, I went to where he grew up, I met his teacher, I interviewed his brother, I stood on the train platform where he as the chayawala. So I sort of tried to understand his life, his time as a pracharak, his history. But even having done that, I didn't have any sense of the sort of the transformational leader that he would become. I mean, I think in common with the conventional wisdom at the time, thought that the normal political gravity of India would take effect. And it was an almost article of faith in the pre-Modi years that the idea of having a majority government in India was a sociological impossibility, that this was a country that was destined to have sort of awkward coalitions forever. And the idea that someone like Modi could win 2 and then probably 3 thumping majorities was almost inconceivable. So I didn't see that coming. So that's just to sort of say, what did I get wrong, as it were? I don't think I understood that properly. One of the core bits of the book, and Sanjeev mentioned this the other day, I was interested in the billionaire class and the fact that it had grown spectacularly from almost nothing to a situation in which India has more billionaires than any country in the world other than the United States and China. It's sort of overtaken Russia. And you can sort of argue the toss about that. Sanjeev said in his opening remarks that having more billionaires is good. India should have an appropriate number of billionaires for a country of its size. But I was using this as a proxy for a wider debate about the risks of inequality. And so, to be clear, I used to work for Tony Blair. I used to work for the Financial Times. I'm not a kind of hard Marxist, if you see what I mean. I'm perfectly comfortable with a certain level of inequality. But the argument that I was trying to make is that the sort of the concentration of wealth at the very pinnacle of Indian society was an indicator of a broader trend. So here you have the two biggies who we can talk about if you're interested, and their current net worth. But this was indicative of a wider trend in which in the period of economic growth, India had become much more unequal. And the argument that I would hear in groups like this was, that's okay. The rising tide is lifting all boats. People at the top are doing this well, but people at the bottom are still doing well. And I suppose I had gone to have a look at some literature which suggested that countries that have very, very wide levels of inequality, you think of the Latin American countries, South Africa, the challenge is that once you hit that level of inequality, it creates problems. It makes it more difficult to enact social and economic reforms, for instance, because it's more difficult to bring together a coalition when you have very sharp social divisions. It's also, to some degree, the IMF say, associated with financial instability. So there are, and the big thing is that once you hit that level of inequality, it's quite difficult to put the toothpaste back in the tube. As in, you might think, okay, we're going through this raucous period of Gilded Age growth now, but then, we will develop a welfare state and we'll sort of get it back under control later. And that doesn't seem to be the pattern. Once you start out as unequal as South Africa or Brazil, you stay there. And I suppose the evidence that I can see is that so far, at least, that story of the very sharp increase in inequality in India remains. And I think that it is a problem that people within the current government are grappling with and are trying to deal with, but I think it remains. It shouldn't just be a concern of the left. Business leaders and people who are supportive of this government should also see it as an objective to sort of bring the levels of inequality in India down to more manageable levels. Now, we're not talking about Denmark here. If you look at Singapore or, Japan and Korea are slightly different because they have unusual levels of social inequality and social cohesion. But if you look at other successful economies that have moved in Asia from sort of poverty levels to middle income and beyond, they don't tend to have levels of inequality as high as India does at the moment. So that was one issue that I looked at. The second one was corruption. The major theme in the book was crony capitalism. And I suppose, to be fair to Mr. Kant and others who represent this government, really this was a book about the UPA era. As a friend of mine put it recently, this was an era where every cabinet minister was a sovereign state, in which you had a lot of kind of corruption scandals that were fundamentally linked to sort of free-ranging cabinet ministers and their friends in the corporate elite. And I suppose my sense is that has improved a good deal under this government, and that there has also been, particularly in areas where there has been digitization, that there has been improvement in the level of sort of everyday corruption. Nonetheless, this remains a work in progress. And if you look at the countries who have over time brought corruption down to manageable levels, it's a different stage with every level of development. So I'm not just thinking about Singapore, but countries like Malaysia, for instance. The crony capitalism that you have to deal with at $1,500 per capita is different from the crony capitalism you have to deal with at $4,500 per capita. And so while I see some improvements over the course of the two Modi terms, I think it is an area where there has to be a sort of continuing and ongoing effort to make sure that that's the sort of the path that the country is on. I suppose, however, the main point of doing this was to say, in the era of the season of scams at the end of the UPA government, I would talk to friends in India who were very self-lacerating about the problems of corruption, as if this was a sort of uniquely Indian phenomenon, that somehow there was something wrong with the Indian character that had led to people to sell off mobile phone licenses or iron ore. And I suppose the point of the Billionaire Raj was to try and locate India's experience within a much wider range of examples in which every country that has moved from poverty through middle income to rich status has gone through a period of crony capitalism. We're standing here on land bought by Leland Stanford, who was, a tycoon and a crony capitalist in his own way. The American Gilded Age, the reason why I used this, I called it India's Gilded Age, but the reason for that wasn't just to have a shortcut of talking to American readers, although that was helpful. It was to say that, Britain in the 1820s, America in the 1870s and 1880s, Korea in the 1970s, all of these countries have been through a period in which they had this kind of spectacular corruption and collusion between the business and the political elite. And so India's going through that too. It should be expected in a funny way. It's a feature, not a bug of development. And the question really is, how and in what way do you move through this, with what pace? and what sort of institutional legacy. And I feel like India is on that journey, but it's something that you have to continue to work at. It's not something that you solve once by stopping the kind of corruption that happened under UPA. It's something you have to continue to look at. A third area that I looked at was the link between crony capitalism and the political system, which I think is an area where perhaps the challenge remains, as in, it's perfectly, I think India now, on most estimates, although it's very hard to find reliable data on this, is a more expensive democracy even than the United States. The data on this is obviously extremely difficult to work out because nobody really knows what an Indian election campaign costs beyond a very few people who aren't going to tell you. But you see estimates of $5–7 billion, and that is gradually overtaking the cost of the United States. Who knows how much this one will cost. Despite the mechanisms that have been introduced, the electoral bonds and so forth that are now cancelled, we know that the vast majority of this is happening illegally, and it's very difficult for voters in India to understand what, if any, quid pro quos come from this and how it works. It was something that I was endlessly fascinated by, and it seems to me that this also remains a challenge for India's democracy, that while the democracy works very well in certain respects, a situation in which you had a more American model, in which it's a very expensive democracy, but one that has more transparency, would be an improvement for voters, for people who are trying to understand the relationship between business and government than there is now. And that seems to be an area in which there hasn't been as much progress, perhaps, as I suspect the average Indian voter might have liked. And still, I put this on Twitter the other day as a sort of contemporary moment. Still, you see that maybe there are the occasional rumblings of discontent up in the high level between the political elite and the business elite. I suppose the conclusion of this is the point that I just made, that things have got better, is my assessment, having continued to go to India. But the process of moving beyond this period of development, your sort of Gilded Age period, is a difficult one, and every country has to do it in their own way. Often this has happened, it's different in India's case. India was a democracy throughout this period. Often what has happened, let's take Korea as an example, is you start out as an autocracy, and when you have an autocrat in power, the autocrat has these very close relationships with certain industrial houses, and they use that to try and industrialize their country. And then many of these countries have gradually become more democratic, and that process of accountability has also helped to drive sort of corruption and the inefficiency of cronyism out of the system. India's path is different, and India's moment in history is different. India, as opposed to China, is having to make its way in the world without the following wind of a period of hyper-globalization. It's having to do it in the face of the challenges of the climate crisis, and it's having to do it as a democracy, which many of these other countries were not. The United States was, of a sort, albeit not one where women were allowed to vote, but it was a democracy in the latter half of the 19th century when it was going through this period. I think all I would say to conclude is that the risk is that sort of countries feel that this is a battle that has been won, as in this was a problem that existed at the time when our political opponents were in power, and we have now come into power and we've fixed most of this, and therefore we don't need to think about it anymore. And I suppose my sense as an observer and a friend of India, and someone who's looked at many other countries who've been through this process, is this is a battle that is ongoing, just as the battle to ensure that your children have a good education, or the elderly have good health care, or your government is becoming more efficient, or your state has more capacity, your foreign service has more influence. You have to continue to try and move beyond, step by step, the kind of problems that India went through in the last decade and is moving beyond in this. So thank you very much.
Very good. I think we'll just break for coffee. You should ask all the questions to James during the coffee break. But thanks a lot for traveling all the way from Singapore.
Thanks so much.
And it's just been such a delight to have you with us. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
So we'll start exactly in about 15 minutes, please, 11:20.
Did I keep to time?
Folks, can we get you seated, please? Please. Yeah. We are starting.
That's how I grow.
Hello. Can I have your attention, please? Connor Martin, Shakti, please come and have a seat, please. Avinash, Hari, Mr. Hari Seether, can we have in your seat? Please.
We gotta move. All right. Let's make it.
Hey.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Can you take a picture?
Okay. Folks, can I have your attention, please? Can we get started? Marsha. Sean and Marsha, please, we are waiting for you to sit. Himanshu. Himanshu, Neeraj. Lakshmi, can we please get started? Sanjeev, you are coming in the way. Himanshu, please.
सीट पे भेजना था
हाँ तो बैठो ना
अच्छा
Sure, please. Can we, sir, आएंगे please. Can we sit, please? We need to start. Rahul, can we sit, please? Please, why don't you get your seat, please? Thank you. So, hi all.
He just told me that the video file.
So, in fact, good afternoon all, or I hope you had a nice coffee break. We will get started in the next 30 seconds. In fact, we have a gentleman here, Arun. I mentioned his name when he was not there in the room. So Arun, special thanks to you, or a shout out to you for really supporting this event and really bringing it together. Thank you. If you wish you're being naughty enough, please be silent. Otherwise, you'll have to come here and take my place. Thank you. Great. So I think it's just been a very, very interesting set of conversations that we are having. Bhavya, I think you're disturbing us, please. We need to get started. Thank you. Now I'll point out everybody's name who's speaking, please. And it's all getting recorded and going on online, live. So they'll know who are the bad people around here, or the bad boys, bad girls here. Okay, so just wanted to do a special thanks to a very important person from my point of view, in terms of like the kind of influence he has created in India and the way he has supported our effort. In fact, the gentleman is standing here on my left. In fact, Anil Chalamala Sethi, I think this whole event has been really brought out in terms of with his support. He's been just one of the most phenomenal supports for us. The whole idea on sustainability, as we were really talking about, how India can change, is something that we are really bringing out here in the conference as well. Anil is somebody who's a first-generation entrepreneur. He's created this enterprise called GreenCo. In fact, a lot of you will not be knowing, in fact, out of those 167 billionaires that somebody was talking about, here is one on my left. So he is possibly part of the Gilded Age, if you might want to say, but somebody who has a great heart, a very kind man, and I think you will always get amazed by his simplicity. In fact, the first time when I met him about a few years back, I was absolutely floored by, there is this absolutely a person walking on just one of the buildings, and he's talking to everybody, and he's just trying to learn, and he's trying to make things. He's somebody who's made a difference to the whole cause in India of green energy. But at this occasion, I would also like to suggest or share that we are coming out with 2 working papers immediately after the conference, wherein we are talking about ZEVs, and we are also talking about PLI and its impact on zero emissions. So that is what we are doing, but special thanks to Anil once again for supporting and being here and sharing your views on New India and new energy. So looking forward to this interaction. Over to you, Anil. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Amitabh ji and distinguished guests from India and Stanford, very good morning. Thanks to, I'm very pleased to be presenting this new energy and new India opportunity towards to share my thoughts and share my views around what we've been. I think yesterday we had a very good sessions from hearing from Arun Mujumdar and Mr. Amitabh ji about what actually the climate change impacts and how India has been tackling towards on macro level. I just want to deep dive in my own experience with 2 companies which are founded and operating. One is the Greenco, which is an electron company, how we actually where we make carbon-free electrons towards decarbonizing the discoms, our distribution companies, and industrialization. Other companies being AM Green, which is a molecule company. With this, both the companies are trying to address towards a larger opportunity which is being presented towards us. We're going to see, I think, the global warming and 1.5 degrees of the impact, I think it's most of the world believes it. Some part of the world still don't agree about it. But whoever believes and whoever trying to act upon, it's very important for them to act at an urgency to safeguard our next generation. It's not actually it's for us. It's for basically towards taking care of the. I think there are a lot of statements which have been given. The world will live. It's all actually it's for us towards our mankind, towards how do we humankind and be sustained towards the next generation to have healthier lives. I think all the stats have been well known, being in intellect over here, and how do we address those things is a genuine opportunity what we're trying to take. I think this whole journey, I think we're very proud towards how the government of India, under the leadership of Modi ji, and how we've been proactively leading these things with an RV Invest 2015, which actually unlocked the whole RE opportunity in India. How we initially put up a target to saying that by 2022 we had to do 200 gigawatts, and as soon as we achieved that, we put a benchmark towards 500 gigawatts by 2030. The incredible policies and push which actually enabled towards India towards genuine towards the opportunities. And with macro drivers, yes, there are a lot of corporates which have been drive towards how they've been participating, how we have financial investors who are trying to say how they're driving towards large corporates to do make investments in a decarbonized manner, while we have actually consumers which actually has been driving those things. How do you bridge them towards achieving those things? The great opportunity for to do a reindustrialization in a decarbonized manner. We're going to see macro picture. While we are saying the energy basket, though it's been carbonizing with 30% levels, but we're going to see the impact of it at the macro level, and while the global economy is $100 billion, $100 trillion per annum. Of that, purely energy market itself is $13 trillion. In that, while electricity sales is been consuming at 30% of the carbonization, this contribution is only 21%. While we have 80% of other markets, other sector, which is being in carbonizing the whole economies, global environment, ecosystem. In the same relative manner, if you're going to see as India's energy basket is close to $250 billion. Out of that, less than 20% is power market, which is $40 billion. In that, renewables is $6 billion. While we have been trying to see that renewables has been an opportunity to do and decarbonizing the whole power sector, it's a great opportunity. How do we convert the electrons towards the molecules and impact towards the other larger market? There's a great energy opportunity where we would say energy as a transitioning. If you want to see from 1970s, how the telecoms has been transferred towards the data and today digital world, we clearly see that there's an opportunity in energy transitioning, where the electrons can be converting into the molecules, which are going to displacing towards which could be displacing towards most of the commodities what can be used. In the macro picture, you want to see India, though India is going to be third largest consumer, the per capita of Indian's energy consumption is probably 1/3 of the global average, or developed economies average. I just want to give it. And while India is the fastest energy consuming country, while we have close to 10% energy growth compared to anywhere else, then on year-on-year, post-COVID, which I think last 5 quarters, we have seen close to 8.5 to 11.5% of the energy demand been increasing. It can be because of the energy for all, accessibility, and the social demographics being growing. They keep on demanding towards more energy. So the great opportunity in India is how do we actually have a new energy in a decarbonized manner? How do we have a new economy in a decarbonized manner? There's a great drive and push, which actually government of India as well will be driving towards it. I would say while India has been digitized actually in most of these policy makings or a UPI in the digital economy manner, interestingly, without realizing from last 20 years onwards, India has been consistently investing a lot of capital and as well in policy and regulations to make sure we could able to achieve one nation, one grid, one frequency. That's a phenomenal positioning of India compared to anywhere else in the world. Either it can be larger economies, it can be European economies, it can be US, it can be China. The biggest differentiator for India is how India's energy transition can be a global, take it to its global leadership. As it can be India being one nation, one grid. We have renewables right from the north of India with the Himalayan hydros, with the Deccan plateaus and the semi-arid lands of solar, and huge coastal paths and peninsula of wind, which integrates the whole renewables in India as one nation. It enables us towards integrating energy one location and drawing energy from anywhere else in the country. And with the combination of a mineral rich in India and having a renewable energy around the clock availability, that makes India a very, very superior opportunity to make it as a green product exporter for the world. And given that, actually consistently and understanding the opportunity and the needs of then how the infrastructure needs to be developed, policies has to be developed, and how Indian companies can place to be in the global marketplace. The government of India has been consistently developing infrastructure and policy making. I'll be proud to say that as an AM Green, we have signed India's first energy export contract, converting the solar and wind into a green hydrogen and exporting towards the European markets, our OECD markets, and again cracking back the ammonia and delivering the hydrogen then end consumptions, where they're going to be used in their energy systems. While we've been importing over $110 billion of oil and gas, $10 to $20 billion, I clearly see an opportunity by 2030, India would be exporting pure solar and wind over $10 billion by 2030. I would say that's a great positioning change, shift change. But 2040-50, I think we could be able to say that we could be net exporter and importer. That's a great opportunity what I would be able to position that. Given that level of policy making, infrastructure, and what we have, and there's a huge shift which is enabling towards how we could be able to deliver towards the digital capability, renewables, and global infrastructure, how we are getting connected towards the global economies, it's a great path to go forward. As I mentioned earlier, this is actually how I was mentioning about telecom to digitalization of the global economy. This is a great energy transitioning, how the traditional hydrocarbons, which have been gone to refineries, making in various chemicals, energy, or whatever use cases. Today, we have a great opportunity to converting towards wind, solar, and biomass into the products which can be delivered towards the same use cases, which have never been done. And that's why I was saying that where in the $13 trillion of an energy basket of a global economy, we have a $2 trillion as an power. In that, less than, say, $200 billion is in renewables. Today, that we have an opportunity, we are converting these electrons towards looking at opportunity of $11 trillion of opportunity. So it's not only just for India. I would say this is a great opportunity for a whole global South, how they can participate in the global economies. Otherwise, the $13 trillion market was only been addressed by OPEC countries, oil-producing countries, which are 13 to 20 countries. But given this opportunity of an energy transitioning and the technology which are enabling towards converting the electrons to the molecules are giving access towards a global South, like it can be in African countries, can be Southern and South Asian countries. That's a great opportunity how they can participate in the global economies. This simple process, how it can be converted into the larger markets. The various products, what can be developed in various technology which are right now available. As Samta was mentioning about a green premium, I would say there, yes, today probably it will be 10-20% in some of the products what we've been doing here, but it's important for the existence of the whole, understand the climate challenges. It's important to have this initiative, the process. Probably in less than a decade, we would be able to see that we'll get a green discount than a green premium. It's a good initiatives, but how actually in a decade long, how things have been moving from where to where. And while the electrons have been coming at the lowest cost, and the industrialization can be globalized and decentralized, rather than where it used to be the whole markets have been centralized towards where the products have been produced. They can be well distributed as of now. This is India's opportunity where we import close to $42 billion of an LNG just to use the hydrogen in refineries and ammonia of fertilizers. Today, with our own domestic consumption to displace that, out of $120 billion of oil and gas imports, we can immediately displace that for $40 billion of an imports of LNG to using a green hydrogen, displacing the existing refineries and fertilizer markets. It's very interesting to see how we can able to look at that while we're looking at in the carbon-free industrialization, carbon-free distribution of energy across the world and the raw materials. It's a great opportunity to see how we can do carbon-free data. With the AS and if you want to see in the last 20 years, US energy growth was less than 1%, having 1.3 terawatts of capacity. In the last 2 years, after the ChatGPT data centers and rapid OTT development, we're seeing over 2 to 2.5% of an energy demand being added up towards an American grid system, which equivalent towards 30 gigawatts of round-the-clock power, firm power, which demands towards how the data has been demanding towards more energy to be consumed, how the data centers can be made into a more carbon-free green data. The broader architecture, which we have been classified towards, and how do we accelerate various feedstocks with a scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, where actually input materials, how actually feedstock materials, how they do disperse towards this. And today we have solutions towards every value chain of the business. It's all that how do we adapt and when do we adapt? How do we push the markets towards this? How do we actually participate towards how do we make the collaborative and cooperatively make everybody integrate towards our whole value chain where we exist? I think I just did a video just to show what we've been doing at the corporate level. Sohail. We have been we had a very humble start with the 3 biomass plants of 21 megawatts, like 15 years back. I lived in London, moved back along with a friend, Mahesh Kohli. We both founded the company, these 2 companies. I would say we are extremely lucky to be in this generation and the change generation and having taking advantage of India's policy making and support what we had. That gave a great confidence and evolved ourselves towards 10 gigawatts of operation. Though it's 7.5, will be 10 gigawatt of operation this year. And we actually unlocked a very interesting energy storage thought process, which we had been a 100-year-old technology of a hydro pump storage. We are building 100 gigawatt hours of a hydro storage platform and making it digital. India being one nation, one grid, we are building storage networks across the country, integrating them to the central CPU. On top of that, we are building a digital platform, making it a cloud storage system. So that any renewable energy producer can dynamically, digitally store his energy and draw back energy whenever he wants, either any energy consumer. This is the first project which we're going to commission next quarter, which is for 680 megawatts of 6 hours of storage, which can be used twice a day, which is 10 gigawatt hours, can be used twice. And that's been integrated within 4,000 megawatts of solar and 1,000 megawatts of wind. So this particular project can serve multiple use cases, which it can be giving round-the-clock power towards hard-to-abate industries like steel and cement plants. We have been tied up with ArcelorMittal. We are helping them towards decarbonize their plant in Gujarat, while this plant is in the south in Andhra, which is in India, south of India. And while this same asset is helping towards some states with the peak power demands, and serving towards again, my other company will be using this. Flexible power or peak power to address at lowest cost, otherwise than anywhere in the world. Otherwise, most part of the world, we have a peak power be addressed with the most expensive in the whole basket of energy. Thanks for giving the opportunity. Thanks, Amit.
Thank you. Thank you, Anilji, through this fascinating ride that we looked at and how the enterprise is creating an impact. But now we'll quickly move into our panel discussion on sustainability itself, and it'll be a good follow-on to the discussion. So can I invite the speakers here on stage, please? So Pradeep, could you join us on stage to moderate the session? We have Hisham, who's come he's the CEO for Environmental Defense Fund. Amol is here from Berkeley, Rajat from Shivnadar, and of course, we have Mr. Bilani from Greenco. Could we have you on stage? And you have exactly 40 minutes, please.
Thank you, Amit. Best part is the later we go into the day, the less time we get. So, I think a comment made yesterday by Mazumdar, I think, sets the tone for this discussion. When he said we have barely 20 years to get our act together. And this conjunction of economic growth, development, and sustainability is critical. Traditionally, these have been three separate silos, which have had their own dynamics and their own trajectories. In India, not too long ago, in the pre-Amitabh Kant era, economic growth was something that the economic agents did. And the role of the state was to erect the entry barrier and the exit barrier and a hurdle race in between. Development was something which was autonomous. You had economic growth happening in India, but development indices till not very long back, which were comparable to sub-Saharan Africa, where you talk about infant mortality and other social indices and learning outcomes. And sustainability was something we did at platforms like this. If you go back, Rajat, you will recall, 1992 Earth Summit, Rio, the traditional Indian bureaucratic way of looking at climate change then was that you took your time industrializing, polluted the world, now it's my chance, and if you want me to do something, you pay for it. And it was a fairly dogmatic kind of stance. That has changed, hopefully. To set the ball rolling, we have I think, a very distinguished panel because we have representation from academia, which is Rajat. We have Dr. Fatke, who has fascinating work in the report of 2035. He talks about actually decarbonizing power systems in the US, and the costs are lower. I find that fascinating because, interestingly, energy costs in the US and India are not very different. Average tariff in India, if I'm not mistaken, is around 6 rupees per unit kilowatt hour. In the US, is around 12 to 15 cents, which is about 9 to 10 rupees. It's almost comparable. So whatever you've done in the US has applicability in India. Ashok Balani is an extremely distinguished professional from the energy sector, and we were conversing before the panel, and apparently he's done work on, or doing work on tracking methane gas emissions, which is really critical. I must confess, I'm a bit confused by my role because I was supposed to be a panelist and I was going to talk about some of those issues, but I come back to it later. And Hisham Anil brings a distinguished corporate perspective and a practice in terms of advisory and implementation in terms of how corporates can be more sustainable in terms of decarbonizing. I'm not going to second guess what you're going to say, but let me start with you, Rajat. You've been a participant and a key observer of the Indian growth story from your days in ICRIER till as Dean of Shivananda University. How do you see this conjunction panning out? Is there a mindset change? Okay, before you start, we have an election coming around in a few months' time. Do you think climate change or sustainability figures in the manifestos of any of the political parties? I'll leave it to you to respond.
I'm sure it'll be in the manifestos, but whether it'll be a part of the campaigning, I'm not so sure. Remember, since we're sitting in North America, you remember NAFTA 92 was being discussed between the US and Canada and Mexico. And at that time, Ross Perot stood as an independent candidate, I think, and he was very critical of NAFTA, and he said there'll be a giant sucking sound and all the jobs will vanish to Mexico. And trade was not even mentioned on the agenda in the election campaign in the United States. So I don't think, it'll be a part of the campaign. It will be buried in the manifestos.
My point was, is it entering mainstream political discourse to the extent it needs to, given what we were told yesterday? You got 20 years to get your act together.
I think so. I think so. But you won't hear it in the speeches. You won't hear it in the campaigns, but you will see it. And I'll tell you change. I mean, you made a really good point, Pradeep, about, when Kamal Nath was in the Rio summit, he said, we are not going to save our trees because you want to drive your cars in Los Angeles. That was a very famous quote of Kamal Nath at that time. And our international perspective, I think, has remained sort of in that neighborhood. But the good thing, what has happened within India, is that the domestic narrative has changed. The international narrative continues to be, and I think it's justifiably so, that there is, as Arun was saying yesterday, there is a carbon space that is available, and that carbon space is occupied by countries who have developed before us, and that needs to be shared equally, and there needs to be a compensation, both technological compensation, technology flow without IPRs, like we sort of proposed during COVID, and also there needs to be a financial flow. So that remains an international narrative for us in negotiations in climate change. But I think the domestic narrative has completely changed. And one of the reasons the domestic narrative has completely changed is because I think, as we are constantly told by the interlocutors from the West, that it's in your own interest to do that. And it is indeed in our interest to do that because, we will suffer in agriculture. Professor Ramesh Chand will tell you, we'll suffer in industry, we'll suffer in manufacturing, because the impacts of climate change will be deleterious. You know that Bombay and Kolkata are all at risk as a result of sea level rise. So the domestic narrative has changed. And I think we're putting our money where our mouth is. There is increase in solar capacity, there's increase in wind capacity. The chart that Anil showed just a while ago, and which remains the grave concern for India, and it links to our development objectives also, is that coal will still remain dominant. whether you like it or not, you go to 2030, you go to 2040, you're incremental, you may not build any more coal plants, but coal will remain a dominant source of energy for India until, IEA says until 2040 or 2047, we will remain at least 30% of our energy will come from coal. And that remains a concern because, jobs are tied to coal, communities are tied to coal, you need to do reskilling to move to renewables, and all that is happening. So the domestic, within the country, the narrative or the policies are changing both at the center and at the states. And there are some states that are moving very, very rapidly, and jobs are also going to be created. So I think all is, in terms of our sort of energy transition that Anil was talking about, things are fine domestically. They could be better. But if the West wants us to move out of coal quickly, create carbon markets, and that's going to be challenging because the role here we are talking about development and sustainability. Creating a carbon market of 100 euros or $100 per ton of carbon, that will be a challenge for India, but that will not speak to our development objectives. So while we would like to create carbon markets, I mean, we'll do it, when it meets with our development goals.
Rajat, you make some very interesting points, but if you recall Glasgow, we unilaterally took on obligations which we've never done before. There's a sea change in the way the government is looking at climate change internationally without the compulsions.
Right. So those commitments that will be net zero by 2070, I think we can meet those challenges. I mean, we are likely because our population will peak in 2050, we'll be 1.7 billion people, right? And that's when our demographics will start reversing. Population decline will only happen after 2050. We will be 1 billion workforce in 2050, UN projections, give or take a few million. So you'll be 1 billion population, workforce, and 1.7 billion. Until then, I think, so the net zero will probably come a little later. Peak coal will happen later for India. Peak coal, China says, will happen only in 2035. Right. Peak coal for India will happen, I think, after 2035 for India. I think 2040, 2035.
Great, Raj. Yeah. We'll come back to you a little later. Can I now turn to Mr. Mandal and share with us how this conjunction is driving what you do in terms of advising corporates? Because at the end of the day, for every unit of consumption, if you can't reduce the input, the carbon input, which is really a technology issue, and it's also a behavioral issue at the corporate level, much of this is really talk and nothing more.
Sure. Thanks so much for having us. Just to clarify, we don't just work with companies, we work a lot with governments. In fact, we're advising the Indian government on the design of the carbon market. So just one thing to keep in mind, building on what Rajat was saying, is climate change isn't caused by what we're doing today or tomorrow. It is caused mostly by what we've done since the start of the industrial age. India's contributed less than 5% of global emissions. And whenever there are these conversations about some other countries wanting us to shut down this or that, it would be well served for them to remember this number. And if they are as concerned as they are, then show the money for it. But having said that, there are pathways to economic growth that have been demonstrated in the past, the European, North American, Chinese pathways. These are high emissions-led growth pathways that have been there. India looks at this and, at one level, we justifiably say that we are 1/10 of US per capita emissions or 1/4 of US European or Chinese emissions. But we also know that the impacts of climate change, our poor, our health infrastructure, our food systems wouldn't be able to absorb those shocks. And there is a radically different Indian pathway that's being carved out. The big push on renewables is already there, the improvements in energy efficiency, but also in terms of the general, discourse. You do not have the kind of, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, the crazy conversations about climate change that are happening in India. On the global stage, India might not be the most glamorous player, but they are a steady player. India's not going to change its position radically, in the next 2 years, unlike what might happen in the US, what has happened in the UK, what is beginning to show signs of happening in some parts of Europe. And I just wanted to introduce one concept, which is the race to the top. There used to be a time when people didn't understand climate change, and then we went through this phase of denying climate change. And now a number of nations and companies have realized that it's not growth or sustainability, but that there is growth from sustainability. And I want to give 2 or 3 illustrations. 1.5 million electric vehicles were sold in India last year, most of them scooters, 3-wheelers. The highest selling electric vehicle is the Tata Nexon at about $15,000. I give these points because in the US, the EV revolution, the price had been around for a while, but it really took off when Tesla came in with a really cool car. But it was at $50,000. What did China do? BYD, $12,000 or $13,000. These middle of the pyramid innovation is what you desperately need to address the climate change crisis. And those are the kind of innovations that India has been really, really good at. The second example is, and we talk about the green premium as an idea in climate, a new technology that comes in, which is currently expensive, and you want economies of scale or improvements of technology to bring the price down. There is authentically a green bonus that a lot of industry is beginning to see. The cement sector, odd term, but Indian cement is regarded as amongst the greenest in the world because 85% of the raw material is fly ash. 60% is made using renewables, and the overall manufacturing process is a quarter more energy efficient. LED light bulbs is a $2 billion a year industry in India. High energy efficiency ceiling fans is a $500 million industry. So there's lots of examples where people are beginning to see ways of making money while doing right for the environment. I think one word of caution that is there is the amount of money that we spend on R&D in the country is far, and I'm not even talking about climate change. We spend 0.6 to 0.7% of GDP. That's compared to 1.5% for industrial countries. The US spends, close to 3%. There's a desperate need to increase that. And on top of that, only 40% of our R&D money comes from the private sector, as opposed to 70%. You need more money, you need more private sector money, and you need deeper partnerships between government, research, and corporates to advance those tougher issues.
Ashram, you make some excellent points. Just to go back to your BYD example, BYD till 10 years back was a little shop tucked away somewhere in some province in China. And this year produced 4.4 million EVs for export. That didn't come about accidentally. The Chinese state was involved in incubating the technology, whether through a subsidy or a tax regime, etc. Is something we need to look at very carefully. Ashok, can I now turn to you? And you have a vast knowledge of the energy space, and that's where all carbon comes from.
Well, yeah, I do. My past has been in companies which, well, in a technology company that works for the oil and gas industry. But all those companies that we have worked for in the past are in the process of thinking forward as to what happens in the world of clean energy. Now, in clean energy, I think supporting all the discussions that have gone on and talking about economic growth, development, and sustainability, I think clean energy is by far the topmost or the leading opportunity for business and economic growth for the next 3-5 decades. Just like digital data, artificial intelligence have started back in, say, the 1980s or 90s and continues, and it'll continue for a long period of time. Similarly, clean energy is actually a similar large opportunity for business and economic development. And there's an interesting aspect here, which from a global level you can look at. There are countries which are fossil fuel poor, and there are countries which are fossil fuel rich. The transition to clean energy is obviously simpler in countries which are fossil fuel poor, because they will try to move into that direction in the future. The other thing is that clean energy comes from natural resources, so countries which are resource rich and fossil fuel poor will move towards clean energy a lot faster. And hence, from both those points of view, fossil fuel poor and resource rich, India is an interesting place because it has clean energy as a very important and very viable and very, let's say, it's a great opportunity for India for the next 3-4 decades. Now, I think the only other thing that people talk about is capital, and I don't think capital is an issue today. And when you look today on a global basis, and we look at projects in the United States, we look at what's happening in Europe, I think at least in the last 3 years or so, I see the development that's going on, and I will club the whole area of Asia. In Asia, there's more development towards clean energy than there is in the United States and Europe. The United States and Europe, they talk a lot, but they do less. And India and China, they talk less, but they do a whole lot more, if you like, right? And so along those lines, like the project that Anil showed in his talk, the 15 gigawatt hour pump storage project that he showed in Kurnool, and the plans that are there for 100 gigawatt hour for continuously clean energy, and where the renewable energy is resourced anywhere in the country and put into these pump storages and provided anywhere in the country as 24/7. And then from that to actually be able to make 5 megatons of ammonia or 1 megaton of hydrogen, whichever way you want to look at it. This is by far the most advanced project on clean energy anywhere in the world. It does not exist anywhere else, you know. And here the cost points are without any subsidies, no subsidies whatsoever. The cost points are actually competitive with any other form of energy anywhere else in the world. You know. This is truly groundbreaking, and it is happening in India. And why? Because it is a big opportunity, because there's a ripe market, because it creates local economy and local development, and it is moving the world in a good direction. It is, by the way, not being justified by some do-good attitudes toward climate change. And I don't mean that climate change is only do-good stuff, but you hear a lot of that in the United States and in Europe. In this case, it is being done for purely economic reasons and for the right reasons, you know, and it is moving the country to the good direction. So I think there's a lot more of this that can happen. Asia is a ripe place, including China and India. And, you know, it has, and both capital and technology are not the issues. There is technology, there is capital. What is an issue most of the time in energy is that energy is all about scale. And in energy, you cannot make it cost effective without going to scale, and you cannot go to scale without making it cost effective. And hence, you need groundbreaking projects like the one that AM Green is doing to be able to go to this next level of efficiency that then becomes a business in the future. So I just want to conclude saying clean energy is a great opportunity for the whole world, for economic growth and for local development and for sustainability.
I take it, Ashok, you're confident that whatever the government talks about in terms of clean energy and zero 2070 are eminently achievable within technology that's known today. Not technology has to come tomorrow.
Well, I think this is a separate discussion. I think you need to start small. Okay. You need to start with tens of gigawatt hours and hundreds of gigawatt hours, or hundreds of gigawatts, let's say, and storage of hundreds of gigawatt hours, and that moves you in the good direction. Now, where you reach, that depends on how fast the whole thing starts to roll, if you like.
Thank you, Ashok.
And I'm not trying to predict anything about how fast it's going to be able to roll. You know.
Thank you. I now turn to Dr. Phadke, who's done some fascinating work in the report for 2035. At the core of climate change, there are two aspects. I think if you whittle it down to its basics, there is behavioral change and there's technology. And you've shown in your work, and I hope we hear more about it, in terms of how you can decarbonize power transmission, and this has relevance in the Indian context.
Yeah, so I think looking
looking at the big picture, what has really changed in the last 10 years is that cost of clean technology has come down more than 80%. So it's become all about the money as well. So, what's the biggest climate legislation in the US called? Is it called a climate legislation? What is it called? It's called the Inflation Reduction Act. Right. Case in point. So what we have found in our research is that the only way to kind of move big policy, inform big policy, is to show massive benefits to economy and consumers. And this is where I feel that there is a lot at stake as countries act on climate change. So just to give you one example, that in 2019, India exported more automobiles than China. How's that for a change? And Japan and Germany exported 5x of that. Well, we know that. Come 2023, China's auto exports increased 400%, and they are on track to outpace Japan and Germany in 2024, while India's auto exports stayed the same. And all those auto exports were driven by export of electric vehicles. Now, this didn't come about by an accident. There was a systematic carrot and stick policy implemented in China, with massive subsidies, but also a requirement on automakers to produce a certain percentage of electric vehicles. That kind of got to this question of scale and cost reductions. So a lot is at stake, and so we do a lot of research along clean technology. So we looked at this, where does this leave India? What are the 5 biggest leapfrog opportunities given this dynamics of scale and cost reductions? And we have established a center at UC Berkeley on clean energy in India, and here's our kind of 5 takeaways. First is that India has done phenomenally well on solar. And they have implemented this cycle of cost-effective energy and cost reductions. But there's an incredible opportunity to take the success of solar and replicate in sectors such as automotive, where there is incentive but needs to be matched by what China did and what California did in requiring automakers to move towards mandates. It has incredible opportunity in green steel and jet fuel, and what we find in our study is that it's more beneficial to not export green hydrogen, but to actually export the finished product, to export green steel, to export SAF. This is where the margins are. This is where, so with smart strategy, India has done a lot of successful things, but it has one of the best opportunities in the world to really benefit from the climate transition. So
Dr. Anil, do you want to talk about your decarbonization of power transmission? Because I thought...
Sure. So I think, we have published a number of studies on US, Japan, Korea, and in all those studies, what we are finding is because of the cost of clean technologies come down 70 to 80%, you can nearly decarbonize power and transportation sectors with massive reductions to consumer cost, which was not the case even 5 years ago. So this is where the great opportunity lies. In fact, our work, which showed that a lot of the previous study had showed that US could decarbonize its power system by 2050. We published few major reports saying that that timeline could be accelerated by 15 years. You could go 90% clean by 2035. But the biggest selling point was that it actually reduces consumer costs. That, in fact, formed the basis of the current administration targets of 100% clean electricity in 2035. So this is where things have really changed in the last 5 to 10 years. But it does require not only incentives, which a lot of governments are giving, but some requirements or mandates on manufacturers to go clean to break this cycle of high cost and low volume.
Anil, if I'm followed what you said, you talked about China's success in EVs. Now, we were doing some work with Amit at the IFC on studying what happened in China. And we're trying to aggregate the total exposure. I mean, you give a subsidy or a tax foregone. It came to something in excess of $100 billion in China, which took from 0 to 4.4 million vehicles this year. Now, if you want to do something similar in India, I don't see Tata's balance sheet being able to scale things up on that level. You're talking about 30% EVs by 2030. That's about 1.2 million vehicles.
So I think this is where India is in a luckier position. One of my favorite cricketers is Sachin Tendulkar. He would play a brilliant late cut. So what I'm trying to say here is that China had to dole out all this cash because battery prices were 3x, 4x, right? So the battery prices have plummeted 80 to 90%. So what India needs to do, India has a brilliant program on FAME. It needs to put a requirement on manufacturers that 20% of X production needs to come from EVs. Now, 5 years ago, that would have imposed enormous cost on Tatas and would not have been a viable policy. That's no longer the case. Because the cost of batteries have come down, ICE engines and EVs are coming very close to parity. So with a little bit of policy push and a brilliant late cut, we don't have to spend 100 billion because somebody already did.
Well, okay, I'll finish on EV and we go on to other subjects. The total demand for batteries in India will be something 200 gigawatts. We presently produce something like 2 gigawatts. China does 900 gigawatts. Why shouldn't we just import? Because 900 gigawatts is something that would take at enormous state cost. We let the Chinese taxpayer subsidize the Indian vehicle owner.
So if you currently look at the cost of batteries, if I look at the kind of global Bloomberg price of $100 per kilowatt hour, the subsidy amount in it is about 10%. Even Tesla, at its scale, is producing batteries below $100 because they have advanced manufacturing. So it's not the case that battery industry is just driven by subsidies from China and then we should just, that's not true, actually. The subsidy amounts have reduced, and with advanced manufacturing, you can be at actually competitive price points. So if India starts today, it actually is an advantageous position because it's not all a subsidy game anymore.
What about raw materials?
Raw materials, I think, is a very interesting question. So for example, lithium iron phosphate is the dominant chemistry that is being used. Now, what has really happened that there was a huge hue and cry about cobalt. But a lot of automakers moved away from cobalt to lithium iron phosphate. And lithium is in plentiful supply. It's actually, yes, it's a critical material, but it's in plentiful supply. There are more discoveries of lithium every day. Not every day, but India has also found significant amount of lithium. I don't know the status of extraction, but there is a huge technological response so I don't think lithium is a constraint at all. Yes, it needs to be addressed, but it's not a constraint at all. And in fact, so we did this report on India, which looked at how India can achieve energy independence by 2047, a goal announced by the Prime Minister using clean technology. And we actually find, even if India doesn't produce any lithium, to substitute an import of $100 billion of oil. Remember, India imports nearly all of its oil. You need $1 billion of lithium import. So yes, lithium is talked about as a constraint, but just to give you a bottom line, it's not a constraint.
Thank you. I think Amit is making faces at me. Not very. So I want to just open, invite questions from the House.
Can I just add one point on this? Increasingly, climate policy and climate technologies are getting weaponized by nations. And obviously one needs to go to a place where you can buy it cheaply, but replacing fossil fuel dependency with any other kind of dependencies is not the right move from a national strategic point of view. At EDF, we're very proud of the work that we did on the IRA bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. It's a great bill, the biggest emitters, putting in $260 billion, et cetera. But on the downside, it is build in America, make in America, et cetera, et cetera. Now, to be fair, Biden needed to do that because he wasn't going to be able to sell the bill. But you could turn it around and say it's another form of trade protection measures. The European Union's upcoming regulations, enlightened view, protect climate change. Not so enlightened view is, put an additional barrier, a green barrier on imports. So we have to start developing a view that the days of the global village and kumbaya are over. We need to secure our national interests.
So you make a very interesting point on weaponization. There's EU legislation either in the offing or already there. There were, for example, steel imports from India. If they don't conform to EU standards in terms of processes, there's an additional tax on that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is weaponization.
That's coming in 26. But companies have already to start reporting on what is called the Carbon Border Adjustment Measure, CBAM. And US has asked for an opt-out from the European Union. I don't know whether they'll get it or not. But now it's interesting, the linkage between trade and protectionism and climate change is not new. It goes back sort of until at least the 90s when you had the meeting in Seattle of the WTO. So that is going to be an interesting area for countries. But CBAM is coming in 26, and it will impact India's sort of exports of steel largely, aluminum, and the impact. It's not going to be a problem for Tatas. Right. It's not going to be a problem for Jindal. They'll probably decarbonize. But it'll be a problem for the smaller micro enterprises that will face challenges on that. And, somebody made a remark about electric arc furnace and steel scrap. But we import all our steel scrap. We have almost no steel scrap that is domestic. If that was available, then steel would decarbonize very quickly.
Anil, you had something here.
Yeah, so I think on trade, it's a very interesting, point in time that on one hand, there is a lot of protectionism. On the other hand, because of wariness about imports from China, there is a lot of push, at least in the US, to diversify supply chains. So it's an incredible opportunity for India. Just to give you a very concrete example. There is about $1 trillion worth of assets in the US waiting to be connected to the grid. And we cannot connect because there is interconnection queue issues. And what is the challenge US is facing? Not enough transformers. Because suddenly there is an import issue with China. Mexico and Canada cannot produce enough. Incredible opportunity for India. Same story with electrolyzers. So, protectionism and trade will create interesting challenges and opportunities. And it's a very interesting space for India right now.
Great. Can we ask, do you have time for questions? I think there's one gentleman at the back.
Sure.
Please, sir.
Hi, everyone. I had one question on how do you all see the advent of BRSR, that's business responsibility and sustainability reporting, really shifting the trajectory on economic growth, development, and sustainability in India?
Can I ask, maybe you do?
Sure. And I think there is a shareholder value creation opportunity. So forget about BRSR and what the regulators ask you to report, etc. Companies are realizing that if I don't go greener, forget about thriving, I may not survive into the future. There's a big steel company. It's got interests all over the world. It's expanding operations in Europe as green steel. It's expanding operations in India as something called greener steel, where there is some green steel, but the majority of it is traditional blast furnaces. They're not doing that because they hate India. They're doing that because there's less regulatory oversight, there's less investor pressure, there's less consumer demand, and there's less government subsidy. And the argument that their investors need to make is, we're buying into a 60-year asset. In 10 years' time, that asset isn't going to be able to sell a gram of steel into Europe. In 20 years' time, it might be uncompetitive in India. So you rework your Excel spreadsheets to say a 20-year asset and then see whether I should be investing more in electric arc furnaces. Having said that, do you need BRSR? Absolutely. You need better, stronger, clearer ones. You want BRSR to be as much of an investment criteria that an investor chooses as you do some of the other considerations of price earnings, et cetera, et cetera. So it needs to be there. That transparency is helpful, but at the end of the day, naked profit is what will drive it.
Right.
Great. We have one more question in the back. I mean, we have time. Yeah.
Hello.
Anil makes a very important point because
Two of them.
you know, Amol makes a very important point, and I think that this is a massive opportunity for India. And if we do not go green, and it will not be able to export after some time, and therefore, actually, automobile sector is a very important sector for India's economy. And as the world moves from 2,000 parts to 20 parts, I think you know, we are a champion of combustion vehicles. We should actually mandate that by 2030, all two-wheelers, three-wheelers in a phased manner will go electric. And that is when you will take over the manufacturing of the world. You'll become a global champion of electric vehicle manufacturing. Otherwise, you lose your automobile competitiveness. And secondly, on the battery side, also, because the battery prices have fallen, but we've done this study in Niti Aayog that irrespective of lithium, cobalt, or nickel, you can still do about close to 79 to 80% of the value addition domestically without, you know, even if you are importing raw material. And I am, you know, you can do away with cobalt, but lithium is available in plenty. So I don't think this talk about that raw material will not be available is not a correct perspective at all. Secondly, I think there's a lot of technology disruption happening in terms of sodium batteries, which Volkswagen is now pushed ahead. And I think in the next 3 to 4 years, you'll have a huge aluminum air will come in. Many new technologies will also come in. But India should steadfastly say that by 2030, we'll be a champion of EV manufacturing. I mean, there's no reason why Tatas and Mahindra should not look at the global market and become champions of EV vehicles across the world.
So I think the CFL example is quite revealing because, you know, the scale was created because Indian market has the scale. And if you're able to create scale in battery-operated EV vehicles, then I think India itself could provide those exports.
I think that moment is now coming because Tata is now going to come out with 5 or 6 new models. Mahindra is switching over to electric platform. It's coming out with 5 new models. So you will see that actually Tatas and Mahindras at very cost-competitive prices will come out with a range of new EV vehicles. And my view on that is that Maruti will increasingly lose market share in India because it's too late in the day in coming out with an electric model.
Wouldn't a government mandate drive the market?
Mandate should be in a phased manner. We should drive the market towards EV. Otherwise, India will lose competitiveness. Its ability to export, its ability to be a global champion of automobile manufacturing will be lost.
The question at the back here.
No.
Hi. I have a very simple question, actually. It's great that, you know, India is moving positively in the direction of, you know, solar energy, EV. But I don't think any comment has been made about preserving the existing biodiversity that we have in India. So I just want an opinion on that because we've actually, you know, deforestation in India has increased severely. We have 1 million hectares of trees that have been removed in the last 10 years. So, you know, we have EVs coming in. We have all these different forms of renewable energy and, you know, clean energy coming in, but what about like just the environment that we have in India? It's declining. It's, you know, and we see that because I live in India and I've seen my environment decline in that matter. So I'm just hoping for an opinion on that.
It's an EDF question.
If I might just address that, it's a very valid concern. Had I been a panelist, we talked about something in Delhi. This is a British company called Kairos, which has satellites which circle the Earth and measure methane emission super emitter events. And apparently in Delhi, in Ghazipur, at this landfill, in, I think it was April 2022 or so, there was a super emitter event with 434 tons of methane came out every hour, which is equivalent to 62 million vehicles on the road, okay? And this is the tragic part. The technologies exist in which we can manage landfills. There are business models which exist where you can address them. I'll give a simple example. If you do a waste-to-energy plant in India, there is a tariff regulatory body or something to the extent, which allows you a tariff of 6 to 8 rupees a unit, which gives you an ROI of something like 16%. What happens if you give a tariff of 20 rupees a unit? You get an ROI of 35 rupees. An ROI of 35%, where you can virtually then take over that landfill, do the remediation measures, which are fairly simple technology, just churning the stuff around and dumping some soil on it. It's pretty simple stuff. So you get, methane goes to carbon dioxide, which methane is 86 times more heat inducing than this thing. There are simple technologies, but unfortunately, and this is my take, is we work in silos on some of these very pressing environmental issues. I mean, Delhi has a population, the greater Delhi area, 44 million. You have a huge urban-rural divide even now in terms of per capita income. It used to be something like 11:1 in 2011 census. We haven't had a recent census, but I suspect it's not changed very much. And a lot of the environmental damage is being driven by an internal migration process, which you cannot stop. You will go where you get a better return. But there are technologies available, processes available where all of this can be broken down, and I hope our friends from the government are listening in terms of, waste management is a very critical area. Amit tells me that it's kaput now, we have to stop. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you, everybody on the panel. We'll quickly move to the next talk just before lunch. We have Mr. Gurcharan Das, who's joining us all the way from India. I think this is one gentleman who does not possibly need any introduction, possibly one of the most prolific authors that India has seen. He's done, I think, so many books that he himself must have lost count. But I think his work on India, his work on Indian mythology, especially the idea of Kama Sutra and others, like just very, very mind-blowing. A perspective which is so sharp, which is so deep. You did see something yesterday when he was talking about the Jyotirlingas and his deep thinking that actually goes into it. I've had a chance of knowing Mr. Gurcharan Das for many, many years, and he's a true inspiration in many, many ways. But there's something very interesting about his story, and that is that he is somebody who became an author in his second avatar, if I might say. Of course, he's done plays as well. So if you do not know, his first writing was a play, which has now been shown across the world or has been played across the world. And now, if I might say that if there is somebody who needs to be on the list of Gyanpeeth, if I might say, then he has to be there. But now he's getting embarrassed. But very, very powerful thinker. And I'll invite Mr. Das to really give his talk. So you have 20 minutes, please.
Thank you, Amit. Yes, we're running 15 minutes behind. Sorry, I'm between you and lunch. So the job is doubly difficult. I suspect I was invited here because I wrote the first book that predicted the rise of India in 2000 based on the reforms that had happened. The cynics in Delhi who were surrounding me thought I was smoking, but India has in fact obliged by rising. And I think one of the things that Amit is looking for is, well, what's next? In other words, India has risen. In the last 30 years, the growth rate has been almost 6%. Annual average growth rate when population growth rate has gone down to 0.5. So it's all coming down to the per capita line. India has lifted 400 million people above the poverty line. I'm going by the same Tendulkar poverty line, not Tendulkar the cricketer. And also the middle class, which was which was 8 to 10% before the reforms, is now around 30% based on, again, apples to apples comparison. So it's a good story. But we have not created the jobs that 6% average annual growth rate should have created. And why? Because we have not created an industrial revolution. We seem to have skipped from Ramesh Chand's green revolution to the IT revolution of the Silicon Valley, the digital revolution of the India stack. All wonderful, but how are we going to take people, 45% of the people on the farms, to better lives? They won't, it will not be through agriculture. And services, yes, it's not an either-or issue. But I think it'd be very difficult to see those guys going into IT from the farms. So we have to go through that. And as Christian said yesterday, success is not inevitable, and so we'll have to work for it. But the conditions today are far better. Conditions today are the cumulative effect of 30 years of incremental, frustratingly slow reform, which has been done by stealth, because nobody has sold the market. And Indians still believe that the reforms or the market makes the rich richer and the poor poorer. The Congress party still makes the false trade-off between growth and equity at the drop of a hat. And so we have a problem. But the path is pretty clear, but it's not inevitable. So why did I write this book, India Unbound? I wrote it driven primarily by my experience of the license Raj. Very few of you actually have had that experience. So it's worth taking a minute or two to tell you one example I worked for a company that made Vicks Vapor Rub, an American company. And one year, there was a flu, an epidemic in the country, and we sold a hell of a lot of Vicks Vapor Rub. And we thought we'd done a great job. We were heroes in the eyes of our headquarters. But at the end of the year, we got a summons from the government saying that we had broken the law. And what was the law we had broken? The law said we could produce only so many tons. The license that we had specified the number of tons of Vicks Vapor Rub that could be produced. And breaking the law was a criminal offense with a 3-year jail sentence, maximum 3 years. So I got scared, frankly, when the lawyer showed me this, and I was summoned to Delhi, and I had 2 lawyers with me, and I was made to wait 2.5 hours outside the office of the officer, the joint secretary, and finally we were let into his office, and we sat down, and he kept reading the newspaper. And he was oblivious of the fact that we were waiting for him, and we were too polite to disturb him. But finally, he put his newspaper down, and he says, "Kya?" And I said, "Sir, you have asked, you have summoned me, you tell me, kya? And he says, ठीक है, मैंने फाइल नहीं पढ़ी तुम्हारी, बताओ क्या है problem? So I showed him the summons, and he said, you've broken the law. And I said, well, you know, there was a flu, and I thought we were doing our duty during an epidemic to keep the shelves of the pharmacies stocked with our product. And during this period, we've helped millions of families in the country with children. And so we think we did a good job. Talk about the difficulty of being good. I didn't say that. And then he says, but you broke the law. And he says, you know, you guys in the private sector are all crooks. And especially you multinationals. You think you can get away with anything? I'm going to make an example of your company. And now the law will take its course, so jao. So he asked us to go out. And of course, I got scared. The lawyers were shivering. And as we were walking out, I don't know what got into me, but I turned around and I said, sir, you know this news will get out. It's not every day that an executive of a company goes to jail, and it'll be an international news because we are an international company. And he says, are you threatening me? I said, no, I'm not threatening you. I'm only telling you, I don't even have to leak the news, it'll come out. And I said, how do you think the world will look at us? That here was a company that was doing good for the people during an epidemic, and you've sent them to jail. And he says, jao. So I went. And I went really scared. The lawyer said to me, you fool, you should have begged for mercy, fallen on his feet. And here you were saying what will appear in the New York Times and all that. But basically what I had said was, what will the world think of a law of our country which punishes people for doing good, for producing for the country? Anyway, the story's over because the government quietly dropped this whole case. But I was left with scars. I had been a socialist. Within a month, I joined the Swatantra Party, and I became a liberal. Not only a liberal, but a libertarian, which is an extreme liberal, which believes that the state is a second-order institution. Market is a first-order institution. Anyway, so the fact is that in those 40 years in the name of the poor, we enacted this command economy, and we sacrificed 2 generations to missed opportunities for the young. And that's why we really got our freedom, not in 1947, but in 1991. 47, we got political freedom, but economic freedom we won in 1991. Anyway, that's the background. But after I saw, India obliged by rising thanks to the reforms, I noticed that people there, yes, prosperity was spreading in India, and but happiness was not. And why? It's not the usual debate about being rich and being happy, but what was failing us was governance. And particularly in the second part of the UPA 2, it was really disgusting, the corruption that swept over the country. The Anna Hazare movement, etc., you may all remember. And so I wrote the second reason why Amit has invited me, which is I wrote a book called India Grows at Night, but it was originally titled India Grows at Night When the Government Sleeps. But my publishers thought that was a bit insulting, so we'll drop the second half. And essentially, it was about why do I have to wait 12 years for justice in India, which I would get in other places in the world in 2 years or 3 years? Why are, what we talked yesterday about enforcement of contracts, why is that a problem? Police, I said, talked about judiciary, police. Why? I'm a privileged person in India, living in Jorbagh, and I'm afraid to go near the Lodi Road police station. And why is the police the handmaiden of the chief minister and going after opposition people at the behest of the chief minister? Why it should be autonomous? There should be an autonomy in the police. So we've talked about judiciary, police, third pillar of governance, parliament. Why are 1 out of 4, now 1 out of 3, members of parliament with a criminal record? In fact, criminals enter parliament because they feel they can slow down the process. And why are we always in an election mode in the country? Why can't we have over 5 years, once every 5 years, national elections and halfway state elections at one go? Anyway, these are, and the final one is the bureaucracy. Why does a person, an officer, highly effective officer works, this is a true story. In fact, very close to me are these two people, the same batch, very senior officers today, I won't name them. One of them works 14 hours, a day, and he's keeping the country afloat. The other one works 2 hours a day, and the rest of the time he's politicking around. And they will get promoted on the same day. And they are neighbors. And I ask myself, how demoralizing for someone, for an organization, to have this kind of an incentive system. And it goes back to the lack of accountability, etc. Anyway, so these are the governance issues which I tried to address in India Grows at Night When the Government Sleeps. And I gave the example of 2 cities, 2 towns on the border of Delhi, Gurgaon and Faridabad, and how everybody put their bets in the 80s on Faridabad. It had an industrial estate, rich agriculture, direct line to Delhi, a railway connection to Delhi, and it had a municipality. And Gurgaon had nothing. It had no even agriculture, it was a rocky soil. Even the goats ran away. Forget about industry. And then, my God, 10 years later, Gurgaon had become Millennium City, 40 million square feet of commercial space. A large number of India's multinationals had moved there, famed apartment complexes that were better than Singapore or Hong Kong, and it had 5 golf courses, countless malls. And why did that happen? And everybody's bet on Faridabad. Faridabad was nowhere. And why? Because there was nobody to stop KP Singh and DLF and other guys from, there was no municipality, so there was no permissions. There was no municipality, no officers. So that's where the story, India's story in some ways, was a story of private success and public failure. And that was the main, that was the main thesis of that. And today, when Christian tells us that success is not inevitable, we have to remember that not only do we have to create an industrial revolution still, and as I said, much better conditions today. We've heard here, road mileage has doubled, port handling capacity from 91, port handling capacity, since 2011, port handling capacity has quadrupled. Logistics are 40% better today. And we are finally one country. All the friction of having depots in every state, that's gone. And and all the other reasons that you are, the digital revolution, my God, that's the greatest thing that we've been hearing. So I think certainly the conditions are there. But if we want to achieve that 2047 objective that Mr. Modi has given the country of becoming developed, we're not going to achieve it unless we also fix governance. And we will fall, just as China will never become truly developed unless it gives freedom to its people, so India will not get fully developed, even if we create the Industrial Revolution, unless we fix governance. We'll get caught in some kind of a middle income trap. And so really, that's kind of the other problem, by the way, which we are not aware of, is that nobody has sold the reforms. I mean, I blame Manmohan Singh, I blame Narasimha Rao, I blame Vajpayee. All these were reformers. But they never sold the reforms, and we're still reforming by stealth, chupke chupke, raat ko, you know? So we can learn something from Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher used to say that she spent, my 20 minutes are not, I've got 2 minutes more. Margaret Thatcher used to say, I spend 20% of my time reforming and 80% of my time selling the reforms. And so what she did was she actually changed not only her party. In India, these guys didn't even change the Congress party, these reformers of 91. She changed the bureaucracy, the mentality of the bureaucracy. We haven't done that. And we haven't sold it to the people. People still think rich get richer, as I said earlier. So that is an unfinished job. Deng did it more. He wasn't even dealing with a democracy. He was selling reforms in China. Anyway, the problems we have today, a lot of them can be traced to the fact. You know, I grew up in my early years in America, and I went to an American high school, and we used to do civics. It was required. And they used to sell their constitution every day. And nobody has sold the constitution. Unfortunately, Nehru tried, but he was too much of a Western-oriented gentleman, and he could not connect with the people. Unfortunately, Gandhi died too soon after independence, because Gandhi had started doing that. Gandhi had connected with the people by selling the same ideas of the Constitution, liberty, equality, but through the language of dharma, the civilizational language. And I think the entire political class has failed in that respect, that people still believe that the Constitution kind of fell from the sky one day, and it's not ours. They don't believe it's theirs. So a lot of our problems, governance problems, etc., are due to this. And the Constitution is not laws. Constitution is a moral document. You know, P.V. Kane, who's one of my heroes, who won the Bharat Ratna, by the way, a Sanskrit scholar, he called the Constitution a Dharma Shastra. It's a moral document. And so why today the excellent ideas of liberalism, secularism, why are they failing us today? And I feel that in a sense, because we have not had a dialogue, we meaning the guys the 2% who have ruled the country, the English-speaking elite, they also have to share the blame. And in fact, to me, the rise of Hindu nationalism, Hindu Rashtra, goes partly to this issue of people, a resentment that here we are, a country, 75 years after independence, all the serious business, both in the private sector and public sector, is done in English, when only 7% of Indians are fluent in English, and about 15% have, in various degrees, some kind of comfort with it. But if someone from the 85%, a bright young person, came into this room, that person would feel deaf. Imagine feeling deaf in your own country. And so that failure, and I'm not recommending we should make Hindi, by the way, a national language. I'm just talking about explaining why secularism has failed and why, because we never had a dialogue with tradition the way Gandhi did. Now he has got up, so I better behave.
Now he's really shutting you down.
Yeah. So anyway, the only last thing is, if anyone who can do this today, this job of selling the reforms, etc., and having this kind of dialogue, is the Prime Minister. We've never had as popular a leader after Nehru as he is. And in fact, once he invited me, maybe out of absent-mindedness or what, he asked me, well, what should I be doing? And I talked about this. And I said, use Man Ki Baat, that wonderful radio program once a month on Sundays. It comes at 11 o'clock in the morning. And the whole country is glued to it. I said, sell the reforms, sell the Constitution in your Man Ki Baat. And he said, yeah, give me a one-pager. And so he did do once, but you know, it has to be a constant thing. Anyway, Amit, sorry to have, my talk is over now.
Thank you. I know. So perfect. We can open it up for questions, but under one premise that we'll be back here for our session at 1:30, so you'll have to have a very quick meal, but we can still do the questions here. So can we have the mic here, please, if at all?
Yeah, there's a person at that corner.
So 2 or 3 questions,
yes.
We can do that, please.
Yes, again, thank you for...
So just please, let Asha, why don't you go first?
Sure. Mr. Das, I wanted to ask you, India is now coming upon a 100th year anniversary, centenary of the RSS, which is a deeply, cultural / an institution that is deeply woven into the Indian fabric, not just of the BJP, it has its roots in Indian freedom struggle. What do you what do you see? And it is so huge and it's so prolific. It's already there. Why are we not using it as an institution or as a cultural element that has such deep ties into a non-English speaking India? Why are we not leveraging it more?
You know, this is a very loaded question. Huh? I better be careful. I hope no journalists here, no one's going to report this. All right. The fundamental issue is that we don't want religion to be introduced into politics. I hope everybody agrees with that. We don't want India to become a Hindu Pakistan. And so the reality is that, yes, RSS is a great organization, and that's one of the reasons why they keep winning. They're much more disciplined, much better organized, etc. And it has good qualities, and so on. But what we needed at that point, in the first 40 years, was a dialogue with the RSS. You know, instead of course, you sent them to jail, you know, after Gandhi's death and all. But nevertheless, there could have been a dialogue. So I believe, though, that fundamentally, the life of Hindutva the shelf life of Hindutva is limited. Mainly because it goes against the temper, the liberal temper I talked about yesterday, the liberal temper of the country. And I think if actually the economy were to really turn down, we've been lucky, as I said. We've had a good ride over 30 years, and even this period, today, we are the fastest growing economy. But if, God forbid it does, but if it were to turn down, I tell you, it's not Hindutva that is keeping the government in power. It's a lot of other things that we've talked about in the last 2 days.
Okay, so we'll just take two questions together, please.
Yes. So you mentioned actually classical liberalism, in fact. And on that note, what do you see as the potential to draw upon probably the closest India had to classical liberalism was the Swatantra movement back in the 50s. Might that form the kernel of some, what we can call a silent majority that right now is just being overlooked because of much of noise in the media and such? Do you see much of a prospect for that?
So I'm not sure if I've understood your question very well.
Silent majority. So what would be the prospects
of liberalism,
creating a coalition
of liberals?
As a silent majority.
Can you just take this question and then...
Yes, I'll come to you. It's very good.
So that was a really nice address. I had a question on your Tale of Two Cities, Faridabad and Gurgaon. It came out, I must have got it wrong, it came out as if you are characterizing Gurgaon as a success. Do you see it as a success?
Let's discuss that over lunch.
Okay.
Perfect. But the question that he raised is, what are really the prospects of a liberal party? And Swatantra is dead, and I think there's zero prospect. I think there's a zero prospect of a liberal getting elected. A liberal is unelectable. And frankly, the dilemma of the Indian liberal is also that he has no one to vote for. He can't vote for Modi for social political reasons, and he can't vote for the Congress because Congress is always risking making this false trade-off between growth and equity still.
Great. Thank you, sir. Let's break for lunch, and let's be back in 30 minutes, please. Exactly 30 minutes. Thank you, sir. So kind of you. It was just amazing.
quality is going to be a large issue. A large country, well spread out. So that's the kind of work that PATH has been involved with.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
And Anurag, from the standpoint of global public health, what's your perspectives? Tell us a little bit about your center at Stanford and what's your contribution to this area. What are your interests?
Absolutely, Richard. And first of all, thank you for having us on this panel. Great panel. I've followed Mukesh's work for a while. I was part of PATH, and I'm a big champion of what PATH does. And of course, I've known you since the last year. The work that we do at Biodesign started in India. It started about 17 years back. Stanford Biodesign is a design thinking-based approach to health technology innovation. It's a program that started about 22 years back. First, it was in the US. In 2007, we decided that we were going to take this global. And the first country we chose was India. It was in partnership with AIIMS and IIT Delhi, and Department of Biotechnology was part of it. They supported the India side, and we supported on this side. The goal was to bring innovators from India, train them here, and then send them back so they can come up with innovative health technologies for India's needs by Indian innovators in India. That program was small, 4 fellows a year and 1.4 billion people, 1.3 billion at that time. 17 years later, there are 1,000 innovators in India, 900-something innovators in India, 300 companies that have come out of it, 75 or so commercial stage companies. So India has really traveled quite the distance. It's really flying. Elephant is really flying. And it has led to substantial impact already, but I think it's just the beginning. If you look at the number of lives that have been touched by these health technology innovations, and that's, you're talking about, how India needs to switch its structural design of healthcare, as well as it needs to actually do things better, better processes, better outcomes, and so on. And I think these innovators and the innovations that they come up with could be the basis for flipping the healthcare system. Most of the healthcare systems in the world are tertiary care centric. Anytime you have any serious condition, you end up at the tertiary care. But India has an opportunity to flip that and bring healthcare closer to the home and the communities through ASHA workers, through A&Ms, and health technologies can help them do it.
So what do you think is the biggest challenge for India in moving to that flipped model?
Yeah, well, there are 7 or 8 categories of big challenges.
Okay.
India is a big country and challenges are big as well. I think talent is one piece of it, which is what we try to address through Stanford Biodesign's work in India. The second one is really the framework. So even though there are a lot of these innovations that are coming out of India, most of those have not been adopted in the public health system. They've been successful in the US. The same innovations have been successful in the US. They've been successful in the private healthcare component of India. And many of these technologies have gone on to serve 30, 35 countries, but it hasn't yet made into the public health system. So the processes and the frameworks for incorporating these technologies in the public health system, that's actually a huge challenge. In fact, and as you correctly pointed out, health is a state subject. And it's important that each of the states actually take this on and then they do this in sync so that an innovator doesn't have to go to a state 1 and then has to go to state 2 and sort of keep having to prove himself or herself with that technology. So that, in my opinion, is one of the biggest challenges.
Okay, thanks. And moving to that, then we have Mark to talk to us about international development and your perspectives of the situation in India and how it can move forward.
Great. First of all, thank you for having me. It's the second time I'm here at the India Dialog, and it's nice to see many familiar faces, new ones. And maybe a context why this conversation is important. About a year ago, I started to work with the United Nations on a digital public infrastructure project as part of a fellowship. And that's when I joined the Center for International Development at Harvard Kennedy School, where it's within one of the 3 areas of attention that the center is bringing forward. One of the things that we see a lot in digital public infrastructure is the conversation on how we disintermediate transactions to make governments or government processes more agile. We're improving the sense of governance, but there's a clear understanding that there is an economic driver that will simply create more efficiency. What is sometimes missing is the conversion about digital public infrastructure in the enticing mechanism for health and nutrition. And there are examples that we studied from outside of India that came from India that show that the private sector is now advancing. There are a couple of examples that I'll bring forward. One is historical. It was a company that was using mobile banking to educate slums to how do we use the right choice of food for families that were on the poverty line. And the other one is at one side of the story where we use technology to basically empower families in highly concentrated slums. And the other one is an example of a company called Nimerize being developed by Google as well, where we're using basically AI scanning for the detection of breast cancer for women under the age of 40, when mammography usually is not that effective. And these are two examples coming across the field that shows that when we're thinking about digital public infrastructure, we shouldn't only think about public, but whether the public infrastructure is now servicing a much wider sense of opportunity that are across the chain. And I think this is where, in terms of international development, a closer nexus between DPI, health, and nutrition has to be established. Otherwise, it goes back a bit to the work Michael has been going on for over a decade now. We tend to be comfortable, we do bromancing with economic narrative, but we forget that the right form of economic growth is when you are using social driver to connect economic opportunity, and health and nutrition are some of the most fundamentals to do that.
Okay, thank you. Those are great comments to start with. I think I get to ask one difficult question to the panel, and then we'll open it up to the audience. So my difficult question is, where do you want to see your organization and also India, where do you want to see them being 10 years from now? And I'm going to start with Mukesh. Yeah.
Yeah. See, at CureFit, our core focus is fitness. Today in India, we have only 6 million people who go to any kind of gym out of 1.4 billion. So that's just what 0.4% of the people. I think in preventive health, everybody knows that activity, movement is really important. And India is a place which invented yoga, I think, few thousand years ago, and probably a lot more people outside India who practice yoga today compared to people in India. So that needs to change in next 10 years. So I think, before answering CureFit, I think, at CureFit we have defined our mission that we want 100 million people to be active every day. CureFit can do very small part of it. So I think we'll do what we need to do in terms of expanding our footprint and so on. But we'll also like to work with the other players in the ecosystem, including government, to just promote awareness about movement. In US, I think, Michelle Obama had this very, popular campaign around movement. I think India needs something similar to that. So yeah, it'll be great to go from 6 million gym goers to 100 million plus, and they don't have to go to gym, walk, yoga, run, cycling, any kind of activity is great, good start for good health.
So I got to follow up. Do you think that as income levels increase in India, people will have more unhealthy lifestyles?
Oh yeah, 100%. There is, I think there are a lot of economists and social scientists in the room, probably they can comment more objectively, but I think anecdotally, people call it, disease of lifestyle, or there is also acronym. I think something like, I don't know, standard American diet, SAD, right? So I think, yeah, affluence has been growing in India, and therefore number of McDonald's establishment and Taco Bell and Pizza Hut also, growing up everywhere. And I think, there is a very direct correlation of obesity rates are increasing, diabetes rates are increasing. And I think India will have to contend with that, or better still, learn from the history of the other developed country who kind of went through similar cycle. We have all the data thing. We talked in other sectors in the morning. So we can learn from that and try to prevent that from happening. That's where I think proactive policy, etc., and just consumer evangelism and awareness can play a big role. So we don't need to, first get all the way there and then, create a whole healthcare system to be able to deal with the, highly preventable lifestyle diseases.
Okay, thanks. Neeraj, where would you like to see PATH in 10 years? And also, how would you like to see the situation in India?
Yeah, I would like to see PATH exiting India. I don't think we should be there after 10 years. So that would be ideal. But I would really, there's a lot of expectation from the health system in India. And the two areas that, I want to just focus on, and those are the two which we think are going to make the maximum amount of impact. One is in the primary healthcare space. So you might have heard of health and wellness centers, the whole primary healthcare, the entire ecosystem is changing. The policy is all there. We do have to implement. Parts of it is getting implemented. So if that gets implemented the way it's been written, I think that's going to be a huge success for India. And we are on our way to do that. Now, within that, it's about diagnostic, right? So if people walk into a primary health center in the middle of Bihar somewhere, they get the initial diagnosis, they get escalated. So are we diagnosing at the primary health care facility? That's getting set up. Every block, there are about 7,000 blocks in India. Every block is getting a laboratory, a public laboratory. Every district is getting a laboratory. That's about 800 districts. So if that system starts working, to me, that would be huge success. And it's been written really well.
But especially with the shortage of healthcare professionals, do you see this as a real opportunity for telehealth?
So that's the second part of what I want to see. We're going to have the challenge of healthcare professionals is going to remain. The challenge of population-level health management will require technology. And that technology is going to come in multiple forms. And a lot of it is actually getting rolled out as we speak. So for example, there's this digital public backbone that's been set up, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which has open APIs, private companies can connect onto them, et cetera. So that's getting rolled out, and we're getting individual ABHA IDs. These are Ayushman Bharat health cards, which you have a unique number. So the electronic health record system is getting established. Now, so that's the digital side of it. Telehealth already has been rolled out to a great extent, but diagnostics which are connected. Is where we would go. Diagnostics, which are very simple to use, a frontline worker can use them, and they go into a system where they're getting analyzed. We're already doing cervical cancer screening through AI in public health facilities in India. That's starting up. Breast cancer screening for tuberculosis through chest X-rays, screening for lung cancer. So, this whole technology piece is being tried out in different places across the country. But this is going to be the game changer. We will have to use technology to be able to do that. I think just want to quickly also talk about something which got launched during the G20, the Health Working Group in India, which is the Global Initiative for Digital Health, which is a South-South kind of a partnership, platform, which is going to provide low middle-income countries with funding to go digital. I think the realization, Richard, is that without digital, without technology, most low and middle income countries, not just India, but across the world, the entire global South, is not going to be able to leapfrog their healthcare services. So India has this opportunity also to lead on some of those conversations. And that's the excitement here.
So I really have to ask if Stanford Biodesign picks up on this.
Yes, so in fact, that's a great segue to my comment, that two things I would love to see in 10 years. Number one, that India has transitioned to community-centered care through technology, through ASHA workers, last mile workers, that will actually obviate the need for 10 million more doctors or whatever we may need. So more community-centered care, more home-based care. 80% of the conditions caught at home or near home, so that only 20% or fewer conditions actually need to actually go on to secondary and tertiary care. If India can get to that, it can actually provide healthcare to its 1.4 billion people at the rate it's spending on healthcare. So that's number one. And second thing that I would love to see, again, building on the point that you made, Neeraj, is I would like India to do the same thing with health technologies that it has been able to do with vaccines. Become a net provider of innovative health technologies and this model, community-centered care model, to rest of global South. There are 5 billion people in the world that don't have meaningful access to healthcare. That in this day and age,
what's the role of kind of
design?
Innovation in this regard?
So I think you cannot bend this cost outcome curve. We spend 18% of GDP on healthcare. Europe spends 10%, considered to be gold standard. India spends 2.5%. There's no way India can get to 10%. So the only way India can provide, India and Africa and Latin America, all of these regions where substantial proportion of underserved populations live, the only way they can provide care to all of their people is by bending the cost outcome curve. And there's no other way to bend that cost outcome curve other than innovation.
Thank you for setting up international development. Mark, your comments about where India should be in 10 years. How to fund this.
There's a whole plot I can feel here, right? So my wish would be to really, maybe let me give you a premise. Countries like India are the forefront of climate change. You know, if there was a theater, they would be sitting on the front row. And so they have an exposure to challenges that other countries might eventually feel at a later stage. So I would love to see more research on how, while we're transitioning, we're also climate adapting and mitigating with the right level of technology and understanding the impact on agriculture with the changing climate. Let me try to give an example. With a significant rise of temperature, the number of proteins, for example, in rice, they decrease, which means people will need to eat more but have less actually protein in their body. It might actually likely lead to overeating because we're trying to compensate. So on one side, we might want to see this as a habit or as a cultural norm towards a healthier style, as it was mentioned by Mukesh before. But it's also true that there's a significant amount of work in the science on how climate is fundamentally going to impact agriculture. I'd love to see more work in this nature. I'm going to give you an example. I was doing a training for policy in Qatar. This country was in the blockade through the region from 2017 until 2021, and then, of course, COVID did not really help. And it's a country that was importing 100% of agriculture from Saudi Arabia. Within 4 years, they have boosted up their vertical farming capacity to the point that when you go into a supermarket, as they in Qatar, half of the agricultural produce are vertically farmed. And this is a country that has hostile agricultural conditions to grow food. So I think we have to learn from the adversity to drive it into some form of innovation capabilities, which are dynamic, as we're doing two things, transitioning and mitigating at the same time. And I think the country, because I've been hearing the celebration on how technology is fundamentally changing payments and the financial sector, but wait some time, we should consider that this is maybe a driver of spillovers that might go into health and nutrition as well.
So lightning follow-up for everybody. How do you see the inequality that is resulting from India's economic development affecting this? Because a lot of the health problems, a lot of the nutrition problems are those areas that have not developed.
Absolutely. And so look, one of the things where the social progress help us a lot, if you're looking at this in terms of also the opportunity for people that are in a more progressive or less country, is also life expectancy. Right, in country with larger inequality, and I remember when I think it was James who was talking about the billionaire Raj, when you're creating this structural inequality that are difficult to eventually decompress, likely what you're going to have is the inequality that doesn't express itself necessarily just as economic inequality, but lifestyle inequality, life expectancy, food inequality. And so I think one of the ways for us to curb the tendency for system to become unequal is to provide a larger threshold on conditions like health and nutrition. So I think if we do that, then equally the conversation on inequality from an economic perspective can be curbed. So I think they're very intimate. Is that historically they're studied in silos that tend to be vertical and not transversal. And I think what we have to see is a country building transversal or interoperability across all of these different kind of R&Ds.
Okay, excellent. So anybody else on the panel have comments about anything so far? Otherwise, let's move into audience questions. So have a hand up back in the back, and then I see the second hand right here. And several, okay. You first.
Just one question for the larger group. What are some of the things that you think like ABDM can learn from platforms like CureFit? And also, do you kind of foresee any potential for a market-based solution catered to like low-income communities?
Catered to what kind of community?
Low-income communities.
Okay.
Market-based solutions like a CureFit or things like that.
ABDM is?
Ayushman Bharat Digital
Mission.
Okay, Ayushman Bharat, yeah, right. Yeah.
Mukesh, that's yours, yeah.
Yeah, I think, see, again, I'm going to answer this more from, preventive point of view. And when your prevention requires, some kind of behavior change. Behavior change is very, very difficult for people. All of us struggle to make that change. And the only way to do that is to remove as much friction as possible and also have right kind of incentives. So a platform like Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, I think while, it's great that, so many people are covered through insurance and something goes wrong, then there is a net. But I think if we can also layer on a lot of proactive communication and incentivization, I think the insurance globally around the world is moving the direction where insurance providers are trying to incentivize preventive behavior. You do your 10,000 steps, over a period of time, your premium will go up. You connect your, digital watch. And so I think, ABDM can also consider some such initiatives to just encourage. I think I want to go back to also inequality. See, on the cure side of things, there is massive inequality. You have advanced diabetes or cancer, you can, only go to really good hospital, you get good care. But prevention is very cheap. It does not cost anything. 2 years ago, I wrote a book on health. It's called Hacking Health. It's a 100,000-word book, but I summarized the beginning that the entire message of the book can be just 6 words, which is eat less, sleep more, always move. All 3 are free. Anyone can practice it. It doesn't matter what your income level is. So.
Thanks, Mukesh. Anurag, you had a comment.
I think that can apply. All 3 of those should apply to me. But I'm going to build upon the point that you raised earlier. What is the role of innovation? I think the underserved community, lower economic communities in India are the ones that are most impacted by the structural inequity, and that's going to get worse. And it's a vicious cycle. Health and nutrition go hand in hand with overall inequity. And if they are worse, then actually they get into the death spiral, these communities. Innovation can help it. And so Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission is a really interesting digital public infrastructure on which you can have really significant at-scale interventions that not only enable the last-mile health workers becoming quote-unquote doctors, which is the example I provided, but it could also do communication, health communication around better lifestyle, better food habits, and on and on. So I think that gives an opportunity to, again, I call it flipping the pyramid in terms of the health equity and health access.
Thanks. We'll go on to a question over here, and I saw a hand. Your hand was the first one that I saw, so please bring the mic over here, and we'll keep going around. Go ahead, please.
And my question is to any of you who wish to answer. Private sector, especially for bridging the health equity, can play a very essential role. We have seen experiments in the TB partnership, which was done in a very systematic manner. Unfortunately, the experience on the ground has been very frustrating for a lot of organizations who came forward. So I request you if you can give some suggestions in terms of how we can create an enabling environment for PPP in the country, because the kind of scale we have, it cannot be just met with public sector efforts alone. And second is, especially when we talk about universal healthcare, private sector does have a role to play. At the same time, there is a need for bringing in regulations and all, especially when it came to the digital health policy, and it was pulled back because there was a lot of hue and cry about it. At the same time, I have heard in bureaucratic circles people saying that, don't think that we are Africa, that anyone will come and take our data and just play around.
Okay.
So I think there are very, very genuine, serious concerns around it. So I just want your views on that.
Thank you. Niraj, why don't you take that?
Did you talk about the TB program? Okay, but that's great because we were very much a part of that whole private sector engagement.
Yeah, the BMGF report has you also as one of the partners.
Oh, it does? Okay, great. That's good to know. So, yeah, we started that program in the Mumbai slums. I think there is definitely a role for private sector. The challenge is, what are the incentives? Because, the private sector will definitely look at some sort of a gain, financial gain, whereas public health goes actually against that whole thought process of providing services to those who can't afford it. Having said that, I think the intersection is going to be absolutely critical. I mean, if I were to just look at our whole vaccine industry in India, which is now, 60% of the world's vaccines are coming from India in terms of volume. The reason it's been so successful is because they have different pricing for public health versus the private sales that they do. And that's how it's been able to succeed. Now, in terms of universal health coverage, I don't know if you know, but India, till about 3-4 years ago, the data used to show about 70% of India went to private healthcare providers. That has been going down. Exactly. I was just going to say, so it's been going down substantially, and which is great for the country, because that essentially means people are starting to trust the public health system, starting to use it more. It's always going to be a combination of public and private. I don't think there's there's going to be either or, but we do need the public system to work, and that is why these public laboratories, et cetera, are going to be absolutely critical. On your point of regulation, quickly, Richard, if you'll allow me, yes, when we were working in the slums of Mumbai, the challenge was many unregulated private practitioners who were providing services. And that actually was aggravating the problem of tuberculosis because you were getting drug-resistant TB, et cetera, et cetera. We need the carrot and the stick approach. In the TB program, we had the carrot and stick, and that's how it's going to move forward. But yes, we do probably need much stronger regulation, especially for practitioners who are practicing without any kind of, we call them the quacks, but that's definitely a challenge.
So also, just to pick up on this, you mentioned the ASHA, and these are local health workers who are essentially public employees. And so I think you have a similar kind of incentive problem where they need to feel like they're taken care of. They need to feel like people understand their pressures so that they will do their jobs and not be absent on the job.
Indeed. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, please.
Really, we heard something very fascinating on diagnostics and prevention. I wanted to see if there are any big ideas on, because drugs and hospitals are a big part of this whole equation. Are there any lessons on the cost of drugs, overuse of drugs, drug regulation, and same questions related to hospitals? So how do they fit into this whole narrative, and if there are any lessons/ideas that you would like to share?
Mark?
Sure, I can share actually an insight from a discussion we we're having 1 year ago in this room. So COVID has created the bioscience clusters in India, which means you're repurposing the manufacturing capacity for something that's much more contemporary than just manufacturing per se, because somehow the demands globally changes as we're going through a cycle of different crises. So I think the opportunity would be to recalibrate the current capacity for the rise of new forms of cluster, and drugs, of course, is one of this. The other part which is interesting is how do we use research and development? There are a number of different initiatives right now in the country to start understanding from a perspective of prevention, disease that will actually occur as an evolution that we have been exposed to the climate. There's an entire amount of work on climate-resilient diseases that we're not addressing. No country has the scale to address it but a country like India. In the same way as when we celebrate the 2.2 billion doses of Pfizer that were administered during the COVID, what really it proved is that if you find some sort of like logistical nonlinearity that makes it work, you fundamentally can do what most countries can do, which is scaling. So there's almost like a moral principle around the fact that India has to start advancing through the cluster on climate-resilient diseases. I think this is an opportunity the country has. There's no competition right now globally by anybody. Just as a reminder, the vaccine are a direct spin-off of the DARPA investment of about 10 years ago. So it was a military technology that eventually got commercialized. India can operate out of the same principle where R&D goes in military, hoping to get commercialized, like it has happened in the conglomerates in the United States. So he has to follow a slightly different approach, which is likely following the wind of change, where the country is exposed to the Southeast Asian dynamics, the relationship with the Gulf, a relationship with the West, a relationship with the East, and a relationship with the North. So I think it's fundamental where India has a role that can move forward, looking at the example of what happened before, and moving forward in what will actually be the policy in the next few years.
Neeraj, do you see the pricing difference between public purchasing versus private sector purchasing for drugs being sustainable in India? How do you see that?
Yeah, Richard, I mean, that's why I said that the public and the private will operate in parallel. I will probably, I don't know how many of you have ever been to a government primary health center, but typically when I walk into a room, most people haven't. So, there's always going to be two different markets. There is regulation, which is in the private sector, which is there. In the public system, I can tell you that we are working with 6 states in India to actually reinvent the entire supply chain. And our partner in that is a company called Tata 1mg. So they're sort of the gold standard in the private sector. So we're kind of saying, help fix the supply chain and the procurement processes. But they will always operate parallel. They will be purchasing from the public to the private. That's going to happen. And I know a lot of hospitals are very, very unhappy about the pricing that has been set up, but that's the pricing. And the government has done enough homework to come up with that pricing. I think the challenge is that a lot of payments don't happen on time, and that's something which sort of troubles the private sector at times. So that we need to fix probably as we go forward.
Thank you. Next question.
Question on actually payment. So India is typically, even now, it's a self-pay model. Right? If somebody wants care, they have to go and pay. Will India eventually move from the self-pay model to a more sort of coverage model like other countries? Is there something you're looking at? And how would that also be related to value-based care? That's also something that India is not looking at. So those are the 2 questions.
Sorry, go ahead. Who wants to take? I'm sorry, I was distracted trying to find the next person to ask a question.
I couldn't really understand. You were talking about the self-pay model. Are you talking about insurance versus? Not if you go to a public health facility, it's all free.
Majority still go to private.
About 50% of India goes to private.
More than 50%.
It's going down, though.
Yeah, it's going down.
It's going down.
It's probably more like 65, but based on our analysis. But what I'm saying, would that model change over time, given that India is trying to progress and move to a more coverage-based model for private citizens?
So if the quality, if the quality in the public health system is going to improve, and that's what's been happening, the quality has been slowly improving, then it will change. If you know Delhi, for example, if you talk about All India Institute of Medical Sciences, it's one of the best places to go. And even people who are happy to pay are, they would like to go to AIIMS if possible, because services are great. The only problem is that there's a bottleneck, there's too much of a crowding there. So as public health facilities keep improving, that would change. In parallel, of course, insurance will come in, but I don't think you're going to see a drastic change in this whole equation.
Come in and start.
Yeah, if I can just add to that, right? I think the data I was looking at recently is in the hospitals, now more than 50% of the payments do come, through insurance. This is definitely true in the big city hospitals, and this ratio is changing every year because even the private, look at any company, any multinational, all the employees have health insurance. Now, coverage obviously not very wide, but these are people who go to some of the mainstream hospitals. The challenge with the insurance so far was that in India, the model was only inpatient care was covered by insurance. So you need to be hospitalized overnight for a day treatment, that was not covered, which leads to a whole different set of issues, but leaving those aside. Now a regulator has enabled OPD insurance as well, and many startups are attacking that. Existing insurance players are also getting into it. Some of the hospitals are thinking of becoming, HMO-like model. So I think this whole space is moving. I think it will obviously not happen overnight, but we'll see the coverage both through private efforts and public effort, I think grow significantly.
And I would just add one very quickly. I would caution India against following the models that have been applied elsewhere. The insurance model doesn't work very well in most of the other countries. India should figure out what works for it. And in my opinion, I think the shift that's taking place where more care is being provided at public health systems, and Ayushman Bharat insurance program, which covers 500 million people, 100 million families, all of that combined with increase in adoption of private insurance that exists today is probably going to address that. I don't think we should lockstep move into completely private insurance-driven model because that's going to be disaster for India, in my opinion.
Thank you. We have time for one more quick question.
Yes, thank you so much, Richard. I just wanted to pull out just a shade from the many things and say that human health is such a huge element, and if you look within the health, you can almost, go human health and resilience, which the UN and, Helen Clark, and there's been a lot of conversation about that. And education is another element which is part of health and resilience. So I wanted to ask a question. Environmental education in India, I know the EEP, and there have been many, many initiatives, but personally, I don't see a kind of a cohesive, integrated element, which is so essential for a country at the scale of that level, and also not just a kind of education from the top, like this is what's happening, but education as a stakeholder, each individual child, adult as a stakeholder. What can you do? What would you do? And just really quick, and also how do you fill the innovation pipeline with this situation, not just from the resilience point of view, but also from a thrival point of view. And then, yeah, so I think those are some questions that occurred to me. I would love to see, like the Climate Corp has added a few 70 fellows in there, but how can we make the entire country a Climate Corps?
Thank you. I'm going to be mean and throw that question mostly to our panel on education that's later this afternoon. It's certainly the case that one of the key points is to come up with integrated goals for education. How do you define literacy in a place like India, where environmental knowledge as well as knowledge of health is certainly critical parts of any education system? But if you're worried about the fundamentals of FLN, foundations of literacy and numeracy, then maybe those things get lost. It's a danger. I hope we can come back to that later this afternoon. So thanks to all of you for staying awake during our panel. And we really appreciate it. Thanks to the panelists.
Good to see you again. Yeah.
Thanks, Richard.
Thanks so much.
I'm embarrassed. You were walking up when I took the lift up.
Smart.
Co-founder's wife is a
Thank you again.
and she gave me your book.
Okay.
So whatever time you give me, just tell me 3 minutes before.
मैं 5 मिनट पहले आपको इशारा करता हूँ. So, folks, hello? Aditya, where are you running? Close the door. Okay, good afternoon all. Can I have your attention, please? Can I have your attention, please? Thank you. So we have Subhash Chandra Garg, who's going to be talking to us right now, and he's going to be sharing about India's dream of becoming a high-income country. Subhash Garg is somebody, if you do not know, then that means you do not understand India or know about India. In fact, he's the former finance secretary to the government of India. And of course, if you really understand the structure of how the government works, the chief economic advisor, as you would call it, falls under the finance secretary's dominion. So a lot of people think that chief economic advisor is very important, but it is incidentally the secretary who's his boss and who runs the thing. So anything that is said right or wrong by the chief economic advisor has been approved by the finance secretary or whatever. But the most important thing is that he has done some amazing work in the last few years. In fact, his book on the $10 trillion dream is something that I'd read. And I was just absolutely amazed by the depth of work that he had actually done there. And of course, he also has done another book called We Also Do Policy, if I remember. Yeah, We Also Make Policy. A lot of people take him as a critic at points in time, but I think his heart is at the right place as a true patriot in many, many ways, wherein he wants the country to progress and move forward. So, Mr. Garg, thanks a lot for joining us from all the way from Delhi. Your 20 minutes start now.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you very much. So we have in last 2 days heard a lot about the big stride which India is making, the fastest growing economy, the largest, third largest economy in the making very soon. What I'm going to do is to bring a bit of a reality check
But before that, let me just trace out for you the journey of sort of defining the dream of India, for that matter. So it was 2019-20 budget, interim budget, which Piyush Goyal presented just before the elections of 2019. I happened to be the Secretary Economic Affairs at that time, in charge of the budget. And it was that budget where Government of India, for the first time, said we want to make India a $10 trillion economy by 2035. So that was the first expression of India's ambition to become a high-income economy. After the election, the government came back. Mr. Modi was back. He loves, at least used to love it until that time, to specify more specific and somewhat shorter-term goals. So in 2019 June, the Niti Ayog's Governing Council met, and in that meeting, a decision was taken that let us have an intermediate goal of $5 trillion economy by 2024. So we had set these two goals, which was repeated in the budget, which I was again instrumental in presenting the regular budget in July 2019. So we had two specified goals by the government, $10 trillion economy by 2035 and $5 trillion economy by 2024-25. Certain developments led me to leave the government after that, but that dream stayed with me, and that is what led to my first book, this $10 trillion dream. So I am showing this only to say that I'm very deeply wedded and committed to this goal of making or seeing India a $10 trillion economy as soon as possible. Now, that is where, after that, something like 4 to 5 years have gone, we had 2 bad years in a way. In 2019-20, the growth was only about 3.7%. Next year, it was, in fact, a contraction. For the last 3 years, we have been having amazingly good growth, plus 7% or so. So what has been the journey of India's growth in last 4 years? Where are we with respect to our $5 trillion economy goal, which is just approaching, 24-25 is coming? And how are we moving towards 10 trillion? And in the meantime, now we have a larger, longer concept of Viksit Bharat also being sort of presented to us. What I'll do is, while Mr. Kant, he's the biggest salesman which India has, or Indian Administrative Service has produced. So he can sail a communist Kerala as God's own country. He can also sail Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Manmohan Singh's government as incredible India, when India was a lot of the broken roads, potholed, and that kind of thing. So it's easier for him, to my mind, to sail the India as the largest growing economy and very soon to be. But that is what it is. But I also heard yesterday Mr. Burman, who I found quite reactive and extremely negative. I thought it shouldn't have been the case. He was entitled to present the other side, but perhaps it went a little overboard. But yesterday at the dinner time, I heard Jay Chaudhary, who, to my mind, presented a very sensible approach, that whenever we want to do or whatever we are doing well, let us spend 5 minutes to pat ourselves at our back, but for 55 minutes, we should actually be doing a very critical kind of analysis. So 10% petting and 90% a deep dive into the critical side of it is what I'm trying to do. I like that approach. So first, let me speak about the growth, the reality of the growth. So India is growing at 7% plus for last 3 years, good growth. Globally, the growth is only about 3 to 4% or even lesser, and at 7% plus, it is very good. Yesterday, a very good mention was made about the third quarter number coming, where 8.4% growth, very nice growth, it looks like that. So it seems that we are on a very high growth path. But 3 checkpoints. Number one, if you looked at a little more carefully, the data which was put out yesterday about the growth, 8.4%, tucked away inside that was a number that the GVA growth, I don't know, there are some economists here, definitely. The GVA is gross value added, which is the supply side contribution towards the growth. That was 6.5%, whereas GDP is 8.4%. The rest of the contribution came from the taxes, net taxes addition. So real economy grew only by 6.5%. That's one. Second, as I just mentioned a little while ago, while last 3 years average is at about 7.3 or 7.4% plus, which is good, if you take 5 years average of the current government's time, take into account 1920 and the negative growth of 2021, the 5 years growth is only 4.3%. So this 5 years growth, unfortunately, happens to be the lowest growth India has witnessed in any government's time in last 33 years after 1991. That's the fact of the situation. And the last point I'll mention about is the reference towards this $5 trillion economy. So in 1819, we were at $2.8 trillion. That is the time when this goal was set. Right. Today, after 5 years have gone, we are at 3.55 trillion. In fact, going back to the data which was released yesterday, another number which was tucked away in that data was that our nominal GDP, so we produce the first advance number, which are released on 6th or 7th of January, just before the budget. And then we release the second advanced number at the end of February. So yesterday, second advanced numbers were released. So when the first advanced number were released, the nominal GDP was 296.5 trillion rupees. Yesterday, when the second advanced numbers are released, the nominal GDP is 293.8 trillion. In 1 month, the nominal GDP has gone down by 2.7 or 2.8 trillion rupees. So growth has gone up to 8.4%, but the nominal GDP has actually gone down by, these are all numbers in the same press release. I'm not inventing anything. So in January, we had for 23-24, which is the year just gone by, we were at $3.6 trillion in terms of dollars. So it's simple. You divide by 2.96 by about 82, 83, whatever is the rate, 83, that number comes. By this 2.5 trillion rupees reduction, the GDP has, in dollar terms, gone down by something like $0.4 billion. So that is the effect. So we are at about $3.55 trillion today. In 5 years, we have come from 2.8 trillion to 3.55 trillion. We have covered the distance of only 0.75 trillion in 5 years. We have 1.45 trillion, the distance to be covered in next 1 year. We will not do it. So this $5 trillion goal is unlikely to be achieved for another 2 to 3 years. And there is one more factor, taking from Mr. J. Chaudhary's advice, so to say. This $5 trillion goal was set in 2019, and it was in 2019 dollars. The dollar keeps on depreciating also. In last 5 years, the dollar has depreciated by something close to 10%. If you neutralize that, we are virtually where we were in 2019. So please keep this in mind, the reality whenever we talk about 2047, $35 trillion economy or 40 trillion, all these are meaningless numbers. Right. So let me now come to the other aspect. So a lot has been made about, and we have done phenomenal work. Let me take one, for example, one or two. The digital India. That is a very big success story. We have created a massively functional, working, digital public infrastructure. What we have done basically is we have created these stacks of Aadhaar identity, the mobile connectivity, and one which is our biggest innovation is, which is nowhere else, is that we have brought all the bank accounts in all the banks of India together into one single digital bank, literally. And therefore, since there is one single digital bank, you can make the transfers very easily by the click of a button. And that's why it happens very fast and very good. And it has become universal, literally. You can go to villages also where people have started making digital payments. 2 cross-point checks. One, who has enabled most of this? Ideally, the bank should have done it, but banks have not done it. 75 to 80% of the transaction even today are enabled by 2 companies, the Google Pay and the Flipkart, Phone Pay. Both of them are foreign owned. Our banks have not done it. Second thing, what is our cash in circulation today? When the demonetization was made in 2016, the cash in circulation was about 16 trillion rupees. Cash in circulation today is 34 trillion rupees. The cash to GDP ratio today is higher than the cash to GDP ratio there. So what does it mean? It means that there's still lots of cash transaction. We count a lot of digital transaction, but we don't count how much of the cash transaction also takes place in the economy. That is where I travel. You are living here. Whether you use any mode, I don't think there is anything wrong about using credit card for payments of digital. That's equally good digital payment. Whether you use it through the UPI or you use it through the credit payment, credit cards, it makes no difference. The point is, it should be digital. That is what it enables. And if from that point of view, if we look at it, in most of the European countries, today, almost 100% of the transactions take place through digital mode. Almost 100%. In India, we don't know how much of the transaction still takes place in cash. My own guesstimates are that still more than 50% transaction takes place in cash. There is still a very large cash economy in the country. So we have a lot to cover. I think the time will not permit me to go into the environmental and other aspects. Yes, I'm just seeing 5 minutes signal. So let me rush to the last point. The theme of the conference is the elephant moves. I joined the service in 1983, and in last 40 years, the first break out. India is known as elephant for a long time, and movement of elephant has been described always as the point where you are making a move. So Rajiv Gandhi got elected in 1984 late, and the first electronics, IT, a kind of revolution started happening. If you would recall, from 1984 to 1989, his 5 years of time, India had, until that time, of the highest growth which was recorded. 6.5% to 6.8% was the average growth. And it was, at that time, described that India, the elephant, has started moving. I did attend some of this presentation where this expression was used for the first time, that the elephant started moving. But what happened? 89, VP Singh, and other things, and we had 1991 as our biggest crisis ever. So the elephant stopped. Then we had 1991 reforms, which everyone acknowledges were the biggest reforms India. Mr. Das called about this as the second freedom kind of thing. And India again started moving. The elephant started moving again. From 1991 to 1996-97, we had massive reforms done. We had good growth, and almost everywhere, China's dragon and India's elephant was the story, which will do better, and that is on. Then what happened? In 1970-98, again, we had coalition governments, problems, and other kind of things, including Atal Bihari Vajpayee government's first 3 years, when the average growth was less than 4.5%. For 5 years, the elephant again stopped, right? 2002, 2003, the last 2 years of Atal Bihari Vajpayee government, and first 5 years of the UPA government. In fact, elephant started running. That was the best growth we have ever recorded. You had 8% plus growth for continuously 5 to 6 years. Another showman, Pramod Mahajan at that time, said India is shining. The elephant was literally dancing and running. 2008, what happened? Global financial crisis, policy paralysis, and by the 2013-14, again the elephant slunk, right? This is the 4th time in my 40 years I am seeing the elephant moving again. Let us see, that is what the reality check I would just leave you with. Will this elephant run for some time, or will it stop again? There are serious questions. Our 3 years growth is on very high steroids. We are running the largest fiscal deficits ever. 6.5% fiscal deficit for last 5 years, right, is what is the average which we have got. We have very serious lack of reforms. I would argue with this if the time permits. Whether it's in agriculture, Mr. Ramesh Chand presented the data, I don't know whether you noted, the MSP does rice and wheat, and that is the one which is growing at the least growth rate. We need to fix MSP, we need to fix agriculture. Manufacturing, a lot was talked about, but manufacturing presents us very difficult choices. I don't have time. Should we move to, what do we want? We want electric vehicles, we want renewable energy, or we want to make in India. We have no sort of ability on the technology side of any of these things. Our power is cheaper because somebody else is producing cheaper wafers and cheaper cells, and we are able to import that as cheaper. Should we go for BYD and Tesla as the choice for us, or should we look for the day when we will be able to have our own battery technology? I think those are very difficult questions. There are services questions, there are infrastructure questions, and many other things. My own sense is that if we can address, when Mr. Modi comes for the third term, if we can address the real big questions, we will perhaps see the elephant dancing. Otherwise, the elephant will sit again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garg.
Thank you.
I think we really don't have time for questions, but I would request you to talk to him on the sidelines, but a very interesting set of numbers that were shared and things. So that's, but I think we should do that. Let's have a question, please. Like, just speak aloud. Just speak aloud.
I want to ask you about the informal economy. Is it counted in the GDP?
See, informal economy is counted. We have a formula-based counting system. I can explain, but time will not permit. It's counted, number one. But today, a lot of what we call informal economy is actually becoming a formal economy. The distinction between formal and informal is going away. As you move towards more and more payments, being moved towards the digital payments, everything gets recorded.
Do you have a preference for any section? I mean, is there a segment that you think is a good driver? So even if the GDP doesn't grow that fast, if a segment, like let's say a new, like AI, right, if that grows, you know that it's going to have many network effects and ripple effects for many years. Is that, do you guys differentiate between that?
See, India's challenge, I don't think only one sector or one thing can address. We will have to sort of grow everywhere. Agriculture is very important. Industry, we need to manufacturing. But our biggest opportunity, to my mind, lies in services. That is where the biggest employment opportunity is also, biggest value creation opportunity is also, and biggest export opportunity, but some other day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garg. So we'll quickly move to the next session. And so today we have somebody who's impersonating Amit Kapoor for moderating the panel. His name is Pranjal Sharma. So Pranjal,
not Amit Kapoor, but you know, just to clarify.
So Pranjal is, thank you Pranjal for really taking my space here. Like I just think he's a great moderator.
He's so tired of disciplining everybody, I think I have to take that. So.
Thank you. So can I request all the panelists to actually join in? Bhavya, Omar, Karen is there, and Michael, please.
Right here.
No, there.
It's right here. Mr. Das.
Mr. Das, Gurcharan Das ji. Where is he? But this is the one that we are doing as an independent report this year. So that's where it is. So could we just do that, please? The honors. And of course, I must mention that this has been supported by Room to Read and USAID. So all the follies of the report are mine. All the results are, I am taking care of it. So it's my research. It is just that USAID and Room to Read just supported the work. It is our work. So that's please be clear about that.
We're in it together.
Perfect. So record Karen. So we are in it together. She has endorsed the results, and she is part of it. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. If we can just quickly do the picture, and we are all set. And over to the panel,
Thank
please.
You. So, you know, I'm going to quickly begin by asking Michael, give us 2 good points coming out of your report and 2 things which we need to worry about.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you, Stanford and IFC, for the invitation. It's a pleasure being here. You know, Room to Read has a tagline, "World change begins with an educated child." I think after these 2 days, I can also modify that tagline and say, "World change requires an educated Indian child." And in fact, this is what we're speaking to today. I mean, first of all, the policy set out by the government is entering its 3rd year. So I don't know in policy life if that makes it still a juvenile or still a child. But nevertheless, learnings are being received on how well the policy is doing to reach foundational literacy and numeracy in India. I think the report sets out, in classic sense, progress is being made. It's a progressive policy. And some of the assets of it are, of course, by district, state by state, you can see progress being made on numeracy, on fluency of literacy. Where policy is still being serviced not so well is in inefficiencies and gaps. And those occur typically, I think, around, again, more technical terms, how fluency is being used in addition to comprehension. And they're not against each other, but when we talk about making overall gains in literacy and numeracy, they're not opposed to each other. They need to be seen in correlation. So I think some of the gaps where we're seeing in delivering the services are occurring in other topics that we've already discovered in the last 2 days. There is an accountability problem sometimes in the middle tier between, say, the state government and the district government. There are issues around resourcing. Clearly, there are issues around teacher capacity, and this is something Room to Read spends quite a lot of time on. Often we say we're child-centric, and we are, but increasingly it's that teacher-centric role that we all need to play. I mean, I was just thinking about the data about this earlier. There are 8.5 million teachers in government schools in India. The armed forces of India is 1.4 million active members. So literally, this is an army of teachers in the country that are requiring different levels of service and training and mentoring. And in that classroom work is where I think the policy is starting to see, we're not reaching the goals. That instructional work, that mentoring work, of course, training, technology clearly plays a role. So those are some of the less desirable things that we're seeing yet district by district. I think on the positive side, and you always want to do a cookie approach, which is sweet, not so sweet, and sweet, the policy does certainly embrace a multilingual aspect to India's need around FLN. And this is clearly a requirement in such a vast country that has multilingual needs. Children do not walk into these rooms as a blank slate. They come with their culture, their own mother tongue. And increasingly, as we have been hearing as well, with internal migration, you're going to see more and more mixed classrooms where language is not matching to what the language of instruction is. So how we approach in India a multilingual approach is going to be very important. The policy does not get into that layers yet of the how. So clearly in the how, we have a ways to go on this.
Thank you. But do you recognize an intent and recognition of these challenges from the authorities?
I mean, my colleagues could speak to that much better than I. Yeah, the short answer is I think the aptitude, the receptivity around this is quite high. Now, of course, when you are still dealing with from school level, district level, state level, and then a national policy, you're going to find different levels of acceptance and understanding of how to make that work. Part of our role as an implementer in India is making some translations to that and trying to share those results at a demonstration model, at a
There is a will to experiment and try new models and to see what's going to work. So I think that's a very important positive takeaway. It's not like the government has said, we know what to do and we're going to do it our way, but it's ready and open to look at various models. I'm going to turn to Bhavya because she's the most recent graduate from a school, right? Not all of us, we are beyond post-millennials. But I think the conversation is not just about early childhood, it's about how to lay the seeds for learning for generations, to how to create good, professional, solid citizens in the country. Your thoughts on where you see the focus on learning today?
So picking up from what the last speaker said, Mr. Garg said, whether the elephant moves, dances, sings, I think it's dependent on one very key demographic, and that's the adolescents and youth. It's wonderful that the national education policy considers children and is reimagining how we are thinking about education in the country. But we are not considering all of this entire demographic that has potentially been left behind when it comes to foundational literacy and numeracy. So if we look at some numbers, between 14 and 18 years of age, only 42% of young people in rural India are able to do basic math. They do not have arithmetic proficiency and are not able to read basic text. So even though the NEP talks about the concept of catch-up, are they actually being able to catch up? And is that not flatlining their curve of skill and upskilling themselves to actually compete in the real world?
Let me ask you, what would you have liked to have learned in school which you think you missed out on?
Lots of things. I think today data is so important. We are not taught anything about data analytics. We are not taught computer science in the best way. At least when I was in school, I don't know what's happening right now. Public speaking, that's something that you learn on the go. It's not something that is soft skills, transferable skills. You're not just supposed to have hard skills. Yes, that is important, but there are things that are transferable and that you're supposed to learn throughout life, which we are not taught in school at all, and it's not something that is even focused on. So a lot of hard and soft skills that are not focused on in school, which should potentially be brought in. And I see an entire generation being left out and actually feeling left out, because when I went into master's in a place that was outside of India, it took me 2 months to actually catch up and see what
I can tell you, Bhavya, that all of us and many of us who are 40 plus, we are also feeling left out today because the pace of change of technology is so high that nearly everybody has to go back to classroom. So I take what you're saying, but Mr. Das, I'm going to come to you to actually defend the new education policy, because earlier we had a chat and you were saying that all the silos that the education policy had, that if you did science you could not do arts, if you did arts you could not do anything else. I think there's a fundamental shift in approach today. Can you, for those who don't know, can you give us the broad framework?
Yeah, just very quickly, I think we have a very good, and after a very long time, a really good education policy. And inevitably, it will lead to a much better form of learning, because it is not, it's saying burn the rote method, which has governed India for 75 years, rote learning. And they said inquiry, all the things, questioning, encouraging independent thought.
Critical thinking.
All these are, there's music to our ears that this policy has brought. So I could talk more, but this is the bottom line. What my concerns are really the same concerns I expressed before lunch. The basic issue in K-12 education is governance. And this was brought out by a very, very landmark study done 20 years ago by a Harvard economist, Michael Kramer. I think he went on to win the Nobel Prize too. And he showed that government schools in India, 1 out of 4 teachers was absent illegally on any particular moment. 1 out of 2 who was present was not teaching.
But this was in which year?
I think it was 2003 or something.
Right, so we are in 24. So my point today is that
it hasn't changed.
What my understanding is, and I don't know if anybody from can respond, but my understanding is the same Aadhaar biometrics has also brought some kind of controls on teacher attendance in schools.
I would like to have some facts, but these are the only facts that I have. I've been involved in this for 20 odd years because as a writer, I have been writing my Times of India column every year. At least 1 or 2 deal with education, so I do try to keep in touch with what's going on. And secondly, I'm also associated with an NGO, which is focused on education, primary education. So let me just quickly sum up.
30 seconds, please, yeah.
Quickly sum up that the issue also is teachers, that only 6% of teachers in the largest state in India, UP, qualified in the TET, which is the teacher eligibility test, meaning that 90%, more than 90% teachers were just not qualified. Qualified meaning they were unable to answer the fundamental questions that they were meant to. So it's the method of recruitment of teachers, as we all know, has been mired in corruption.
And you're remembering the fact that this is mostly at the state level.
Yeah, this is all.
It's not a national government.
No. It's all, education is a state subject.
Which means that there is variety and diversity in the way each state government addresses education, which creates some kind of, mismatch as well.
Yes, so, as a result. No, but wait a minute. What does a poor person do who has a child in a government school where teachers are not teaching and teachers are not qualified? You then do what my helper at the home does. She takes her daughter and puts her in what we call a budget private school, where she pays 500 rupees a month fees for her daughter, hoping that there she will get a good education. And she's particularly keen for the child to learn English and computers, which is what the school also promises. Now, certainly their teachers show up there, there's a lot more motivation, but the outcomes are not commensurate. This is hard-earned money that
I think, Mr. Das, we should also look at what has changed in the last few years and look at what are the ways in which things can be improved. So
but let me just take a minute to finish
30 seconds,
argument. Sure. Why is it? I mean, India has the largest number of children today in private school. 47.5% of India's children are in private schools. When we conjure up the thought of private school, we think of elite schools. But these are private. And why are government schools, private schools not performing as well? That's because we have not had the same kind of reform that we had in industry in 1991.
So I think
reform, and therefore, this is a very, very important issue.
My point is,
relates to the subject.
We should look at what's happening in the future. No, I'm saying we should look at the future. We know what the past has been.
Well, we don't know what the past has been because we are talking about. I get frustrated because let's come to grips with the nitty-gritty on the ground. That the reality is that private schools could be far better if they were not mired in corruption. That the running a private school means having to pay bribes every year, year after year.
Absolutely agree with you. My point is, let's look at solutions, and I'm going to come to Omar for that. Omar, tell us some of the, you made a brilliant statement earlier when we were chatting today that a teacher is not a blank slate, right? So they come with a legacy of experience, but they're also the people who perhaps are resistant to change. And when you talk about the report which Michael talked about, the question is, what are the ways in which these new models can be enabled, accelerated by this community?
That's an excellent question and a very difficult question in terms of solutions. Just to step back, I think, what we have heard over the last couple of days is about transformation, reform, the importance of education across the different sectors. I think the point of transformation is critical here. For us to be able to really achieve the goals of foundational literacy and numeracy, which is a sub-goal. It's not the primary goal. The goal is the SDG 4 goal to ensure quality, inclusive, equitable, lifelong education for everybody. But we know that literacy and numeracy is key. However, as we have heard in the panels and the discussions, it's not sufficient. It's necessary, but not sufficient. We need the socio-emotional learning. We need the soft skills. We need what we call at Brookings the breadth of skills. And the breadth of skills is different in every context. The context of Silicon Valley is not going to work in India,
where we have 17 languages at least.
Exactly. So I think there's the first part, I'll do 3 parts. The first part, I think, is a national dialogue on what the overall purposes of education are. We want education for economic development, which the panel is based on, but education is way broader than that. It's about national identity, it's about well-being, it's about spiritual and cultural enrichment. These are all different purposes that a country has to deal with. And
you see the teachers as the vehicle for infusing all this?
Exactly.
Are they ready for it?
I think there was a comment earlier this morning about, in the roundtable, that each teacher, and I think Richard made that comment, that each teacher is sort of a mini ministry of education. Education really becomes alive in the classroom. I think what we need to think about is transforming our educational system, number one, to go beyond the schooling model that's about 200 years old to look at what is needed in today's age. The Transforming Education Summit 2 years ago in the UN focused on that. Number two, we need to prepare our teachers not only with new things, but to build on their professionalism and build on their legacies and what they come in with. Many times we try to prepare teachers to do things new, and subliminally we're telling them that you're no good, and nobody takes that.
I think that's where the balance is required. How do you match what they know with the new ways in which they can perhaps articulate it?
And I think that the challenge, it's very fitting that we're in an engineering building. There's a concept called combination invention, which I'm sure all of the engineers know, that no real innovation, no big changes come as a single invention. It's the ability to combine different things in a smart way to answer your question. So I think part of the solution is to prepare our teachers with that mentality. How can we give them the tools where they can draw upon maybe artificial intelligence, maybe on community resources? With literacy and numeracy, this is not something new. We have done that much better in the past.
We'll have to come to some of these ideas and the solutions for that. You raised very critical questions, but I'm going to come to Karen now. Karen, you've been enabling as head of USAID, and you just came back from a brilliant stint in New Delhi as well, right? So you must have seen a lot of this happening on ground. USAID's, policy, strategy, and action. Can you give us a glimpse of what has been your focus?
So in India and around the world, USAID is focused on the numeracy and literacy, foundational numeracy and literacy, as the foundation, right? So in India, we're partnering with the government and our partners like Room to Read to provide training of trainers for teachers, to support the teachers to improve the quality of education, which many of the panelists had talked about.
Exactly. So what Mr. Das said and Omar said is it's the teachers that have to be the focus.
It's the teachers that have to be the focus. We've all had good teachers and bad teachers. I'll use an example of my son right now who's studying chemistry. He hated chemistry and thought he wants to study criminology. Now he has a chemistry teacher who has made it alive for him. He's empowered, he enjoys it, and he's changing his entire course of study, right? So if we can get teachers to engage the students at an early age, then hopefully we'll create the lifelong learners that we're hoping to get. We are also developing reading materials in mother tongue. So we already said 17 languages in India. We know that if students are taught at an early age in their mother tongue and then transfer, they're going to have better learning outcomes. So we're focused on that and partnering on that in India. We're setting up libraries in schools.
Do you have good results on that so far?
Yeah, very good. But we're setting up libraries too so that students have access to these books that are in mother tongue. And one of the things we saw during COVID is many of the parents who are illiterate also started accessing books in these libraries. And then they were reading as families and encouraging their children to read, and the parents understood the importance of the kids getting access to these books and continuing their reading. Another important thing that gets to the quality and the reform that you were talking about is advocating at the state level for increased resources and increased support for the teachers. The teachers are critical and spend so much time with the children, is we need to advocate for them and support them. And then finally, I would say we're also focused on expanding access of education for girls, to make sure the girls are getting the equal education, staying in school, and being educated, which I think is very critical into what if India wants to see.
And one of the fascinating things in India is actually the midday meal scheme, which brings a lot of kids to the school. Not so much education, but actually the meal, which is actually a huge, completely lateral way of approaching education for many of the families. But I'm going to do an Amit Kapoor on myself and try to stand up and say we have to end quickly. But let's take some thoughts and questions from all of you. Can we have the mics ready, please? Okay, now we have like all these hands. Okay, I have to test my numeric abilities to count all the hands and go to them. But can we go? Okay, can you all raise the hands? Let me see who hasn't asked a question so far. Okay, the lady in the corner over there and the lady in the corner over here. Let's begin with both of you. We'll collect your questions and come back. Kindly introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Mary Alber. I'm launching an education innovation collaborative, Thrivetown, and my question is, everything you've just talked about is almost identical to what's going on in the United States.
Thank you for saying that.
Right?
Really, thank you. Because people will think that India is this crazy basket case.
No.
It's not.
No, totally. And I almost think there might be more going on at the central level in India that's good, that we need to replicate. But one of the things I heard that jumped out at me was, how do we sort of model, I forget the term that was used by one of you about demo it, right? Demo it and do it the new way outside of the existing school, because the existing school structure and sort of policies and practices of the teaching workforce is so different than the inquiry-based and the project-based and the SDG goals, right? We want every kid to be doing that. So do you see a model where we could, I'd love to have like a prototype demo Thrivetown here, one in India, and we could kind of do a parallel study of how we can actually make significant major change.
Excellent. Thank you for the offer. I'm sure the panelists will come back to you on this offline as well. But the lady here, thank you. Kindly introduce yourself.
Okay, I am Indrani Singh, and I have been associated with education for more than 30 years. And out of which 12 years, I was a principal of a K-12 school in India, and that was a private school affiliated to CISC. So I have a number of points which I've written down. Quickly, I'll
begin with one only, please. Yeah.
No, just quickly. Okay, first is, Mr. Gurcharan Das, aapne kaha that rote learning is something which is still kind of practiced in India. And I think that is something we need to bring about a change grossly, because students learn from the examination point of view, not being a lifelong learner.
Ma'am, can you ask the question, because it'll be good to...
Okay, as far as the question is concerned, I'm really happy to see Bhavya as a young advocate for mental well-being, and I have been an advocate for mental well-being since 2011. Now, despite counseling services in the university in the US and counselors in each and every school, still there is a lot of problems with emotional well-being of the students. How does India address that?
Okay, quickly. So on new model, maybe, Michael, you want to come in on this, and Mr. Das, if you want to quickly intervene on this. New model?
Yeah, I think in part our program, which USAID is a gracious donor to, is our theory has changed, is based on demonstration, collaboration, and expansion. And it's been said here before, it's all about scale. We cannot reach 250 million children by going school by school as an NGO. Clearly, that's something we don't want to do. So it's all about government seeing the results, feeling the results, and using that for themselves and resourcing it. more importantly. So our model is definitely based on that scaffolding of demonstration, collaboration, and expansion, where it's all up to the state to take that on after they see the demonstration value. I mean, we work in 12 states. That's not enough in India.
Out of 29.
Yeah, so there's a lot of work to do. And clearly, some of the social, emotional wellness as well spills into our literacy programming. We have a girls' education component as well in India. But frankly, most of our staff time is focused on counseling and supporting that teacher, that administrator, and engaging with the community and families.
And you're ready to work with the new partners as she's offered?
Oh, absolutely. We work in the United States as well.
So that's on rote learning. How can we really address that?
Well, I think the big step is taken where the policy now is very clear. They want to burn rote learning out. And nobody has said it in such clear, simple way as this policy does. So one has to really congratulate these people who came out with this a couple of years ago. I think it will take time. The teachers are not prepared for it. They have not learned, but it will happen in due course. And this has to happen both in the private sector as well as in the public sector, because government has imposed that rote learning also in the private schools. And the point that I was making is that while all this is very good, the pedagogical thing to go for, what we need is the same kind of 1991 type reforms that we had in industry to bring accountability. And you know, it's heartbreaking that people spend hard-earned money to put their children into private schools. They give up. In a government school, they get free uniforms, free school books, free midday meals, and still they're willing to forego that in order so that the learning outcomes improve. And so this is almost like to me, the biggest priority is to remove the license Raj out of it and break up the government ministry with a regulator who regulates the whole of industry and those people who run government schools. See, there's a conflict of interest.
Right. So I'll have to ask you to hold here. Quickly, your response on what she said.
Yeah, so I was not in a very different room a few months ago, and you'll be surprised to see how many young people actually want a safe and supportive environment around them. The point of me saying that is that we don't just need to work with the students, we also need to work with the community around them. So the two can't work in silos. They have to work in tandem with one another. So unless a young person feels supported, their mental and physical well-being will not reach its full potential. So the first thing that we actually need to do is actually ask young people, what do you want? What do you think will make you feel best?
That dialogue is actually is I think not always there. So let's take one more round of questions. Okay, the lady there, these two ladies, and there was a gentleman at the back, right, and Asha. So can we quickly, and please keep it as precise as possible.
Yeah, it's not a question, basically a comment. Two things. One, to de-risk ourselves from AI. I know it's a different point of view. The intent is to create the next wave of green jobs, and how we can do of green jobs, which is not dependent on AI and not necessarily can be replaced, so that we don't have massive layoffs all at the same time.
Okay, so I think, so I'll have to again ask you to pause here because AI is on the cover of this report. So I'm not sure we can de-link from AI right now, but let's have a discussion on that maybe. Another topic for another session. Amit, please take note. Your team can do that. The lady next to you, I think there was another one. Yes. Go ahead, it'll pump up.
Yeah, so I completely agree with
Please use the mic, the voice will come up.
Hello, yeah. So I completely agree with the point which Mr. Gurujar and Das has made, that I'll just give you the latest statistics, like from UNESCO report, No Teacher, No Class, 2021, about 500,000 teachers are not there in UP and Bihar.
Tell us a solution, because
solution is that, no, I'm asking the question, and I wish there was somebody here on the panel from the ministry or from the government, because the value placed at the profession of being a teacher in government school is low, and that is also one of the cultural context which has to be dealt with.
So there's some discussions to have with the lady in the front and the gentleman with the mic over there.
Yeah, so hi, I'm here. I'm a venture capitalist here in the Bay Area. I also teach entrepreneurship at Stanford. So the question I want to ask is about how can we incorporate our traditional education system of India into the current modern system? Because I really liked one point that Omar made, that education system is not just about learning, it's also about the values and culture.
Completely agree. I was going to mention the Gurukul system, but I don't know whether anybody, including me, is qualified to speak on that. But please go ahead here, then Asha, and then Himanshu. And then we'll close.
I'm Nirmala Shankaran. I run a venture called Hey Math. And we've been upskilling teachers for the last 24 years in mathematics. And talking about reforms in education, I think the best example is right next door to India, which is Singapore. And they started their reforms by saying, thinking schools, learning nation in 1997. I feel post-COVID, people have understood the value of digitization of content in education. And I think technology can be a fantastic way for us to build teaching capacity. So this is something I would like to talk to some of the panelists post this conversation.
Perfect. Himanshu and then Asha.
I don't see any reference to for-profit companies in this space by the panel. An example
we have only 25 minutes.
No, an example is LEAD. The point I'm trying to make is they're covering about 10,000, the private schools you referred to, Mr. Das, and covering about 5 million students, 50,000 teachers, training them, really upgrading the standard of living, standard of education. I'm not sure whether we are looking at that as a potential solution. And I wanted to get an opinion.
What is the potential solution?
Because to me, this is a great solution compared to a layman who's not studied this domain. This can be a great solution because here, you don't have to put in money to have a for-profit solution to a social issue.
Great. I think India's law, Asha, India's law actually does not allow for-profit education. That's still one of those challenges, which is, sorry? Yeah, I know, but the way it is that it's a management consulting firm, which is. Got it. Okay.
A question about the school in the cloud. There was a lot of buzz a few years ago about Shugata Mitra and his school in the cloud. Remember, he did Hole in the Wall.
He had a computer in the wall program.
Hole in the Wall first, but then he also tried school in the cloud, and he got $1 million from TED.com for a pilot. Does any of you have any data or any thoughts about what happened to that project? It was very popular a few years ago.
I don't know. So the lady behind you, and then we'll come back to the panel for a quick response.
So earlier you talked about the midday meal program, and tying back to the previous session on nutrition and healthy lifestyle in India, I wanted to pass on a recommendation to the government to include physical activity in middle schools in addition to the midday meal program, because I think as they progress in their careers, they just get busy and they don't necessarily think about physical education, so it's good to inculcate it early on.
I would also say, Amit, I can speak on your behalf, if I can say, Amit and Richard are here, that you can send some of these suggestions to the team of India Dialog. I'm sure they're going to be incorporating it in the reports and the studies which are going to be out. So I'm going to quickly request all of you to respond in 30 seconds. There are several issues. Unfortunately, we cannot unpack and go on for many for time, reasons of time. But Mr. Das, quickly your response and come to everybody.
I'll just take up this one question about for-profit.
Yeah.
This is the result of this hypocrisy. A private school to survive, it must make a profit. And to say that you can't make a profit, everybody has to be false, have to make a false declaration, keep false set of books. And so the good news is that we are going to challenge this. It's a 1989 judgment called the Unni Krishnan judgment by a Supreme Court judge who said that education, there should not be any profit in education. And so now that half the India's children, 120 million children, are in private school, it is time to remove this hypocrisy, and this is something that's going to happen in the next. The worry is, of course, the government is withholding permission for NGOs, you know, the FCRA permission. All NGOs are worried that they may lose their FCRA status. If they lose their FCRA, they'll have to close down. And that includes the NGO that I referred to.
Right, sir.
And so, but we are hoping to get our FCRA in the next 6 months.
That's an issue to address urgently.
But the reality is that now the whole industry or education, private education industry, is ready to challenge this hypocrisy.
Thank you. Omar, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. So we're trying to accomplish all of this with one system that is a schooling system 200 years old. The education system across the world needs to evolve, and this includes connecting traditional educational system, connecting high-end artificial intelligence, connecting private schools, private courses, and rethinking about education in terms of an ecosystem. I think we cannot address these questions and these challenges by trying to fit a solution into a system that is bureaucratic, that is got issues of accountability, and last point, there's a lot of points, but last 2 points. There's an issue of accessibility. We need to make sure that education is equitable, accessible, and quality for everybody. Otherwise, you're going to have problems down the road that are going to come back at India at a large, in a very big way. The last point being that, going back to teachers, making sure that our ecosystem is supportive of teachers in a way where they can actually feel incentivized. The fact that teachers are not going to classrooms, it's not only an accountability issue. There are many other factors that are there. We need to figure that out.
Thanks.
I think I'm at my 30 seconds.
You can say so much more, Omar, but I'm going to have to ask you to pause. Okay. Yes, yes.
Some of the stuff that
right, Karen.
But I will say reform takes time, just like development. And if you're reforming from a rote system to a system of inquiry and thought from teachers that were taught through the rote system, it's going to take time. So you need to invest in the quality. You need to ensure equal access for everyone. Oops, my mic. You need to ensure equal access of education for everyone so that there's no child left behind, increase the quality, support the teachers, demonstrate successes and models that work, and then use that to advocate at the state level for increased funding to support those teachers and to bring in models that work within the system. Thank you.
Yeah, just picking up on the for-profit point, I think if there is a law that doesn't allow it, we should figure out a way that it gets figured out, because if we don't want to invest in strengthening the demographic dividend, then we won't be able to leverage the strengths of those demographic dividends at all, ever.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you to respond to anything, but my question to you is about tech. You put AI on the cover, and there was a concern about that. So again, 30 seconds, what role can tech play in this?
I think tech continues to show a role on where we make things more efficient for teachers in particular, and for administrators, digitizing things for one. We're already looking at a pilot AI that would work around a teacher training module, right, self-led. Those are early days, and I think AI will continue to come into it. And I just want to make a plug around, again, not just AI. One of the things Room to Read does is we are actually a publisher of children's books, obviously not for sale, But in India, we have 225 titles in 7 languages. That's all private-public partnership ecosystem play. They're not brought in. These are Indian authors, Indian illustrators. They are leveled in a way that grabs a child's attention and they want to read that book. So that's the level of innovations in digitization that we're on a pathway to continue to scale in India.
Thank you. Apologies from me. My apologies if all the questions were not answered, but the idea was to raise as many thoughts as possible in the hall so that we can connect and work on them and look at collaborative efforts. Please join me in thanking everybody who participated. I felt a little bit like the pilot whose flight is taken off late and has to land on time still. So I've tried to land on time. Amit, please do recognize that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's break for tea. We'll come back in 10 minutes, please. 10 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Our girls' education.
Can I have your attention, please? Hello? Richard. Richard Dasher.
Amit is talking.
Richard, hurry, please sit. Martin, Vish, don't be like a Vish Mishra. Vish Mishra, please sit. So, can we get in the front, please? Yeah, aage chalo, please. Can we? Please. I think we need to get started, please. Yeah, bithao, please. Yeah, please. Let me do a small embarrassment for you. Good evening, all. Folks, can I have your attention, please? Karen, please. Asha, Karen. Okay. Hisham, Bhavya, I need your attention, please. Okay, thank you. There are two gentlemen at the back having coffee who are just not going silent, please. Yes, the one with Nehru jacket or a black and blue shirt, please sit. Okay, thank you. Avinash, you're a bottleneck now. Thank you. We have a very dear friend, Param Iyer, who is going to be speaking to us today. Param is somebody I've known for a few years. Incidentally, just as a very quick introduction, if there was this whole thing called as the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan in India. If you do not know about that project, that means there is a mistake, or you're just not informed, or you're absolutely ill-informed about India. Because if there was one person who was responsible for the success of that program, that man is just exactly standing behind me, who's just trying to hide himself right now. So a large-scale project, which was a transformational project for the country. Of course, he has worked across the world. He was CEO for Niti Aayog, but now he's actually the executive director at the World Bank. But somebody who's actually created impact with large-scale projects within the country. A lot of us, we were talking about Amitabh Kant. He is more or less like him itself, not as a marketing salesman, as Subhashji was saying, but somebody who's a great doer and things. And it's just an honor to know him. And as I said somewhere in the beginning of the program as well, he's the person who actually created this idea in our minds that we should have dialogues or we should have conversations about India. So anything that goes wrong here is his responsibility. Everything that is right is my thing. So, but anyways, like Param, thanks a lot for joining, and it's just a pleasure and an honor to have you here today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Amit. And I've also got to blame Amit for, it's fantastic to see so many people here. I told Amit that, look, post-tea on the second day, there's going to be no one here, but maybe Amit has just brought in a few students or others, I don't know. But it's really nice to have all of you here. And I also have to say, Subhash spoke about Amitabh, being a great salesman, God's own country, and in communist Kerala. So I'm hoping that this product, which I'm going to give you, doesn't need too much promotion. Hopefully, it'll speak for itself. So wanted to frame the discussion. We've had a lot of, over the last couple of days about big macroeconomic reform. We heard about GST. We heard about the insolvency and bankruptcy code. A lot of, the GDP growth. And then in the morning, Sanjeev spoke about some process reforms. How things actually work on the ground, how we are streamlining processes.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about a very big idea, a big, hairy, audacious goal, which the Prime Minister threw out early in his tenure, when, in fact, my wife and I were in Hanoi in Vietnam in the World Bank, and we heard him talk about, in his Independence Day speech, about the Swachh Bharat mission. And it's a very ambitious goal. So how, I'd say over the last decade, some very big ideas and policies have been translated into reality. And we spoke about scale and speed across the conference in different sectors. And I'm going to give you an example of the Swachh Bharat mission. It's about sanitation in India, which I think the lessons from which, and there are many colleagues here who are associated with this, I think the lessons go across different sectors, education, health, we can learn from this. And today in the World Bank, we're talking of a new knowledge compact where lessons from the global south, how they can be translated across the global south, but also to the global north. And so I'm going to take you through the Swachh Bharat mission, from the beginning, the lessons we learned, and how they can be applied to other sectors. So this was the challenge when this program started. You can see very big numbers here. You can see the magnitude of the problem, where coverage was very low, less than 40%, and not much had happened, over the preceding decades. And so, with that big number, more than 60% defecating in the open. We've got 600,000 villages, districts in a federal country. So a huge challenge, which needed to be recognized. And so far, incremental change had taken place. So now here you're going to see this one change, game-changing moment. I wanted to take you back to this clip.
भाइयों बहनों, आपको लगता होगा क्या लाल किले से सफाई की बात करना, लाल किले से टॉयलेट की बात बताना, ये कैसा प्रधानमंत्री है? भाइयों बहनों, मैं नहीं जानता हूं मेरी कैसी आलोचना होगी, इसे कैसे लिया जाए, लेकिन मैं मन से मानता हूं। मैं गरीब परिवार से आया हूं, मैंने गरीबी देखी, और गरीब को इज्जत मिले, इसकी शुरुआत यहीं से होती है। और इसलिए स्वच्छ भारत का एक अभियान इसी 2 अक्टूबर से मुझे आरंभ करना है।
Okay, so that was the huge statement which took everyone by surprise. And, it was basically mission impossible till, the Prime Minister decided that he wanted it to actually happen. So these were the 4 S's which we faced when we started this program. Obviously, scale. And we heard a lot about behavior change in different sectors, education, health. At the heart of the Swachh Bharat mission was behavior change, but how do you do it at scale? And so to change that habit of 550 million people. Now, speed. The Prime Minister set a deadline of 2nd October 2019, which was the 150th birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi. A very symbolic date, but it was a challenge. But in the end, we figured out it was, probably just about right. It was it was a little bit of the Goldilocks approach, not too long, not too short. But at that point of time, it looked impossible. Stigmas, right? And many of you would have seen this movie, Toilet Ek Prem Katha, which Akshay Kumar made. And, these beliefs which we have held for generations in India of, toilets having a toilet at home is unclean, it's better to defecate in the open. So stigmas had to be dealt with, that is behavior change. And then finally, and critically, how do you sustain behavior change? And Cass Sunstein, his good friend, the co-author of Nudge, he came to India in 2018, and he was telling me, he said, Param, this is nudge at scale, but you got to make sure that you put in place mechanisms to sustain behavior change. So that was another challenge which we needed to face and which continues to be a challenge today. So briefly, how did we deal with each one of the S's, the scale? And, we heard a lot about technology, which is critical, and today's world, and as Amitabh said yesterday, technology helps to scale. In this case, technology was useful. We used it because we did virtual teaching on behavior change. But you also need boots on the ground for a subject like sanitation, which goes all the way down to the village and household level. So school students, by the way, we heard about retention of girl students. Girl students became huge ambassadors for Swachh Bharat. And in fact, the dropout rate of girls from primary to secondary significantly decreased because they had usable toilets in schools. But we used them as ambassadors. We had masons, right? Many women became masons in Jharkhand. They called them Rani Mistris. And so they went from being beneficiaries to actually getting an economic benefit out of sanitation. Swachhagrahis, again, the term coined by the Prime Minister himself. These were village motivators, one in every village, trained in behavior change, and retrained again. And so the PM said, why don't we call them Swachhagrahis, on the lines of Satyagrahis. Sarpanches, the elected local body leaders, district collectors, 700 played a very crucial role in this. Then we had young professionals. The Tata Trust funded these young professionals who made a huge difference. So we put them in every district. They worked with the collectors, and they managed to get the whole behavior change thing moving. And then, of course, our brand ambassadors, from Amitabh Bachchan to Sachin Tendulkar, Akshay Kumar. So we had to whip up a lot of excitement. So we had brand ambassadors. And to be very honest, one communicator in chief. I mean, the Prime Minister had lost no opportunity to talk about Swachh Bharat. And that was really the wind at our back. And so, you know, he was leading this. Now, speed, right? Important, we've heard in many cases, we needed to get some low-hanging fruit, some quick wins. So when we started, we said, there were only about 15 or 16 districts out of 700 which were ODF. That word came into the jargon, right? Open defecation free. And so you can see that the middle part of India is all brown. We had basically, Kerala was doing very well, Himachal, Uttarakhand, and there was a district in Gujarat and one in Bengal. So we said, let's get those things moving. Let's get other districts. Let's get some quick results which can demonstrate that this thing is doable. And so we focused on that demonstration effect, created some champions, and got young collectors to speak to each other. Okay, on stigmas, again, you know, this was obviously the major challenge in Swachh Bharat. How do you get people to understand the importance of using toilets from a health point of view? You didn't need to convince the women and girls about the stigma and the shame of going out in the open, in the dark. But overall, targeting elderly men, why do you need to use toilets, was quite challenging. So we also came up with the concept of a twin pit, leach pit toilet. And this is actually an environmentally friendly toilet where the water leaches into the soil, the pathogens don't spread, and it's two pits. One pit closes, and you can actually empty it after a year and a half. So I entered a pit in Warangal in early 2017 to show that you can clean your own toilet. And salesman Shaucha Singh was another ad we used to promote sanitation. Neeraj knows about this. Neeraj was working with us before he moved to another job. And then, of course, Toilet Ek Prem Katha. And Akshay Kumar was a super brand ambassador for us. We used him to talk to collectors. Sachin was rewarding the best collectors. So it was a whole movement, but top-down communication by the brand ambassadors, but critically bottom-up, village-level interpersonal communication to make sure that every village understood the importance of sanitation and took it upon themselves to make their village ODF. So this is about the stigma. That's the twin pit which I referred to, which is still going strong. It's a low-cost individual household latrine, IHHL, and it costs about 12 to 15,000 rupees. So you can see here how the bottom-up, on the ground, the sarpanches, the community approach, the face-to-face communication, but we also use technology. You see the virtual classrooms. We had a digital database of 180 million beneficiaries. And you know, we could get in touch with them, find out from them if they had any complaints, they could refer it to the district. So I think this part of the program perhaps was the one we focused upon the most. How do you change behavior and how do you do it at scale? And then, of course, as I said, how do you sustain behavior change? Very, very difficult. And because you can sort of campaign in poetry, but when you govern, it's in prose. And so on a day-to-day basis, when the village has become open defecation free, how do you know people are not still going out? How do you know some toilets are not being dysfunctional? And people would report, hey, this village has been declared ODF. I see 3 people going out. It'll happen, right? It's a dynamic process. And you've got to keep working at it. And therefore, we thought it would make sense in the next phase of Swachh Bharat, which is going on now, to focus on what we call ODF+, which is looking at a broader definition of sanitation, not just on open defecation free, on toilets and usage, but also on solid and liquid waste management, whether it's plastic waste or organic waste. And actually, that's being funded by the government again. Under the 15th Finance Commission, there are funds earmarked for sanitation to sustain all the gains which have been made. So now it's functioning at an ODF plus stage, and we call that Swachh Bharat Phase 2. Okay, so now it's late in the afternoon, and I thought I would share some of these insights, but also make it a bit of, and please don't, if you know the answers, please don't respond. I was going to ask you, some of the lessons we learned, what is the A, B, C, D, E, F of implementation at scale? Okay, so anyone can guess what is A? Anyone, let's see how alert you are and how good you are. Okay, this is a big program thrown out by the Prime Minister, announced. So what is A? So as the implementers, what is A? Not awareness. Not aspiration. Not action. No. Not ambition. Okay, let me give you this one. A stands for align. So look, it's very, very important to align with the vision of this head, the CEO, right? You got to align. And to be honest, when I joined my ministry, so I came back from the bank in March 2016, and we didn't have alignment in my own ministry because my additional secretary, and Subhash will probably know his name, so I won't name him, he said, sir, sanitation is a state subject, right? So if Government of India announcing this program, state governments have to deliver. Why should we be held accountable for something the state has to deliver? He had a bit of a point. But I said, listen, I've just come back. And Subhash was also instrumental in getting me back. So I've got to thank Subhash, who was in my job in the bank at that time. And I said, listen, we've got to deliver. The PM has announced these programs. I'm not going to go and tell him this is the state government's responsibility. So I think alignment is critical. And what we call the PM, CM, DM, VM, I'm from the UP cadre of the IAS. And we have a saying there that there are only 3 good jobs in India: PM, CM, and DM. DM is district magistrate. And then to sort of bring in the village, we added VM, the village mukhya. So if you can get that axis aligned, you can make lots of things happen in India, right? Even today. So we followed that model. And again, this became really important. Our job was to align with that and get everyone aligned to the vision, and which the Prime Minister thrown. A is align. Okay, what is B? Believe. Fantastic. Believe. Excellent. It absolutely comes. So you're right. So it's believe. So everyone had to believe that this thing is doable, right? Because if you start, continuing being a skeptic, it's not going to happen. So we had to have belief that this thing can happen, first within our own team, and then all the way down. In a federal system like India, we saw how the GST brought together all the states onto one platform. This is very, very important in India. And there are some states which have different political parties leading them. And that was a challenge for all of us. But if you can get alignment with the basic idea, it makes a huge difference, and belief. Youth in the system was very important. So we created this cadre of our Preraks, Zilla Swachh Bharat Preraks, the young professionals in the field. They made a big difference. And then setting some milestones and actually achieving them, which increased the belief. C is easy. Change. No. Communicate. You're doing very well. You should have been making this presentation. Communication. Okay, so communicate. Look, this program, communication was a critical part of behavior change, right? So, there are different levels of communication. You can talk of mass media, interpersonal communication, but at the heart of this program was communicating. And so this one became absolutely critical. Grassroots level and then mass media level. So top down, these were, I mean, we were, using water aid when Neeraj was working, a whole number of agencies, NGOs, CBOs, universities, students, and so communication became very, very important. So it became a kind of mass movement. Okay, let's see what do we have now. What's D? This one I bet no one will get. It's a bit of a cop out, but you'll understand why. Any others? No.
Delegate.
Close, Pranjal. You're doing well. Almost. Actually, it's not. No, it's very close. See, what we meant was take it to the lowest level, but the only word we could think of was democratize. So what we meant was take it down, right? Take it down to the lowest appropriate level. And in this case, it was critical that the villages took this project in hand, right? It became a thing of prestige, that our village is going to become ODF before the neighboring village. And it became very, very important to have that self of pride in the community. And so, if you want to do this Jan Andolan thing, the Prime Minister is very big on that. It was very important to take it down. And a lot of campaigns were done throughout the year, whether it was Swachhata Hi Seva, typically in September, October, Chalo Champaran. So we had to keep the buzz, we had to keep the excitement going. And the lower the level it was happening, the more effective it was. Okay, I'm going to show you a clip of this program which we did in Bihar. Bihar was struggling. And what happened was, it was not really making much movement. So we decided that we would take 20,000 Swachhagrahis from across India and unleash them for 1 week in Bihar, and then get the Prime Minister to address them, to motivate them. So this program we called Chalo Champaran. It coincided with the 100th anniversary of Gandhi's Champaran movement. So 10th April 2018. That's the date, and this is a little clip about that program.
गांव-गांव और गली-गली, गांव-गांव और गली-गली, गांव-गांव और गली-गली, नई हवा चली, नई हवा चली, नई हवा चली। हर दिल ने ठानी है, हर दिल ने ठानी है, सफाई गांव में लानी है। अब काम करेंगे बात नहीं, साफ नहीं तो माफ नहीं। अब काम करेंगे बात नहीं, साफ नहीं तो माफ नहीं। अब काम करेंगे बात नहीं, साफ नहीं तो माफ नहीं। काम करेंगे बात नहीं, साफ नहीं तो माफ नहीं। काम करेंगे बात नहीं, साफ नहीं तो माफ नहीं।
So, I already revealed. E is evaluate. Okay. So we found out very early, look, there are skeptics, and people will say it's not happened, it's all bogus, etc., etc. So it is important. It's not perfect, but I can tell you it's pretty good. So evaluate. And we had a lot of studies done by external agencies. So if the government says something, maybe you won't take it so seriously. So some very interesting studies. So for example, there was a study by UNICEF, if you see the top right one, which found that every household would save about 50,000 rupees in an ODF village on account of avoided medical fees, time saving, real estate value. It saves lives, WHO study, environment. So we did a number of these. The World Bank was monitoring it every year. And so it was important to evaluate, E. And the last one, F. Let's see if anyone gets this. Who said follow up? Fantastic. Perfect. Follow up. Brilliant. So you got to follow through, right? Because if you see this cartoon, we had Sudhir Dar. We used to bring out a Swachh Bharat cartoon calendar till the government finally shut down all calendars. Subhash, I don't know whether it was after your time. They said no more non-sarkari calendars. This one is Sudhir Dar at his best. And you can see here where the young kid is pulling back the grandfather and saying, please use the toilet. So it's important to follow through what are the mechanisms to sustain the continued behavior change, the capacity building. So, and it's not a destination. So many people think at any point of time, There will be people who are still going out. It's a dynamic process, but you got to keep at it. Okay, so this is just to show you once again what is the ABCDEF. And now, since you're hovering around Amit, I'm going to go through very quickly. Now, again, these are the outcomes, right? So when we started, you can see the red map and then the green map. And of course, that green will change a bit, but broadly, this is what happened over those 5 years. Okay, now, important to share these lessons globally. So we had an international conference where ministers from 55 countries of health and sanitation came and visited India in October 18 to understand a little bit more and to see what they could learn. And the minister of Nigeria went back and they started the Clean Nigeria campaign based on this program. China, I was in China 3 weeks ago. They have got a Clean China program going on, again, influenced by another large country, a neighboring country like India. So we spoke about the 4 Ps. Political leadership, right? I mean, the term is bandied about a lot. Absolutely critical. And then public financing. You know, I've got to thank colleagues like Subhash, who understood that there's a return on sanitation, scarce resources, he's managing the budget, where do you put your money? So when they saw the program working, they started putting in more funds into it. Total investment in Swachh Bharat is about $20 billion, half state and center, but a lot of money was put in. So this is important because in many countries, the Minister of Health comes and tells me, can you convince our president to put in money? Because the finance minister of Nigeria is not giving the money because he doesn't know there's a 5:1 return on sanitation by way of health. So I'm saying, so this was very, very important. And you know, Subhash was there at the time, so he can tell you about that. And then partnerships with, you know, with academia, with civil society, with NGOs. This was not a Sarkari program by any means. That's a picture of the ministers and the Prime Minister on October 2nd, 2018. Uma Bharti ji was my minister at the time. And then people's participation, right? It had to be full involvement of people, otherwise this thing wouldn't have worked. So those were the 4 Ps. And there's a book on that, which is called the Swachh Bharat Revolution, which tells you a little bit about that. And I just wanted to end by saying there's a case study on this. I used to be a professor of management studies at IIM Ahmedabad. And we wrote a case study which is now shared between IIMA and Harvard. So if you want to get a more dispassionate, more analytical look at this program, please take a look at that. Thank you very much.
You know, I think, Param, just stay back for a second. Okay. I think, you know, like the transformational effect that this thing has had on India is absolutely immense. I can see it with my eyes. We see it in villages. We see it in states and districts. I think for the thing that he has done, he might be very silent. He needs a standing ovation for what he has achieved for India, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Param. So, you know, like we are actually using this case, at least this year in my course on innovation and competitiveness at Stanford. It's an amazing case study. If you have time, do look at it. In fact, there was another case study that was talked about earlier in the program, Will the Giant Emerge, which was authored by Christian. We are using that case study as well. It is an absolutely great case studies that if you're ever wanting to read, even as a non-management student or what, they're worth reading and looking at and understanding as to how things can actually happen, how transformation needs to be done. But I think from here on, we need to move on to the next. But yes, one last thing. This year, I'm just promising to Param, in fact, we are just trying to do a book together on water. Next year, 27th, 28th Feb, we will make sure that it is available, and that is what is going to be done. And that's what we are looking at. So that also tells you about the date for the next year's conference, which is 27th and 28th of February. So please mark your calendars, and we look forward to having you here. But now, without further ado, can I actually invite MR? Where is MR Rangaswamy, please? Oh, yes, MR, can you just come over and start your panel? It'll be great if you can actually introduce your panelists. But MR is one person in Bay Area, possibly does not need any introduction. He is somebody who's created Indiaspora, creates that huge impact, understands as to how the connection between the two countries can actually run. And he's always at the right places. But something very interesting about the story, you know, like we just bumped into each other in Adelaide. And of all the places in Adelaide, in a cricket match when India was actually playing, And of course, India lost because he was there. We would have won if I was there only. So we were there together. We just bumped on the ramp and whatever, and we said, let's collaborate on this. He's just been such a great friend and a supporter for the cause. MR, thank you for being there with us.
Thank you, Amit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you, please.
Thank you. And hats off to you, Param. That was incredible what the program did. So I want my panelists to come up, and you'll see a stark difference. They're all women. So hats. So again, we have done lots about India, but now we're going to talk about the diaspora. So we won't be talking much about India at all. But I want to bring up India in one context. In diaspora, during COVID, we had a program to raise money for COVID relief in India when Wave 2 happened. And in 1 month, the diaspora raised $15 million for relief in India, okay? And sent it for all kinds of programs. But then we continued that program to say every year, let's give back to India. You don't need a crisis, right? So a year ago, we got a whole bunch of nonprofits together who work with India, and 35 of that, last year it was like 20 different groups got together. And in the US, there's something called Giving Tuesday. So this is a US custom, right? On Thursday, you eat turkey on Thanksgiving Thursday. Then Friday is Black Friday, you go shopping, right? Saturday, Sunday is football. Monday is Cyber Monday. And then Tuesday, you feel really guilty you've spent a lot of money, right? And so Giving Tuesday is aimed at giving back. So everybody goes online. It's only online. You use your credit card. You go online, and you give to a charity of your choice, okay? Last year, and it's been around 10, 15 years. Last year, I think they raised about $3 billion in one day. Huge giving, right? So we modeled something after that called India Giving Day a year ago, where 25 charities got together. We have a website, and people give on one day. Last year, we raised $1.4 million. All the money goes to India, different nonprofits in India. This year, today is India Giving Day, so you can go to indiagivingday.org. If you so desire to give, there's still time. But today, so far, we have raised $5.2 million in one day of giving. So we want to repeat this, and hopefully in a few years, it's $100 million a year going to different organizations in India. That's kind of the vision. So I just want to start with the Diaspora Connect with India as we start this panel. But we're not going to talk about India much, and we're not going to talk about stereotypes much today, right? So one of the things that has happened with the diaspora is the common refrain is they're a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer, right? And now we have 100,000 doctors in the US. It's 7% of the doctors in the US are Indian. In the IT workforce, 10% of the IT workforce who are engineers are Indian. So that's the kind of the stereotype. But today we have very different people here. Although they may have started in some of the stereotypes, they've kind of broken through and gone to different places. Tonight, I'm going to an opera in San Jose, Rigoletto. And the main singer of that opera is Melissa Sondhi, an Indian-American girl singing the main character in Rigoletto. And one of our friends, Pravesh, is one of the choir members. So, I mean, you know, we get into all kinds of professions, and that's what we're going to talk about today is how your life goes into many different areas, and that's what we call identity in the digital age. It's just to say we can be anything we want to be. And so with that, I'm going to kind of start with the three ladies here. Just have them give you briefly their journey to date, and then we'll get into some questions, and then we'll open it up to all of you as well. So I said that 30 million people of Indian origin who live outside of India, 6 different major epicenters, if you will, US, Canada, UK, Singapore, UAE, and Australia. US happens to be the biggest with 5 million people. Out of that, we've chosen 3 amazing people here. And so you want to start, Rohini?
Sure.
Just give us a little bit of your story.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. My name is Rohini Chakravarti. And I'm part of India Diaspora, have been part of some of the campaigns that MR talked about. I was also on the board of the IIT Madras Foundation for 6 years, and we are one of the people participating in India Giving Day. So if you haven't contributed yet, there is still time. So my journey, grew up in India. I'm from Bangalore. And so I grew up in Bangalore, the old Bangalore, where it was sort of maybe a little town at that time when I grew up. Went to IIT Madras and classic. I guess part of the identity is as an IITian identity, and sort of followed the path of many of my classmates at that time. Came to the US to be a grad student in electrical engineering, then came to the Bay Area in '95. I worked in the AI of the 90s, which was networking, and then went to business school, and I sort of happened into venture in '99. So I've been in venture for the last 20 plus years, invested very broadly. I'm an enterprise investor for the most part, but I've invested both here and back in India and around the world. And the most recent move is that I've started my own venture firm, New Build Venture Capital. We invest in enterprise software, mostly focused on the US right now, but clearly quite interested in the in diaspora of founders. So that's a quick background. Have been very interested in alumni giving and philanthropy. So I mentioned the IIT Madras board. I'm also on the board of the MIT Club of Northern California, which is my other alma mater. So very happy to be here and explore these topics. We have not been given the questions, so it's all going to be a surprise.
Deepa, go ahead.
I guess I'm unusual here. I came as an infant when my parents were graduate students, so I actually have grown up entirely in the US and did all my schooling here, but we were fortunate to go back on almost a yearly basis, and so we've kept the connect. And I'm also very fortunate that since I had no aptitude in math and science, I didn't have to break any stereotypes. I was always encouraged to stay away from those fields. So I started out in economics and political science because I think that understanding of how deep the contrasts are was something that always fascinated me, and also the idea of under what circumstances people can move forward was something that made a lot of sense. So I worked in Singapore for a few years as a commodities trader before coming back to business school in the US, and then since then have actually gone into design. And I think this is kind of a natural fit. A lot of the issues that we've talked about today, about all these contradictions, I think design is really such a critical component in addressing all of them because it's by definition about synthesis. So I write frequently on design and innovation and work with social entrepreneurs here and in India.
Great. Fun fact about Deepa, her father is the late Dr. C.K. Prahalad, who a lot of you know, and he was my mentor as well. Beena?
So I grew up in Pune, and my parents are from Kerala, but I grew up in Pune, so typical Indian, speak multiple languages, multiple identities even within India. I actually studied computer science when it was brand new in India. There was engineering, but computer science and software engineering was very new. So it was, I think I was one of the first batches to graduate in computer science, right? And I didn't come here for any kind of career advancement or any of those reasons as for personal reasons. I needed to get out of India for personal reasons, and that was a big reason. I did come here during the time to catch the tailwind of the startup bubble bursting. So, came here as as a software engineer, but always anchored on data, analytics, AI, and just I never thought, things we would talk about in theory sitting in Ferguson College in Pune would now actually becoming real. Like even personalized marketing in the early 90s was considered a far-fetched dream, and here we were doing it. So I really dug deep into, or maybe I got lucky that I was anchored in data, and then it, started going into data warehousing and BI, and then came Hadoop and big data and AI. And I didn't do it intentionally, but I was very interested in how data was being used in different companies and different industries. So I've worked in companies ranging right from Bank of America and British Telecom to GE, and then a few startups, which obviously, didn't really succeed as much as I would have liked. But I realized that, I thrive in large organizations, being more of an entrepreneur, right? Driving change, identifying new business opportunities, completely new revenue lines within large enterprises. So currently I'm at Deloitte. I lead our work on AI growth. And also, as AI started becoming real, and maybe this is where the Indianness comes in, I started thinking about the side effects of that technology, right? And everybody talks about bias, but at that time I was at GE and I'm like, when you're looking at predicting jet engine failure, nobody cares about bias, but you have to worry about, the future, or, how reliable it's going to be or how secure it's going to be. So, there are a lot of side effects that come with using this technology, and I started going deep into this area of, trustworthy AI and AI ethics. And the other one I worried about really was, about the lack of diversity in AI. So I started a nonprofit called Humans for AI, which is still very active, and it increases diversity and inclusion in AI by educating, non-technologists about AI. The idea is to get them into AI as product managers, project managers, QA, but I think, it's important for everybody to know, be AI literate. I've written a few books, one on trustworthy AI, which is, selling like hotcakes right now. It was published in January of 2022, but it didn't become a bestseller till June of 2023. Until ChatGPT came, and then, it's getting sold out. So I'm like, it was ahead of its time. And the other one I've written is on, which I think its time has not yet here, is on zero latency leadership. It's really about what does leadership look like as we are entering this new age of rapidly emerging technologies. Today, we are dealing with AI, Gen AI, but quantum is around the corner, space tech is around the corner, bioengineering. How do leaders, does the traditional MBA work? Does it, just having an IT or engineering degree work? How can leaders survive and thrive in this era of rapidly emerging technologies? So I think it'll become a bestseller in a couple of years. Can I just point out one thing, Emma, that, thank you for bringing this panel together. And you might see, he got all female panelists, but I can, this was the first question I asked his team. Are you inviting me because I'm a woman or because you want to feature the story? But I hope you can see that there's a lot of thought he's put into bringing that diverse backgrounds, and he put that additional thought to make sure that he was women.
No, not at all.
Thank you.
And you've heard the remarkable stories, and you can ask questions of them too, is the identity of the diaspora. Who are we? What are we? When people encounter us, what do they think of us, right? So in that regard, I want to ask each one of you, what was something peculiar when you meet a non-Indian somewhere, some question they asked you about yourself that you kind of went, and tried to clarify that question, right? A lot of times when it's happened to me, they go, I'm a techie. They'll say, oh, you must be in the technology industry, you must be an engineer or something like that, right? Yeah. So what is it you guys encountered? Because you're not only Indian, but you're women, so it puts you in a very different light. Tell us something that happened to you.
Usually like the first reaction is they see my last name and they are a little like, a little frazzled by 12 letters. That's the, that's, I think that's sort of the starting point. And I do think names do signify your identity. And of course, among Indians, we can tell where people are from based on their names. So many times when I encounter Indians, they ask me, are you Bengali Chakravarti or are you, Tamil Chakravarti, actually. But yes, I think people do kind of try to figure out who you are, where you're from based on your name, and they make those assumptions about that. And interestingly enough, to Beena's comment, most times when they see a woman in the 90s, they didn't assume that I was a technologist. I think over time, I think Indian women have also, there's much more of that assumption about it. But I think that those are probably the first couple of things that people wonder about you.
Yeah. How about you, Deepa?
I guess I get more confusion when I go to India than here. So, people always want to know why do you come back? What do you like about the place? And for me, I always find that an odd question. I said, well, I was born here, I have family here, why wouldn't I want to come back, and be just for its own sake, not with any particular agenda, right? And I think I'm very blessed in the sense that a lot of, immigrants who came, some of them had different reasons for coming, and we were blessed that we got to go back more often. And one thing that always stuck with me is that, in the 80s, nothing worked, right? The airports were terrible, and, all of these beautiful things you see now didn't exist then. But whenever we went to any, monument, temple, I think one thing my parents did was they packed magnifying glasses for my brother and I, and they said, excellence isn't always going to be presented in the most obvious ways. Take a look. Is there a mistake in the carving, in the weaving, or anything else? And so I think because of that, we were always much more optimistic and proud about our identity. And I think people respond to that. They pick up on your own attitudes about yourself and where you're from. So I always feel like I got questions that were genuine questions, not stereotypes even here, because you're imbued with a sense of, pride about where you came from.
Yeah. So 2 stories come to mind. One, I had just joined a small bank here called First Republic Bank in their IT department to lead their data team. And I walk into the 5th floor of the office, and it's only white people. I'm the only person of any color, right? It's a bank, for those who don't know, serves highly wealthy clients, right? And there are a lot of actors and singers in the client base. They do banking very differently, very personalized, high touch. And even the IT team was set up that way. And I walk in, and then the new employee, they gather for lunch. We are in San Francisco, so we will go out for lunch. And so I still remember my colleague Matt. So he was kind of the food expert, and he's like, oh, I don't know any vegetarian restaurants around here. And I'm like, okay, so he said, you're new here, what kind of food would you like? And then he goes, I don't know any vegetarian restaurants. And I said, who's vegetarian? Because I thought one of them is. And I'm not. I actually, so that's the number one thing that always comes up, the assumption that you are a pure vegetarian, whereas India is so diverse. Right, and there are so many. So, and I can tell you, by the end of the, in 6 months, he came to me and was asking me for the best burger place to go to. So that is one story that comes to mind, the food one. And then the second one is really, I think being an Indian woman actually has been my secret superpower to succeed in corporate America. Because there's always a bias. Oh, she's not going to be, assertive, or she's not going to speak up if you mansplain or do whatever, right? And it is so fun to prove them wrong, being nice, being kind, being, all Indian about it, and being really nice, but at the same time succeeding very, very well. I think that that their biases actually fuel me and actually help me play the games that you need to play in corporate America to succeed. Yeah. I think that's one, that bias is still very strong.
Yeah, if I could add to that, I would say that that's actually probably the most common thing, because when you think about like the external perception of India, and actually it's true to, in the internal perception of India too, is that at a population level, it is a very patriarchal society. There's obviously a big difference in how the two gender of the many genders, the two genders are treated, and your outcomes are defined quite heavily by the fact whether you're born a man or a woman, a boy or a girl in India. But within that, there are so many contradictions within India. Like, our own experiences are quite unique, right? So many times when people look at us, the perception is about like the population level differences. So they assume, for example, you must be sort of conservative and submissive because you come from what is largely a patriarchal society, which may or may not be true for people like us. We are, ambitious go-getters. And I think that is a very, very common, misperception. I was talking to Marsha yesterday at dinner, and I was telling her sort of in India, there's this feeling of like the future is already here, but it's not evenly distributed. Like, so in my own family, I was not even the first person to go to IIT, right? So first woman to go to IIT. So, when I went to IIT Madras, we were 10 women in a class of 280. But my aunt she went to IIT Bombay for a master's in 1978. She graduated in 1978. And so within our family, we were sort of, there was already like a little, there was a little bubble where women were achieving and were dreaming big dreams. And that may not be generally true of all of India. But I think that is sort of the general gap we see in interactions.
I came here in '82 to Silicon Valley. I was the first Indian in my company.
Yeah.
Right? There was nobody. It was all 100% white.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now you go to any company in Silicon Valley,
Yeah.
since the founder is Indian or half the company is Indian, right? It's changed quite dramatically. And there are now 400,000 Indians in Silicon Valley. When I came, there were 10,000 in 1982. In 40 years, we've grown 40 times.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's happened with Indians in general and has given us a certain stereotype.
Yeah.
But then within that, there's all kinds of nuances, right? Yeah. So any questions for them too, please raise your hand. I don't want to hog the stage, but if there are any questions about identity, gender, how does the diaspora deal with issues of being first generation? And I'm sure some of you have kids as well. How does the second generation work? We can even discuss that, but any questions? I think there's a couple of questions back there. Go ahead.
Hi, Amar. Hi, wonderful panelists and experts, and thank you for sharing your comments. Really inspiring and worth listening to. I think my feedback and question would be, so what unique perspectives and values you think each one of you bring, being from an Indian origin or having ties to India, that you think has really added value to the US economy and overall the US-India bridge-building landscape. So I really want to hear your values you bring and your perspectives that's, creating and making this world a better place, I'd say.
Yeah. Who wants to take that? Deepa?
I think one thing that is maybe more unique, is that America, I think everyone came for this idea of having more choices, more freedoms, but it's not an individualistic framing in an Indian family, right? I mean, you are always taught to follow your dreams, but you're also made aware of your debts, right? So you have this real focus on individual excellence, but there's also a collective focus. Your kind of motivation to succeed is not purely for yourself. And I think that's interesting. And the other thing I think is that regardless of the particular tradition, we're people of very deep faith and also a deep risk aversion. And it sounds contradictory, but I think that's what actually helps you become an effective leader, because you're always looking at protecting what is and then deciding, how you can make things better. So I think in our particular family, we didn't have much in terms of gender stereotypes and things to contend with, but I think that idea of like, if you're going to do something different, you have to be focus on excellence, not necessarily conformity, but excellence is like the non-negotiable. So you have to really swing for the fences, do something in a fashion that not only serves you, but helps your community see things differently, be different. And I think like one of these 10-year-old spelling bee winners said something so interesting, because President Obama called her in for a White House visit after she won, and he knelt down and he's like, well, can you tell me, why is the Indian community so successful? And she said, President Obama, the answer lies in the question. The Indian community is so successful because we are, in fact, a community. And I think that should not be forgotten. And, sometimes it's annoying when people cast doubt on what you want to do, but at the end of the day, there is a bank of goodwill and trust and capital, frankly, that you really can't replicate anywhere else.
Great response to that.
Yeah. I'll just add, it's the groundedness, right? When we sit here in the Silicon Valley and talking about AI and all these cool things, one visit to India, I distinctly remember this. I was at a GE factory and it was fully automated, and this was the AI, IoT coming together. And you step outside the factory and you're like, there are people who don't have anything. I can sit here and talk about all this, but if to drive real social impact, there needs to be much more focus put on that, right? So I think it keeps us grounded, and we bring that perspective into our careers, our jobs, because it's just being an Indian.
Let me ask a follow-on to that for the next generation, which I brought. I'm sure some of you have kids. I don't know if all of you do. But how are they different than you? What is their identity in the United States?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, I think it's, so we do. Thanks, Amar. So I have two boys. They're 23 and 20, so they're grown boys. So they've grown up. They're American boys, men. But I think, so clearly they're very, they are different, they're generationally different. I do think that they are closer. It's interesting because of how, and Amitabh yesterday was talking about like the young generation in India too. I feel like our kids, in some ways, the gap between our kids here and the gap in India has gone down. Like the way we were when we were 20 and 23 versus somebody who had grown up in the US, even an Indian American kid there was a huge difference. And I think that the world has sort of come come closer a little bit. In my case, I've been super, so I've gone to India for work and for family. I counted, I've been back to India 66 times over the last 30 years. So I consider myself sort of a, buy local person. So I'm very comfortable in Bangalore. And my kids have gone, pretty much every year they've gone to India. So other than it, so I feel that the fact that we immigrated in the 90s and 2000s, communications has gotten cheaper, like connectivity with airlines. Although we want more non-stops to India from San Francisco. Just putting a plug for that. I think all of those things have actually helped doing that. But to Deepa's point, I think immigrant families and the Indian culture, we do want to be really proactive about providing a set of values for our kids that does pay. It honors our traditions and as well as sort of our value system, and we hope we've succeeded in doing that.
I have a 21-year-old and a 17-year-old, and it's so one is a full-blown adult, and I think I think it's the same groundedness I see in them as well, right? As where compared to their white friends or friends who grew up here with from other cultures, right? I think there is that level of awareness of the societal impact, being able to do the broader good, being able to approach, look at it from different angles, whereas just from, purely a business perspective, purely from a career perspective, right? I see in them that natural curiosity just because of the visits to India, perhaps, right? Or, knowing that there is, something like AI. My son is studying data science, and he knows something like large language models. There is a huge opportunity in India with the multiple of languages, and he also knows that if we don't focus, there are languages that can completely get lost or get left behind, and that just comes from him. And that awareness, that groundedness, I think, is a big factor of the background he has.
I could add to that too. I mean, my son just started college, but in high school, they actually had a project where they were assigned to work with an NGO and help, this carpenter who in Panama to rebuild his business after he had all his equipment stolen. And all of the classmates in high school were like, okay, we're going to make him an Instagram page. And my son Arjun talked to him and said, wait a minute. he actually has work. He has a good reputation. So he actually said, what is your cost on all of these different items, and what does it take to send your kid to private schools? So he made him a very simple spreadsheet that he could adjust himself and said, you know, you don't actually have to take a loan. You could sustain your business if you allocated what you're spending very differently. And so during the and then he wasn't assigned as the leader of the team, but he kind of took on that role as the project progressed. And I think exactly what you're saying, Beena, is that idea of reality is different, and that, you know, even if life isn't always fair, like organizations and individuals can still act to make it more so. I think that's hopefully the benefit of exposure. But I also think that there's just this pure joy and excitement because you're able to connect so much more easily. You know, they can run out and have the same music as their contemporaries. And those connections are things that did not exist when we went back when we were younger.
Oh, but raising them is so tough. It challenges every belief that you have.
Absolutely. Question there. We have Amit, 2 more questions, if that's okay. One there and one there. Okay, and so let's take both questions and then answer them together.
Yep.
So please, keep it brief. Yeah.
Thank you, great panel. In 1993, when I came here in '89, I designed a course called The New Americans that I taught for a decade in Oregon. And you know, really quickly, I think a lot of people don't realize that in 1965, there was a new law that happened in America that made it possible for Asians to enter. So I would teach the whole history, immigration history, and then the social history of the New Americans. Really quick, as a New American, straddling you know, these incredible 2 civilizations, I wonder if you could provide a one word to this next generation that is a nexus of your struggles and your aspirations together in that one word for this next generation.
Hold that thought, and we'll, if you don't mind shouting out your question there, we'll answer that.
I am our great panel. My name is Piyush Malik, and question to the esteemed panelists is, back in India, we used to think about engineering and medicine as the professions our parents would drive towards. Now I see a lot of venture capitalists as well. After the Silicon Valley debacle, what's the thinking of parents today, and are parents guiding their kids towards venture capital?
Let's answer that question first, and then we'll come to the one word after.
Okay, so my 21-year-old is traditional Indian path, data science, you know, the whole science and math path, right? The younger one is quite the challenge. He is more into, you know, he likes to draw and paint. And now I remember if I did that when I was young, my parents would be like, forget it, right? You need to go down, you know, one of these to thrive. But, you know, but he has the whole world open. Like if he wants to study art, great. He's more worried about, is AI going to, you know, will there even be human art needed in the future? Or is AI going to do it, right? So the concerns are different, but the avenues are all open, whether he does art or he studies psychology or history or completely new fields are evolving. I think the opportunities are huge. The challenges as parents, we may not be as equipped because I grew up in a generation where, you know, engineering or science were the only paths that were highly recommended, right? And I am from that background, so I'm really struggling on how do I help him choose one of these multiple options he has.
Especially since Jensen 5 days back made a comment, coding will be dead in 5 years.
I doubt it.
I doubt it.
I doubt it. Yeah.
She go ahead, yeah.
I know. So I think maybe I'll answer the one-word question. I would say it's opportunity. I think it is like that is the mindset, and you know, I feel like that is true for both India and the US. And I would say, Piyush, the attractiveness, broadening out from venture capital to entrepreneurship in general, like I think the attractiveness of entrepreneurship and the belief that this is the innovation engine and this is the way you kind of manifest both kind of your potential as well as your desire to make the world a better place or do something good for society or to really achieve. I think that is very well established. And We are certainly going through a winter in terms of venture funding and so on, but the innovation rails are totally intact, and I think it's a very attractive career for this next generation.
If you don't mind, 2 one-words, and then we'll close out.
Choice.
Okay. Opportunity, choice, and
connection. I think that's where the kind of, I'm always asked, why do Indian ventures and succeed? And I said, we get 20 years of extra support that nobody else gets, right? So I think that business case for connection is particularly strong. We don't have time to delve into it now, but I think that the connectedness of diaspora, the connectedness that we are kind of looking for between extremes are something that Indians actually manage masterfully. And I think that's what actually will bring both the prosperity and in the future.
Thank you, ladies. It's been an amazing panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amit, for having us.
Thank you. Thank you, MR. We'll just quickly get into our next panel. As the chairs are being set, just wanted to tell you something out here. We are launching a course on India in Stanford, which is going to be an exceptional course if you want to understand about the history of India, the present challenges, the opportunities. If any one of you wants to enroll for it, you're most welcome. It's course 121L and 321L. So it's a graduate and an undergrad level course, which is open for all students at the university. So this is a very interesting step that we are taking in terms of really building the whole idea and understanding on India at the university as well. But thanks to Richard for really enabling all of this. So he has to be recognized as my partner in crime out here. As we get on to the panel here, but I would like to give a special shout out to 3 people, or 4 people. There is Brianna outside. Can we just get her in? In fact, Lauren, Brianna, Kimberly, and Neera on the corner here. So I have to really say thank you to these 4 ladies to really making this possible. Could you stand, Neera, please? Neera, could you stand? So these are the 4 people from the team who really made this possible. Thanks a lot for being with us. Thank you. So we'll quickly get into the panel discussion now. Richard, could you please join us here? Amitabh Kantji, Dr. Chand, Paramji, if you could just actually be on the dais with us. And Christian, please, most of all. I like it. I'd like to be here. I want to be here. I want to be here. Thank you all. So, we have had a very sharp set of insights and sharp set of interactions that we've had over the last 2 days. But as you were sitting through these last 2 days, my question to you is, what do you think are the key takeaways? And what do you think India should need to do more? What is it that we can do more to really make India a more prosperous country? Dr. Chand, if you would like to go first. I know you have to leave at 5:25, so why don't you go first?
Thank you, Amit. My takeaway is, first of all, during this 2 days dialogue, we got very diverse perspective. How Indian think about future of India, how Indian living in US think about future of India, how Western experts think about future of India, how skeptics see about future of India. And I feel the actual future may lies somewhere where you will get the confluence of these perspectives. That is the first takeaway I have. And I also feel that there was a lot of discussion on this growth versus equity. I'm agriculture economist, but I acknowledge that despite so much development in discipline of economics, still we have not been able to come out with a weighted index which combines both equity as well as growth. So as a result, it becomes subjective that which situation you feel is better, which situation is not. I would like to give this example. And this, I think, comparison India will face, whether we are emphasizing more on growth or we are emphasizing more on equity, unless we resolve that how we come with a combined index, which give weightage to both these. Like suppose there is a situation A, per capita income is $200, Gini coefficient is 0.6. From here, you go to situation V, per capita income increased to $400, Gini coefficient increased from 0.5 to 0.7. There is a situation C that you go from per capita income of $200 to $150, but Gini coefficient go down from 0.5 to 0.4. So how do you conclude which situation is better? So I think this ultimately left to the judgment of political class, and my own, if somebody asks me which situation is better, I would say that you ask a poor person, he will accept higher income even if there is higher inequality in the society. So this is again how we balance this growth versus equity that will remain there with India. I also find that as India grows, the choices are becoming more and more difficult. A large number of speakers emphasized what will happen to climate change, what will happen to greenhouse gas emission, what will happen to sustainability, and even social aspects. So in my view, the goal of achieving 30 trillion may be much easier, but the goal of addressing climate change, the goal of addressing gender empowerment, the goal of addressing climate change as we go along, which will be much more challenging than achieving the goal of growth. The last point I want to make is what Gurcharanji mentioned, that Margaret Thatcher said that I spent 20% time on doing reform and 80% time on selling reforms. That is one area where I feel so far our government did not succeed. The government abandoned most of the reforms because it could not sell it. The first phase of NDA, they started with Land Acquisition Act. There was strong opposition in the parliament. As a result, the act was withdrawn. I think that is the major reason that unless you address the issue of land, it is very difficult to promote manufacturing. Finally, it was left to state, and we know what happens. Then we have this farmer agitation. Again, they were withdrawn. And we also know that on labor reforms, the central government again could not go much in terms of reform. Ultimately, it is left to the states, and this absence or lack of reform in labor market, to my mind, is the major reasons for much lower employment in manufacturing, and manufacturers preferring capital-intensive production rather than labor-intensive production, because they find it is very difficult to deal with labor in India. So like this, if you look at it, that we were able to do a few reforms like GST reform. It was a big reform, and there is huge return to it. But elsewhere, since those reforms were not done, any kind of transformational growth comes from reforms. It doesn't come from incremental kind of change. So I feel that if India has to meet its aspiration to become Viksit Bharat, India would need to muster courage to do reforms.
Very, very insightful. So like some ideas in terms of what needs to be done. But Mr. Kant, I would like to get you here. Like what Mr. Chand was saying is that the government has possibly not been able to market its reforms well, or not been able to tell the people well. Since you have been at the forefront of really creating such solutions, what do you think we should do to take it forward? And the second point, what are your key takeaways from the conference, and what do you think we should discuss more in the years to come?
So let me start with the second question first. And I think when we do an India Dialog in Stanford, especially with the involvement of US Asia Technology Management Center, it's very important to realize that if India is to grow at high rates, and I think that's really the challenge, of growing at 9 to 10% for 3 decades, on a consistent basis for a long period of time, that is the challenge for India. And that cannot happen without innovation. That cannot happen without India getting into a range of sunrise areas of growth. India has to drive growth in range of emerging areas, whether it's battery storage, whether it's electric mobility, whether it's quantum computing, whether it's robotics, drones, whether it's green hydrogen, all these areas. They are all critical for India. And for India to grow, because value acceleration will come in all these areas. And I think the need to learn from the innovative culture of Stanford is very important. And it's also very important to see what kind of work is happening in the startup culture here and what's happening in the startup culture of India. And how do we see that more resources are able to go into the startup culture of India. And it was good that you had a number of VC. I found that to be a very exciting session on the VC funding and the challenges for India. Those are very, very important issues. Secondly, I'm a great believer that it will not be possible for India to grow at high rates without the private sector playing a far more critical and significant role in India, and government taking a retreat in several areas. And I think there is a need for this dialogue to have many more champions of private sector on how they've excelled in areas, new emerging areas of growth on manufacturing side. It's not just the services side, but the manufacturing side of what has happened. And in the afternoon, I went to a electric tractor company, which was very impressive, and the impact that it can have, where the battery can itself work like a substation. And those are kind of examples which should be brought out here of the cutting edge work happening in the valley and what kind of implication it can have for India. And thirdly, my view is that there should be a lot of work that is happening in India in terms of huge amount of transformational work that has happened in India in a vast range of areas. We should get a couple of good researchers or academics who've done work in those cutting edge areas of work to make presentation here so that we can also keep the Valley people fully informed of the kind of excellent work that has been done. And we should get some younger lot of people. There should be far more younger energy in this dialogue, both from Stanford as well as from India. Get a lot of young startup people here so that they can exchange ideas here. They are the ones who are going to make transformation. It's not old fogies like us who are going to make transformation. So get that young energy of both sides together here, and that'll be important for both India and for Silicon Valley to learn from each other. And to your first question about marketing for reforms, the Prime Minister is very clear. I mean, he's repeatedly saying that before we get into major transformation in India, we should be able to get all the stakeholders, convince them. We quite often think that this is the right approach, and we go ahead and do it without getting a buy-in from all the possible stakeholders. And I think that is critical in an emerging market economy. And it's important because, today, if 80% of the growth is going to come from emerging markets, and in next 2 decades, emerging markets are going to contribute 2/3 of the growth, they have to do transformational work. And they will have to bring out radical reforms. And for radical reforms to happen in emerging markets, critical, because many of these markets are going to move from socialist to private sector-led growth. For that to happen, you need a huge buy-in. It can't be done overnight because these countries have grown. We've grown. We went from a colonial Raj to a licensed Raj for 60, 70 years. For that to happen, you have to do a lot of disruption, but you need a buy-in of stakeholders. Otherwise, reforms will take a retreat. And therefore, it's incumbent upon all of us, whether we are civil servants, whether we are academicians, whether we are researchers, to be able to firstly believe in what you're doing, be absolutely convinced that what you're doing is the right thing, and then to be able to market that reform. And that's critical for each one of us, to do it with conviction and to do it with passion, and to bring all the stakeholders together.
Very nice. In fact, I think we have to accept a point that next year the old foggies should be in the audience more and the younger ones should be there. But Richard, I have to get you in here. Like what Amitabh said.
Actually, I was thinking I should wait and be the last one on this to comment, but
I still have a question, and it's no.
Certainly, I think that you're absolutely right. What I'm seeing, not so much about India, but about this community, because the first time you do this, we had an event. That was last year. The second time we do this, I start to see the seeds of a community. And I see the core of a group that can have a lot more impact and a lot more weight. Who's going to bring the young people in, okay? This becomes all of our job. So I think that indeed, we have to approach this as kind of something where we see the importance of the relationship between India and the US in order to improve the understanding of what's going on in India to other people in the United States, not just the people in this room, but also to really have the kind of impact that it takes the passion you're talking about to have. We have to do that. We have to be able to communicate it. I would very much like to see us move ahead with a little bit more on how India's place in the world is evolving, because I think that is one aspect of our discussion that's kind of the logical next step from where we've come over the last couple of India dialogues. We really need to focus on that and how we can all play the most kind of productive and constructive role in that process.
Thank you. And Christian, you know, like you've been somebody who's been instrumental in terms of writing the competitiveness roadmap. You were listening to all the conversations. What do you think about the India growth story? You heard a lot of critics here as well. You heard some positive views. But as an academic, as somebody who's been looking at this whole economy from 35,000 feet, or as an outsider, what do you think we need to do more? And what are the key takeaways from the conference for you?
So I reflected on what is now changed compared to the day when I arrived here. And I organized it in 3 buckets. I think one set of issues where I think my prior beliefs have been reinforced. One where I would say, you know, I've learned something new. And one where I have more questions, and you know, maybe something that we can build on. So what has been reinforced? I mean, I think that, not surprisingly, the belief in the strength of the Indian growth story. I think I've only seen more, not only the more detailed examples, but I think if you hear the individuals, you know, including some of the leaders here that are on the panel, but also others that we have in the program, the private sector leaders, the ladies that we had in the prior panel, there's a lot of strength and positive changes that have been made. Param's story about how you achieve change in such a large scale in a heterogeneous country, I mean, really impressive. And I think those are the type of things that I think reinforce the economic data that we've seen. So where have my beliefs sort of changed a little bit, or where I feel I have learned something new? I was worried that India is moving in a situation, especially with the looming election, where it becomes all about celebrating the India growth story and how fantastic everything is going to be, how successful you are as individuals, how the country, how the country is going to be successful. I think the way that I've seen the discussion of the last 2 days was different. Yes, there was pride in what you've achieved and really a kind of positive view on what the future will look like. But there is no hesitation that I see to also think about what are the challenges that are ahead. There's no problem of criticism. You might not agree with the critics, but it's okay. They are part of the community. They can be in the room. And I think that is actually quite different from what I've seen in many other countries that were in kind of fast growth periods and that ultimately failed because they were unable to kind of see the dark side and see the changes. Now, the third point, I think, Richard, that's really very much in line with what you said. So I think, how does India see itself in the world, and how do we as non-Indians see India? So you know, you come from a history where I think with non-alignment, you try to reduce the influence of others on you. You know, you had a colonial power that told you what to do. That had to stop. Then there was a period, I think, where I see that India wanted to have the respect and the recognition of the world. It was all about how strong you are and how others recognize that. But I think you are inevitably, and I think Mike Enright pointed that out, I talked a little bit about that, you are going to be moving in a situation where you are the rule makers. The choices that you are making are going to define how the world looks like. And that's great power, it's also great responsibility. And you know, I think if we can start that type of dialogue in some of the future conversation, I think that would be great. And you know, I'd love to be at least listen as a non-Indian on how you deliberate those type of issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. And please mark your calendar for next year. We are making sure you're coming here again. Yes, but Paramji, so what are your insights? What do you think we possibly did not discuss? What more we should have seen? What are your takeaways?
Well, actually, I was just thinking, you know, this is surprisingly, I'm coming here for the second time. So I came here many years ago when my daughter Tara was offered a tennis scholarship at Stanford. She became a professional tennis player. But in the end, family decision, we decided Duke was better because it was closer to DC. But it's been a fascinating visit for my wife Indira and myself to be here in the conference, to see the variety and the range of topics discussed. I thought that was fabulous, all the way from the economic story to, obviously, technology was running all the way through it. Fascinating to listen to the women entrepreneurs. And then we went into culture. So I think the entire range of sort of Indianness, if you like, was presented here. It was a very wide, I really like that. And I think in all that, the Indian story came out very clearly. Also fascinating to see the passion. You know, this is the first time we've really been to California, but to come to Silicon Valley, to come to Stanford, and to see the breadth and depth of talent here, and also the passion for India was fabulous. You don't see so much of this on the East Coast. It's a little more bland in Washington, D.C., and a little more vanilla, I would say. So I think here there's huge interest. And I think, as Christian mentioned also, to hear the two sides of the story. And I remember you telling me that, you know, it's important to present opposing views, and I think it was very important to hear that. But I think finally, Amitabh has also been talking about it. In a couple of sectors, I think obviously the private sector has got a major role going forward, particularly for creating jobs. We didn't get so much into the MSME sector, and I think it'll be important to have a conversation because they're the people who generate jobs. You know, all those 6 lakh, how can we get them out of the 6 status? And there's a lot of momentum in India, but I think it would be an important discussion. The IFC and the World Bank as well, the International Finance Corporation, is increasingly going to focus on the MSME sector. So far, it's been all the big guys. But in health and education, and it was tremendous to hear how we can bring in the sort of non-profit sector, but also the for-profit sector. And I think going forward, there's got to be a much stronger partnership between the public sector and the private sector to really push up these two aspects of India health and education, because human capital is really going to be critical for that next big push forward, whenever it happens, hopefully in the next 5 years, in the next government. So I think overall, in next year's conference, you've given us the dates. I think it'll be important then to focus a little bit on that part of the private sector and to see how technology, which is already being adapted, can help drive that change as well. And then finally, I think that, this is the moment. And I've always believed in that Latin saying, carpe diem, you've got to seize the day. And I think this is the time. And over the next 5 to 10 years, if there's a collaboration, we heard about the community of Indians in America. I think that connection between Indians here and Indians in India, I think that connection, that collaboration can really drive change, push the reform story forward. So hopefully we can seize the day and make that happen. But maybe, that's something we should take forward. We shouldn't wait for 1 year to discuss that. And I think in between, perhaps we could have some more connections, even if it's virtual, which could build up to that 27th, 28th February of next year.
Oh, certainly, we'll do that. But we have some people in the audience. I'll open it up for questions. But Michael Enright, you've been the most diligent listener out here. Like, would you have any point as to what was your takeaway? Like, you've been somebody who's really been studying India and things.
First off,
1 minute answer from your side.
As I told Sanjay earlier today, that I thought his talk actually raised more optimism in my mind for India going forward than any other discussion. Because, being used to doing strategy for countries and large organizations, a great strategy means nothing if you can't implement. And if you can get things done on the ground, then before long you can come up with the right strategy. So the implementation focus and that level of detail to me is quite encouraging. Again, the unanswered question, and Christian just alluded to it, was also the unasked question. And that is, what type of world does India want? And what type of world is going to allow India to take the place it wants to take in the world? And is India today operating on short-term interests that may actually result in a world that's shaped in a way that might work against India's medium and longer-term interests? These are the questions that I come away with.
Very nice. So anybody who'd like to say something on his point? No? Okay, fair. So anybody who has a question here? Asha, if you have a question, very quickly, please.
Yes, I have a question. Actually, more than a question, it's a comment. I just want all of us in this room, and especially all these senior people coming from India, and to think of ourselves as the founding team of this, interesting thing that we are putting together. Richard is absolutely right that there is a community, there's a glimmer of community arising here. Everybody is hungry to see the US-India partnership grow. And we must commit, this room has to commit to being in this game through virtual meetings, Zoom calls, and so on, that you can set up, Amit, for every 3 months, something, so that we don't lose traction. There is enormous hunger, even in Washington, D.C., for India moving faster. They are desperately seeking, and I've been very closely attached to D.C. now, and I want this happening. I want, I want you guys to be giving us, regular suggestions on what we should be doing, even in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Sure. And then just, we have to close. Siddharth, why don't you just have a quick, if you have a question, otherwise.
Yeah, just a quick question. Your wish list for Modi 3.0.
Okay, so that's a very interesting question. Wish list for Modi's next term. Like, that means we are quietly expecting that he's going to be the Prime Minister again, of course, and it looks very, very likely. So in one word, what do you think would be your wish list? Paramji.
I think, just taking the technology and AI into the sort of social sector on a much larger scale.
Very nice. And Rameshji.
Again, I think learning from experience, one area which has been discussed very less is India's achievement in infrastructure. I think today infrastructure of India really indicate as if India is preparing for 30 trillion economy. And secret is involvement of private sector in that. If we need to apply same thing to innovation, you call it technology, you call it R&D. In India, the R&D expenditure as percent of GDP is awfully low, 0.6%. Main reason for that is private sector participation in R&D is very, very small. So I think we need to create environment for private sector to make investment in R&D, to come with the patents, to come with the technology and innovation. So this is my wish for Modi 3.0, more involvement of private sector in development of technology and R&D.
Richard, you talked about India's place in the world. Now, how as an outsider, you would expect something that the Prime Minister should be looking at?
Unfortunately, I've got a new job for Amitabh. I think India should be the next member of the G7.
So, perfect. So like growth, and that's where the domination should happen. Awesome.
Yeah.
And possibly much more than that. Of course, Christian, what do you think?
Yeah, I might have a very odd comment. I'd say I would hope that he makes himself dispensable, that we don't, that there's no shock when Modi leaves. I think, ensuring that the system is so stable that India is on a track that's not so reliant on that one leader at the top.
That's very important point, because he's been a very charismatic leader who's been able to lead change. So create the second level or his people so that we're able to take it forward. Mr. Kant, the final word at the conference for you. What do you think you would expect or want Modi 3.0 to do?
I think making the eastern part of India grow. It's very critical that all these states, UP, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, they must grow at double digits for the next decades. If they grow, India grows. That's as simple as that. And their growth means education, health, literacy, all of that.
Perfect. I think this is the most very kind of you. The next article that I'm going to write, or an opinion piece, is on this kind of a wish list that we are going to have. Thanks a lot for joining this conference. This has just been an exceptional experience. Thank you, Mr. Kant. Thank you, Mr. Arya. Everybody for joining us. Thank you. Enjoy.
Very. Appreciate so much for participating.